Hi, I'm Nick Pitarra, the artist and writer of Axe Wielder John. Today on Vast Vision, I'm joined by animator Chuck Arnold, where we interview the amazing illustrator, world-renowned comic book artist Frank Quietly. In this interview, we go over sequential storytelling, cover process, the pressures of the comic book industry, lots of fun stuff. We hope you enjoy it. Thank you to Vin for your time, and thank you to Vast Vision for hosting us.
Here today with Chuck Arnold, the animator and art collector, myself, Nick, and the very best to ever do it, my art hero, the most humble, nicest.
Cut
I'll
it
tell
out,
you, artist Ian Laurie. You know, artist Ian Laurie. This is a better way to put it. Before I met Vin, I was hanging out with Ian Laurie, and he's got like this demented art style, and it's kind of like a demonic child draws his stuff. It's got this great aesthetic. And when I met him, I thought, this guy's going to be a curmudgeon. He's going to be a troll, And I met him, and he's got a beautiful girlfriend. She's super nice. And I was like, how does this work out? But then I'm talking to them, and I'm about to go meet Vin for the first time. And I forget his girlfriend's name, but I was like, is he cool? Is Vin cool? And she looked at me as like this kind of like artsy cool couple. And she says, being around Vin or meeting Vin is like meeting a rock star. And I said, what? What? And I was like, so this super cool couple that's kind of like artsy and indie, and I'm the stupid Texas kid, and it was in New York. And I was like, and I said, what do you mean he's like a rock star? She's like, he just has an aura about him. So a ladies' man too. Like he swoos the ladies as well. Casual, easygoing, humble, nice, and artistically the best to ever do it. Frank Quietly.
I can't believe this is the intro. You're supposed to give me an intro that makes me feel relaxed, not self-conscious.
No pressure, Vin.
Yeah.
He's got sex appeal, guys. So this is part of a longer conversation. I want to have a more authentic conversation with Vin off camera, which is what I really love. But I thought it would be really cool. I've tricked Vin into doing a cover for me, which is a dream come true for Axe Wielder John. And I thought it would be really cool to get on with Chuck, myself, and Vin, and just go over. We don't know how it'll look yet, but just see what that process is like with Vin, because I think that journey would be really cool to be documented. I've seen sketches in Wizard magazine. We've seen his development sketches on X-Men and All-Star Superman and We Three before, JLA in the back of some of the extended editions. But I've never seen a conversation with Vin about his process. And I thought the initial part of that journey would be cool to document and bug Vin about. So that's why we're recording today. And that's why we got the best to ever do it today. So there you go.
Okay, so I think the place to start would be to talk about what we both think would suit for this. Now, you originally had two different kind of thumbnail layouts that you had come up with, and I didn't get around to getting it started in time. And both of them have been used now. So initially, I mean, I was in the privileged position of seeing a fair amount of the work before it made print. And just yesterday, the day before, my hardcover turned up. And initially, when I saw the work, and it's like the action scenes are so frenetic, they're so over the top, they're so like you doing what you want to do, which is always refreshing in any medium when you have somebody that's really doing their own thing. But the action is so over the top. It's so detailed. It's so well choreographed, and it's like it's like kind of it's almost like Itchy and Scratchy meets the Royal Ballet. You know, I mean, it's wonderfully choreographed, but it's so over the top, almost comical. And my initial reaction, my initial thought was to do something that was either an action thing or just after an action scene. And the more I've thought about it, the more I think maybe that's not the way to go. Maybe something iconic's the way to go, something still. And the other thing, obviously, the close up just of a John's head would have been really nice, but it's been so well done already.
It's been done to death now. That's
So
I think your gut instinct. I had the same. So originally, I love your portrait work. I think you capture like a look and an essence and an elegance and a grace to your stuff while still being powerful. So I really wanted the portrait from you. And then when you seemed to be too busy, I got Das Pastores. And when I wrote Das, I was really focusing on these alpha male moments. And there's a look in John's eyes on that first volume hardcover where he's so intense that he's almost crying. And when I wrote Das Pastores, I told him about how when my dad, before he started the day, he would drink his coffee and he would always be pissed off. And it was like he was focused on the day and let the kids do what they want, let the women do what they want, but I'm about to go do this electrical work. And it's me and my coffee, and I'm got that 1,000-yard stare. And I think you would have killed that, right? So that's what I told Pastores, and he did a masterful job.
yeah.
When you were saying that post action, that's what I originally thought, like pull back a little bit in post action, but I don't. I'm actually on the opposite now. I'm at like a point, like a calm before the storm. I took my kids to the zoo recently, and this lion walked out. And you know how kind of like when a solicitor comes to your door and they knock on the door, the man's got to get up and be like, "Why are you in my territory?" There's that moment a gorilla does that where he's not doing shit all day. He's letting the women, like, this sounds terrible, but it's just true. He's letting the women pick the figs and deal with the kids, but he does nothing. He has to do nothing. He doesn't, and the lion has to do nothing, let the women do the food catching and stuff. But when it comes time to act, like the ultimate alpha male moment is when the gorilla doesn't fight. It's when he walks to the edge of his territory and he puffs up his chest to just survey. Like I think that could be an iconic shot, you know, maybe a slight upshot. And so like, because 99% of the time in that environment, the man doesn't have to do anything. But if John was standing there with his scars and he's saying essentially, "Here I am, motherfucker. Where are you? And this is what I've done to myself to protect mine, and I'm willing to die for it." That gives his excuse to be lazy 99% of the time. You know what I mean? Like I get to sit here and draw all day, but when the solicitor comes, I get to put my hand up to Kelsey and say, I'm going to take care of the solicitor." That's our version of it today. So last night I was thinking about like the ultimate alpha male moment, which I also think you would do masterfully, but I also don't want to over direct you. But I got to the point where like that calm before the storm, or just that guy looking out with maybe like stepping right outside his territory, maybe the skulls behind him, but low angle would be something that you would do I mean, everything you do is masterfully, but what I think what separates you from everyone else is how you can get into a character's head in a moment and then have the craft and skill to pull out a nuance that's so subtle but so powerful. And anyway, that's where I was coming last night when I was thinking about it, because I done a bunch, by the way, layouts, and it was like more shit, Jeff Darrow, like I do a lot. And I was like, man, this is so not Vin. And Chuck told me, he's like, you should think how Vin would do it and stop trying to overdo it. And I was like, pulling back in a quiet moment is what really your geniuses. You know, it's what I've always loved. When I've said in many interviews before, a lot of people will be Batman screaming, mad, but it almost feels overacted. But when your characters are mad, they just slowly turn their head. And you're like, for me, when I started reading comics and why I love your work, is then I was like, oh God, he's mad, and I believe he's mad. And something about the way you see the world, you're able to put down on the page through your obviously alien brain, and it connected with obviously so many readers, but with me it made me want to draw. So I think going back to that quiet moment without all the shit is probably the right direction too.
Okay. To that end, that you get a quiet moment in either end of the fight. You get the quiet moment where he's either facing off against a threat that you can see in the composition, or a threat that's behind the reader. So the reader's looking at him looking out, or you have the quiet moment where he's standing and he's the last man standing. So the advantage, I think, to I'll just put this to silent. The advantage to the quiet moment just before the fight is that there's a kind of anticipation like you would get in old-fashioned comic book covers, where you want to know what the story is. And then the advantage to like the kind of the quiet moment after is that from the remains, from what John's standing in on his own, you can actually retrace the story. You get a sense of what kind of fight it was, or what kind of situation it was. So they could both work pretty well. I would be interested to see the kind of thumbnails you put together. Just, you know.
I did them quick last night, and I did one that was like way too developed, but I will show you. I will let Chuck show you the one I did really quick. It's about this big this morning after I had that gorilla idea. Speaking of like your Star Wars image, you know, where you can clearly tell how you sliced everyone up, like the mentor had went to the bathroom, the loo, and the protege had sliced everyone up. There's like a triangle cut out of the bottom of the bar, where it's gone zoom zoom, and you have that triangle laying down, and you can go and trace it. If you're a quietly nut, you could almost re-choreograph it. Well, I will tell you one thing. I don't want you doing all that work. I think that's insane. Two, maybe my favorite cover is the All-Star Superman trade paperback cover where he's floating down. You can do the easy shot, but make it grand. So selfishly, as a detail guy, I'm like, yeah, the blood and guts, and you can put it in the foreground. But as the sophisticated side of me that I don't have that you do, you know what I mean? Says let Vin do his own thing. And if you get into it and you're like, okay, a body works in the foreground or whatever, what I would want it to make it as easy as possible on you is what I really want it. Like I really want it, because I would love anything you do, but if it's a theme of, because it's a personal story for me, and I really want to honor this alpha male, this ultimate alpha male, but really father figures in my life, I do think like having that protector there is cool. And if it's going to be the trade paperback cover, or the first 3 book hardcover cover, or the image that's going to float above whatever company gets the book later at San Diego Comic-Con or whenever we announce, then it's almost like the calm before the storm might be a better opener than when you open the book and see me going nuts. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Instead of playing the same note twice. But I would love if you wanted to do the choreographed fight and see that. I know that would be amazing, and I would love that. You know, there's a part of me that says that would be great. But even Chuck, who's a massive fan of yours, he told me to think about that, to think about it that way. And I do think it could be, it might be the right call. But I also, the one thing I wanted to do is not over direct you too, because I think a big part of it is seeing what you do. And I do think, like, I got a little bit of ego, not to you, but like if I'm working with other people, I'm like, maybe I will tell them do this or do that. But there's a level between me and you that I can't see. I think Jeff Darrow said it best when he talked about you. He did say, he's like, Vin's an alien, you know, like, I think there's when you pick up a pen, my kids are 4 and 3, the second you draw, you're going to compare to the next drawing you do, you're going to compare to the next drawing. My 4-year-old's comparing her drawings to the 3-year-old. There's a hierarchy, and that hierarchy game, I think we all play. And you get to the point where you're like me and Chris Burnham or me and Ramon Villalobos, and I'm like, I'm beating these guys. Fuck these guys. But if you talk to those guys about Vin, we can't see where he is. And it's almost like you're dumb enough to think you could chase him, like Mobius. But the way I put it was, there's a building. And if you look straight up, if you're belly to belly with that building, you could see everybody. And maybe Vin's not that far or Burnham's not that far. But the second you get better at drawing, you've got to take a step back from that building. And when you step back from that building and look up again, you're like, oh shit, he's 10 stories up. It wasn't just right above me. And then if you get better at drawing on this chase, you take another step back from the building. You're like, oh shit, he's 100 stories up. And the coolest trick in comics is you're playing a game to chase down the Mobius or Vin, I would say his predecessor that maybe has beaten him at this point. But there's going to be a point where my goal is to get to where no one else on the planet knows except Vin and God of how shitty I am drawing. You know, because there will be nobody else. There will be nobody else, because no one else will be able to see it except like me, Burnham, Villalobos, and I think guys on your tree will know. And like, I think Jeff is obviously up there with you. And when Jeff said that you're an alien, I thought that's true. And I look at it like a processor. If you're a video game person, you start with the 8-bit video game system. And I think we're getting our pixels higher. Our polygons are getting higher. And I'm like, I'm getting to that PS3. I'm getting to that PlayStation 5. And I don't even know, like, what is it? What's Vin's processor? It's like he's working in the future. He's like PS12 or something. There's no bit of my computation that could ever understand it. So the worst thing I want to do is over direct you, because I think that would be insane. You don't want to, you don't want the leftover. I know you guys were talking about food earlier, but there's some analogy here where I'm not going to have the ham sandwich tell the roast beef tartare what to do. You know what I mean? So
I want to hear what Vin thinks about all the praise aside. I want to hear what Vin thinks about your philosophy. Vin, what do you think of that philosophy? Because I've heard Nick talk about this a couple of times. I'm just curious what you think about that.
The analogy of the building
and the processor, how you see. I mean, this is kind of how Nick sees art, and I want to hear it kind of from your point of view.
Okay. It's a really useful illustration where you're standing close to the building, and the further back you move, the better your perspective. It's a bit like if you climb a hill, the higher up you get, the broader your horizon, because your perspective's elevated. So it totally makes sense to me. But there's and it's successful because it's a distillation, it's a simplification of something that's like really complicated. So obviously I would prefer it wasn't recorded, but
Yeah,
it's really nice.
I can cut this out for in the long.
No, it's really nice when you meet other artists who pay you compliments and say that you were in like an influence on them or an inspiration or whatever. But the other side of the coin is that for as many years as I've had the internet to look at, anytime any work of mine comes out, there's lots of people who really like what I do, and there's lots of people who just don't. And it's a bit like music, where you get somebody that really loves a band or an artist, and somebody else actually hates them. And they don't hate them because they're not technically good at what they do. They hate them because it just doesn't appeal to their personal taste. And with Nick's very, very good at what he does. He's good enough at what he does to recognize pretty much everything I'm trying to achieve with what I do. And it appeals to his personal taste. So the combination of both of them, being good enough to understand and just liking it like a fan, gives him a really high opinion. But with the personal taste thing, like, there's loads of artists I like. Obviously, I'm talking to Nick. We've been talking about Jeff Darrow. There's lots of kind of controlled, clear line, detail heavy, well choreographed comic artists I like a lot. And there's no point in running through loads of names, but there's also like there's the scratchy, frenetic kind of stuff of like Sienkiewicz or Zafino. There's the simple, bold line of like Alex Toth and Chris Samney and John Paul Leon. There's Robert Crumb, who uses as many lines as he wants to create texture and light and shade. And then there's Milo Manara, who uses really, really simple lines. And everybody I've mentioned so far is really good at what they do. But all of them in different ways appeal to my personal taste. And so when you're stepping back from that building and looking up, you have to factor in personal taste as well as your appreciation of what it is the artist's doing technically. And then when you get past the basic drawing skill where you can put down in paper what you've got in your mind, and when you get past like passable command of perspective and anatomy, which are things that are really helpful if you're drawing comic books, you then have to start thinking about how you go in a sequence, like how you tell the story in a sequence. And to do that, you have to make transitions from panel to panel, obviously, in a way that flows. And in order to do that, you have to be able to make compositions that work individually and as part of the sequence. And then on top of making these compositions, and the compositions also have to be constructed in such a way that the person who's speaking first is further to the left or higher up in the panel than the person who's speaking second. And then you've got body language and facial expression, you know, and then you've got what filmmakers refer to as mise en scène, where everything in the scene is somehow linked to the atmosphere or the tone or you know, everything has to be helping tell the story. And you get, and I'm not going to name names, but you get artists who are actually very, very good at that narrative flow, but maybe they're not, to my personal taste, they're not artists that I like an awful lot, but they're very good at telling the story. There's other artists who are actually very, very good at drawing, but they're not so good at telling the story. And then, you know, and then there's artists who can retain a certain quality of freshness in their drawing because they don't overthink it and they don't overwork it, you know. So there are so many factors, and
when you're constructing a page, do you think about that in every panel?
yes, but the way it works is you read the script, I read the script, and sometimes I thumbnail the whole script in however many days that takes. Sometimes I read the script a few times, so I've got roughly the way it's going to play out. And I'll start with the first scene and I'll thumbnail the whole of the first scene. I don't thumbnail one page at a time, you know, it's like, I mean, I don't thumbnail one page and then start working on it. I would thumbnail at least a scene. And I tend to do a couple of thumbnails for each panel description. I usually work from full script. And then I'll put the page together in a rough layout to see how it's actually to see how it's working. You know, usually you need an establishing shot at some point so that the reader knows where we are as well as who's involved. Sometimes that works well, being the opening shot, the establishing scene. Sometimes you actually get the close-up of the hands or face or bits of conversation and you pull back and you reveal that it's in a living room or it's in a desert or it's in a swimming pool or whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But often I'll take thumbnails, put them together and think, I picked each of these 5 thumbnails on this page because they were my preferred thumbnails individually. But if I swap my first choice thumbnail for panel 3 for my second choice thumbnail, the sequence flows better. You know, if I zoom in here and pull out there, it works better, and so on. And then after that, I mean, you know the facial expression and body language when you're thumbnailing, but you then have to think about the composition of each panel when you're putting the page together. And then once you've got the composition laid out, you then have to recreate the energy of that facial expression and that body language when you're actually putting the page together. And it's funny, obviously, I used to think I was my own worst critic until I started reading things that people said about me online. But, you know, I often see how I've drawn a scene or like a single panel, and it's got all the information that's needed to tell the story. It works perfectly well for me. But I'll compare it to the thumbnails, and there's just a little bit of energy, a little bit of life lost in the translation, in the process of getting to the final page. And obviously other people don't see that because they don't see the process. But you know, as I say, it is very flattering to get compliments from other artists who appreciate what I do, but it doesn't fool me into, it doesn't make me forget what I know is missing or what I know could be improved upon, you know. And I think that that desire to actually get better at what I'm doing is fueled by that dissatisfaction. You know, it's a dissatisfaction in what I've done that could have been better, and it's also an inspiration from other artists. You know, so it's
So you still
you know,
have that after 30 years of the industry, and you know, many awards and accolades and everything else. You still have that fire with every layout.
I would say with every layout, yeah. I mean, the last thing I did was one issue of the Ambassadors for Mark Miller, and it was done during lockdown, and I was doing other things. I was working for Bowmore Whiskey, and I was doing covers. I was writing some short stories for myself. I was doing all sorts of things, and so I had the luxury of going to Mark's script, thumbnailing a scene, going away and doing something else, and I kept doing that. So it was only, I think it was 28 pages, but it was spread out over a couple of years. And I did a lot of other work in that time. But the main reason that I had so much time is because one of the other artists, and there was a different artist for each issue. I think there was 6 issues, and there was a different artist for each issue. But one of the other artists was Travis Sheree, and fortunately, Travis is slower than me, so that bought me a lot of time. I'll need to buy him a drink sometime. So I actually had the luxury of going back and looking at my thumbnails and looking at my page layouts and fine-tuning everything. And I don't believe from a surface aesthetic that it looks particularly different from anything else I've done, but it's actually more fine-tuned than anything else I've done. I'm not saying it's the best thing I've done. It's just that I had so long to do it, and I kept going away and doing other things and coming back with fresh eyes before actually doing the final pages. And then, of course, I coloured it myself with my eldest son, Vincent, who's also an artist. We coloured it together, and so I had control over that as well, because I'm a big believer that colouring is really, it's very much part of image making, but it's also very much part of storytelling, in any medium, theatre, film, you name it. And so yeah, I mean, there is still very much that desire to get better, but the desire to get better at what I do isn't about, it's not just about fine-tuning things and spending a long time doing things. I would really like to do some things that were much simpler and much faster. I was invited to do some kind of image, and it was the most open brief in the world. It was for Candy magazine, and you
Seen it.
spoke to me
Yeah.
about this, Chuck, and said you wished I would actually do a comic in this style. But Candy magazine is kind of was inspired by Candy Darling, who was one of Warhol's superstars, and one particular issue of Candy magazine was actually devoted to Candy Darling, and I was asked to come up with a piece to celebrate Candy Darling, and I came up with what looked like a comic page, or part of a comic page, or part of a comic, because there was other pages underneath it, and it was done in a kind of classic pop art style, as a kind of nod to Andy Warhol, and it was and it had kind of like Lou Reed and Velvet Underground album covers in the background that you could just see as if it was sitting on top of something, and it because it was done in a simple style with kind of half-tone dots and whatnot, and you weren't the only one, but you were the first person to get in touch with him. You say, like I wish you would do a whole comic like that. But I would like to do something much simpler, and I would also like to get back to doing inks again.
But also with that, you did the entire composition, so you weren't just thinking of, oh, this is the comic page, but it was also that dimensional thinking that you were thinking about the entire thing as a composition, and not just, oh, hey, here's a comic page. It was like, oh, everything was the full composition.
Yeah, it was like a photograph of an old comic book you've not seen before that featured Candy with sitting on top of. And if you know your album covers, you would have been able to get it from the tiny slices that were around the edge of the page. But I used to do this thing when I was in Hope Street Studios. There was a free daily newspaper called the Metro, and like any newspaper, it would have like photographs here and there. And I used to get a Sharpie, and if there was a photograph of a politician standing, like from the waist up, I would draw what was outside the photograph with a Sharpie. I won't go into any details of what I was drawing, but it was suffice to say it was not sophisticated humor. And
the Dan Clowes, where Dan Clowes was would wipe people out and draw the funny faces over that. Have you ever seen that?
I haven't seen that, no, but I'll look for it. But I actually recently was speaking to a writer who's interested in me working in that kind of style. But yeah, I would like to. So going forward, it's not the idea of getting better at what I do isn't just about spending longer and polishing things more. It's also about finding other ways of telling stories and making images where I'm getting away from that kind of tight-ass, potentially overworked style that I'm known for. Which in a way kind of isn't easy, because when people get in touch with you, and I'm not talking about Nick, but I'm thinking more of editors from Marvel and DC, and they get in touch and they say, are you interested in doing a such and such cover? And sometimes I'll do a really loose thumbnail with like a kind of brush pen or something, and think, oh, I'd really like to do a really loose brush pen rendition of this. And there's something about the expectations of the people paying you and the people who are picking up the comic that make you think, do I need to keep giving people what they expect? So, and of course you don't, but there's something there that makes you like, I'm not the cheapest artist in the market to employ. So if somebody gets in touch and they want a cover and I give them my rate and then give them something really simple and sketchy that looks a bit like a thumbnail, they might feel shortchanged, or they might feel I'm being arrogant, or they might feel like my heart wasn't in it or something, you know. So I would like to start doing some things for myself, so that I can kind of so that I can explore this different ways of doing things, because I often look at the work that's in my sketchbooks and prefer it to my published work, you know, and that's one of the things that I'd like to do going forward. So.
That's great. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sideline this into the Frank Quitely masterclass, but that was an amazing thing to hear, Vin. I loved it. So, yeah. Anyway, Nick, so we can get back to the
Oh, that was great.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack there.
Sure.
I like all that. I think what I grabbed onto at the beginning when you mentioned Sienkiewicz, I had a lot of my arguments in art are based around Vin's work, you know, and I do think there is that, or like we mentioned Ian Laurie, like it doesn't have to be the chase of craft. You can just be yourself. And I think Ian, the way he draws in his own way, you can be yourself without chasing craft. I think Sienkiewicz is like craft and like doing the most artsy thing. And I think that's very interesting. You can just tell a comic in stick figures as long as that language is consistent. Like the second my daughter draws, like looks at something and draws, if she's telling this stick figure story, that's where the glitch in the matrix happens, when the hand isn't honest anymore. And that's what pulls you out of the story. There's an aside from that is like, if you imagine a Joker scene by then, and he would pace it panel to panel and have all the steps of the Joker pulling out a straight razor and dancing around and laughing. You can imagine how good Vin would do that. And at the point of the shot is that the Joker's going to laugh at the end, but you couldn't tell me if it was Sienkiewicz had it and it was just teeth and a smile that said ha ha ha, or teeth inside some ha ha ha's. If the point of it was the Joker laughing, which one would hit better? For me personally, it would be the time steps and the feet crossing over one another and the slight kick of a hill and the straight razor flipped out and the way the wrist is bent, all the stuff Vin would do. But that doesn't mean after all that work that Sienkiewicz didn't slay Vin by just putting ha with some teeth in it. You know what I mean? For what the impact is. So I can see that. And I don't think everything is, I honestly don't think everything's about the chase. Like I love Jason, he does the cat face people, the Norwegian cartoonist, and he's kind of just pared it down into icons. It doesn't always have to be the chase, but for me, the only way to get better was to have that North Star of Vin and Mobius and Darrow to like see where I'm at and where I'm not at. And the better I've gotten, the further I know I am, you know, and that's been my litmus test. And then if I was going into the market for like an aspiring cartoonist, I did think like when I crowdfunded John, that if I drew it with a lot of detail, because the market is so writer driven, but in crowdfunding, actually the images matter more now again. So like if I draw it with more detail and more stuff and put everything I had into it, that was the only thing I felt like I could control, like in this new venture that I was doing. and I had the idea, it kind of dawned on me that if you take a Marvel or DC or Image level guy and put them in that crowdfunding space, some of my friends look down on that in a way. But for me, it was like, and I'm going to be king of Turd Island. I'm going to come in there and I'm going to draw watered down quietly Darrow Mobius as much as I can. And it's going to be awesome in that arena. And I think that arena is right for the taking, not that, I mean, there's wonderful crowdfunded books that I back all the time, but the people that look less than are in that arena are losing. But I think the only thing I could ever focus on for me to know I was getting better was to see where I wasn't. And I don't know if I'll ever be comfortable with just being like, oh, I got it now. I'll go in there and tell Kelsey, look at this drawing. I got it now, but, Vin better watch out. I'll say that. But it's not, but when I sit back down and I'm doing it again, that's why, like with me writing my own stuff, I was very aware that there's guys I'm never going to catch if it is a game of catch, there's just a moment where you realize that, like with writing John, I needed to put myself or how I see some bit of my personality into a piece. So it wasn't just the chase anymore. It was me, and I think an artist, Mobius said this, an artist couldn't design a yogurt label without saying something about themselves. And with Mike Allred, Vin, the early days, the early aughts when podcasts were first coming out, I would find these gems of like someone in their parents' basement would call Vin or Mike Allred, and I got to hear them speak for the first time. And I remember one podcaster asked Vin who is his favorite X-Men to draw. And I said out loud, oh, he loves drawing all of them, And then Vin said, oh, Scottish accent. Oh, I love drawing all of them, and I was like, man, it's like I knew something about the man by the work. And I love that, there's like little glimpses. And Mike Allred, much the same. I felt like I knew what a lot of the things they were going to say before they said them, because they said so much about themselves in the integrity or what they were putting on the page. And I love that. I think we're putting ourselves on paper. And I knew that for me, I could never catch these guys that I'm on that looking up the mountain, looking up the side of the building thing. But if I put me in there, then I can't be wrong. I can be wrong, like bad storytelling, but it's more me. And that's my hope, is to separate myself in that way eventually, to get off of that, draw more deep, draw more refined, draw more tiny, 0.003 microns. Like that's a grind, like that is a grind. And that isn't, but I love that grind. Like there's nothing more I'd want to do. But at some point you're like, no one's going to tell the difference of me and anyone else. And it's singing in other people's voices ain't the right way. I'm aware of that, but I still like the chase. So anyway.
Well, let's look at this. Are you ready to look at the layout that Nick did? Do you want to show that, Nick?
I'd rather be the words, but you can put it up there. But a gorilla stepping out after being a lazy ass all day because he heard something and he's kind of angry and he's going to protect what is his. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Not, oh yeah. So the bottom one there. So if he was like in a little domain on the ground and just stepped out, that's what I would see, and he doesn't need to wear all of his skulls because he wasn't really prepared for whatever was coming. And he could just be covered in scars. And there's like a point, I guess I'll just read what I said. Like, what I've said 10 times already, so I don't need to say it, but that's a really small, crappy thumbnail. And now I am embarrassed.
Can you see that okay, Vin?
I can see it perfectly well, yeah. And it's I mean, it tells the whole thing, yeah. That's perfect.
But I only did that in case you were like burnt out and didn't want to think and just wanted to do something to get it out, because I do know that this is a huge favor on your behalf for me. And it is, and you could be working on more important things. So I don't want you to, I wanted to make it as easy. I want to make it as easy as possible on you too. Like that's an important thing just for me as someone that respects your time. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I mean, It's funny, when we started talking here, the recorded bit of it, I had said my initial feeling was that I should go for some crazy action thing. But the more I looked at your crazy action stuff, the more I thought, you know what? Rather than do either my version of you or my version of your character, like doing that kind of crazy over the top action, maybe it would be better to go for the still moment. And I already mentioned the fact that the portrait close up had already, that ship had sailed. But something that I hadn't mentioned was you know, what's the famous Frazetta painting? Is it Death Dealer or something like that?
Yeah,
Dealer on the hill.
Yeah, I got it in my room right now. I don't know if I could. If I
Right.
do this, it'll probably cut off. But I got that poster on my wall.
That's been, and do you know, I haven't Googled it or looked at it since that thought first crossed my mind a few weeks back, and I was wondering if there wouldn't be some, because that's the way I remember that. It's a very still, eerie image, but it's like it's really heavy with menace. You know, it's you know, there's something about the quietness of it. There's a very obvious threat. There's a real strength and darkness to it, and I hadn't mentioned that earlier on in this conversation. And
You want me to pull it up here? I've got it pulled up if you want to see
go
it.
on, pull it up.
So, like you could, like this would work. That would work really well because I have that skull character, Lord Fang. No, it's the one where he's standing in orange, right? Or is this the one or no?
Yeah, I think so. There's a few that are like it, but next rough there, I mean, like that's a quiet image, but you know, you wouldn't keep walking forward. And it's the same in Nick's rough. If you saw John standing there with two axes, the fact that he's not swinging them, you would know not to keep moving forward. And I think there's something in that kind of quiet kind of power that he could work very well. So yeah, it's a great thumbnail. Yeah, I could. I mean, obviously we will keep the conversation going, and I will whether it's based on your thumbnail or based on something similar, I will send you a couple of thumbnails. You know, like, and so that we can talk about it. But I'd be really happy to kind of base something on what you've shown me here.
Take it or leave it. I just wanted you not to be like yeah, I talked to Chuck and I was like, I'm not going to send anything. But then there's something about that quiet power that I did. Really, Chuck helped me there, where he was like, you are throwing everything at this thing. Like, think about how graceful and elegant your work is. And I'm like, yeah, I'm messing it up. So that was the best I could come out and think of. So, but man,
I'll probably throw you something kind of left field as well, maybe with a wee bit of humor, like maybe John on a bicycle or something, you know. Just to see if we could
I love Itchy and Scratch. Itchy and Scratchy meets the Royal Ballet. I love that that analogy. That's the line of the day.
Hey, before we stop recording, this is my last rant, and it's my, and tell me, were you aware of this, or has this dawned on you, or am I full of shit? This is my question. So Frank Miller in the 80s, this is my all-star Superman is the greatest pitch. Frank Miller in the 80s, you've got one guy on his own, Frank Miller, writing and drawing. He is going to do it all himself. He's going to pare down Batman into his essence, right? He's going to make him the guy he's the grounded man. This is like philosophical. He's the grounded man without God. He has no hope, so he prepares for every villain. He's at his last wits. And then I think the yin and yang of that is All-Star Superman. We're All-Star Superman, and it's like it took 1,000 creators to get to the grounded man. He's in night. He's mortal. Then you get to Superman, and he floats from the sky. He's in the light. He's charged up from the sun. And you and Grant took all of the things that made Superman Superman, and you crystallized them into this diamond. And so for me, when he's floating down in that Christ-like pose in All Stars, it's almost like you guys, or for me, the essence of Batman is the Dark Knight Returns. Like, that's the final form. That's the grounded man. And then Superman, controlled by the light, comes from the outside, symbol of hope, believes in everyone. You guys crystallize that, and then with that cover of the trade, really crystallize that. Like, it's the ultimate point of Superman, even to the self-sacrifice, and he leaves his hope for everybody. Were you aware of that when you were working on it, that you guys were going to try to crystallize that? Was that something that was in your mind, or is that something that I'm pulling away from it that's not there? Like, to me, you took the two icons, and that's why All-Star Superman is going to be the
I'm doing a Zoom.
Sorry about that. Is going to be the quintessential Superman story, like Dark Knight of the 80s. 20 years later, 30 years later, you guys do Superman. It felt to me that you guys got it so well that it was the grounded man without God, and then essentially almost like the enlightened man, the one that represents hope and is charged by the light. And I found it really interesting that 1,000 creators' minds individually came to that point. And then the end of that point was the end of your pen, who I think is the best to do it. And then you're spitting out the ultimate Superman story. Were you aware that you were crystallizing him, or were you just doing your best work and not thinking too hard?
Grant was aware that he was crystallizing him. I was just doing my best work. The reason, it's not the reason that Grant wrote it. Grant and I did We Three together, and I loved the freedom of that. I loved the fact that we weren't following any continuity. I loved the fact we were designing the characters ourselves. I loved the fact that we could do what we wanted. I loved the fact that there was no expectations from fans. So the whole process of working on We Three was so satisfying for me, and I had done so many of the big superhero characters. And I'm not a dyed-in-the-wool superhero fan, so it wasn't like it's not like I've got a bucket list of characters that I haven't drawn yet that I want to draw. Once I got the taste for doing something like We Three, I just wanted to do creator-owned work. And Grant was like, yeah, we'll do more creator-owned work. And then he approached me, said, but before we do, I've written, I've got this idea for 12, a big Superman story, and it's 12 individual stories, and they all go together to tell one big story. And I was like, get somebody else to do it. I want to do creator-owned stuff. I want to do non-superhero stuff. And he was like, no, I want you to do it because it's my love letter to Superman, and you'll get it when you read my scripts. You'll be able to. And he writers always do that. They always tell you, you know, like, you're the only one that can do it now. And one of the things that he said, now, obviously when Grant was younger, Grant had a reputation for, like, kind of throwing shit at older, better established writers than himself. He was always like, you know, like bad mouthing, you know, like Frank Miller and Alan Moore, and, you know, like anybody that was doing really good work, he would kind of shit talk them. And it was mostly tongue in cheek, you know, but it was also that kind of arrogance of somebody that really thought he was good and should have a place up there. And but I know for a fact that Grant loves so much of what Moore and Miller have done. And when Grant was trying to talk me into doing All-Star Superman, I can't believe, you know, I mean, he really had to talk me into We3 because I didn't want to do that. And then he really had to talk me into doing All-Star Superman. But part of his impassioned, like, conversation with me was his pitch was that Frank Miller had created this masterpiece in getting to the heart of what Batman is, or one vision of what Batman is, and he did it so well and it was so effective that ever since The Dark Knight came out, everybody had started, like, going for this grim and gritty real world approach to superheroes, and nobody was as good. It'd already been done, and it'd been done really, really well, and everything else that came out was just dark and grim and mean-spirited, and it didn't actually have the heart and the guts and the balls that The Dark Knight had. And as early as when we were doing Flex Mentalo, he was talking about the fact that we needed something new. We between Watchmen and Dark Knight, like, both of which were brilliant, brilliant pieces of work, they had a terrible effect on lesser writers in particular. It's a bit like Jim Lee. Like, so many people were just putting this fishnet cross-hatching all over their artwork, but they weren't actually getting what it was that made Jim good at what he was doing when he was doing Uncanny X-Men. But so Grant has made a number of attempts over the years to get away from that grim and gritty thing and do something that has more hope, more humanity, and when he was talking me into doing All-Star Superman, he was like, "This is my love letter to Superman. I get what he is. I get what he's about. You know, like, this is why," and it was Grant's composition for the first cover. He said, "This is why he's sitting in a cloud looking relaxed, just looking down in the city that he looks after. You know, he's not going to be puffing his chest out. You know, he's not going to be clenching his fists or his teeth, because he's invulnerable and he's really, really good to his core." And he said, "And I want to tell a story about that, you know, about somebody that's like Jesus, that's like the perfect dad." And he did actually say, as a kind of antidote to the legacy of The Dark Knight and Watchmen, not those works, just what happened in their aftermath. But no, when Grant talked about what it was he wanted to achieve and what the stories were going to be about, I thought, this actually does sound really good. And when I got that first script, I was like, this is brilliant. And every script I got after that was brilliant. So as I worked through the scripts, I was realizing slowly that I was working on something that was likely to have legs. It was likely to stay around because the stories were very, very good. But I was just concentrating on doing my own thing. I was letting Grant do the kind of the bigger picture of crystallizing what Superman is, because he had the big vision and he wrote it as a finished script. You know, page 1, panel 1. I mean, you know, so then it was just me reading a script, doing a thumbnail, doing a couple of thumbnails, building the page. Yep, that's the best way to do this page, and working my way through it. So yeah, I'm not taking any credit for crystallizing Superman. I was doing what I try and do all the time, which is doing the best with the script that I've got in front of me. So
I don't think, well, thanks for that answer, because I've always wondered that. But I do think that this is an aside for me, but like, I think we put good into the world, and I think your work is good. And you've played that hierarchy game with yourself for so long of making yourself really, really good, that you put the best work down that you could at the time. I'm sure you've gotten better since. But I think I love the fact that the crystallization of that ultimate dad Jesus figure, to me, it's like, I don't know, I won't say that, but it's something like that pouring out of your pen and you getting it at the right time to crystallize an icon like Superman. I think that will stand the test of time for forever. I think it's super. I think you put all that work in since you were a kid, and more work than just the drawing, but the observation of how people move and how people would act in a situation, and all the slight tilts and all the wrinkles and all the tags coming out of the shirts, that you brought it to life in a way that no one else could. And I think that it will end up being, it is the bookend to the Dark Knight Returns, the grounded man in the dark versus the man in the light. And I think there was no one else to do it but you. So yeah.
So now do that with Axe Builder, John.
Can't. I'm just gonna. I'm selling blood and guts, baby. I'm selling blood and guts.
I can do that too.
That's great. All right.
That was a great answer, Vin. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna stop recording. You guys ready?
Yeah, that's great.
So that was our interview with the amazing Frank Quietly. We didn't really have an outro plan there. That was a small snippet of a longer conversation with Vin. I wanted to thank Vin and Chuck for their time, and thank you to Vast Vision again for having us. We hope you enjoyed the interview, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
voice in this universe. In my head, a ticking curse. No, I'll be waiting if you tell me where. I'll be waiting if you say
did. Okay, perfect. It worked. Yeah,
Oh,
here we
that's
go.
great.
All right, everyone. Okay, here we are. This is Campfire Stories Day 2. We should have done just one day. I'm exhausted. But here we are. We got Day 2, and we're going to have an awesome time. Today, we are again shooting from the Aurora Punk studio. Actually, we were just discussing right nearby where Odd lives. But we're not going to be in the same room because that's not, that's not how we do things.
Now, this is just a stone's throw away, but it's still pretty damn close, I gotta say.
Yeah. So real quick about Aurora Punks, they've been really nice to let us use their space here, and they're an independent publisher here in Stockholm, and they're very passionate about the local indie scene in Sweden. Also, they're they're creative people that like to create a space for creatives to come together, and that's kind of what their studio is about. So a shout out to them. They're very much in line with kind of what we're doing here with Vast Vision. Sitting here with me now is Ahlgren, who we worked together at Liquid Swords. We sat in rooms and just bullshitted all day long. It was awesome. But Odd, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, what you're about, why you're alive, just let us know.
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about we're going to be talking about creativity and working
storytelling,
with creativity, storytelling and stuff like that. So I'll kind of wedge it in that direction. Okay, so I'm from Stockholm City, where we are right now, and just grew up here in the 80s, 70s and 80s. And I was, as a kid, always like super into comic books and role-playing games and stuff like that. So but I never realized that you could do that stuff for a living. And
like most people,
I had a conversation with my fiance just the other day, like what kind of a kid I was. I was a kid with I had no outlook on life. I had no dreams or aspirations or anything. Like, I wanted to be in a punk band, that I was when I was 16, 17 years old, and then I'm still in that band on and off, but which is cool. And I've been in many other different types of bands. So I wanted to be a musician, but I didn't realize you could work creating stories, even though I always constantly did it, just to amuse myself.
Yeah.
So it wasn't until the late 90s where I got into contact with a guy at a party. It was like a barbecue, impromptu kind of punk, heavy metal, death metal guys. All of us guys were hanging out together, had a barbecue, and I started talking to this dude. He worked at Target Games, they were called at the time. They were the ones who made the Swedish equivalent of Dungeons and Dragons, called Drakar och Demoner.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They just re-released that last year, didn't they? Like a
not they, but another group
company,
owns the rights to work with it, and it has been it's been in circulation a lot.
Yeah.
And they had that game that was a role playing game, fantasy role playing game. And then they had a sort of Swedish version of, I guess, Gamma World, which was called Mutant.
Right, I didn't make that connection that these were all not kind of knockoffs. That they were all kind of a little bit of a knockoff.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't get it then, but you can kind of see clearly the inspiration. So Mutant was that was a game that was the game that struck home with me, because I was always into sort of dystopian future, futuristic, post-apocalyptic worlds and stuff like that. Even as a kid, I guess it had to do with growing up in the 80s in Sweden, adjacent to Russia, Cold War, the constant, it wasn't, for us, it was never, even though we had, a good time all the time as kids, we grew up in a very stable civilization as Sweden. It was a good place, but it wasn't a matter of if there would be an atomic nuclear war. It was just when.
Even as a kid, you felt that way.
Yeah, it was just like, it's going to happen, but I don't know when it's going to happen. You're thinking, one side of your mind is thinking that. The other side of your mind is like, what am I going to do when I grow up? It's a weird, but I think that's what made it so fascinating with all the post-apocalyptic ideas and scenarios. So the mutant thing was really big for me. So I talked to this guy at this party, and he worked for them. Michael Stenmark is his name, and he used to work for them, writing different types of like modules and scenario, stuff like that for them for the various games that they were doing at the time. And I'm like, what stop. Do you mean you work creating all this cool shit? And you just dream up cool shit? What, you dream up like what, mutated spiders, how they treat their children? Is that what, yeah, it's like, that's my work, that's my job. You're like, okay, so demonic possession, yeah, exactly, I'm into that. And we started talking about stuff that was like obscure movies and stuff like that, and we realized that we were very similar, but I had no idea you could do that for a living. So I kind of latched on to him, and he introduced me a little bit to that world, which was that world was very small at the time. And then a few years later, I got my first sort of gig working at Target Games to help them create their first video game, I guess it was. It was like a isometric view, top down kind of point and click adventure in the world of Drakar Demoner, which was like in '98. It was released in English under the name of Dragonfire.
Wow.
It was their first digital effort, I think. But then shortly thereafter, Target Games folded for many different reasons, and I'm not privy to them actually, but they folded, and my world was just coming apart because I didn't know what to do. But then I already knew other people in the business, so I could continue working in another company and then another company. But it was just like, it was very, the companies just folded all the time back in those days.
Yeah. So how old were you at this point?
I guess, not good with math, but I was maybe 27, something like that.
In 20s, yeah.
Something like that. It was like 98, 99.
Yeah.
And then when I got into it, and then I realized that I had this, like, having grown up with all these, I was into this British comic book called 2000 AD.
Right. Yeah.
That was my sort of my childhood. I was completely obsessed with this comic book, and I read that more than I ever read Marvel or any American stuff. I was so into this 2000 AD, and that they had a very sort of dark humor and cynicism, and this post-apocalyptic kind of bleak scenarios all around, and but told with sort of a dry wit, if you will.
Yeah.
And I love the shit out of that comic, and we had my parents had a lot of friends in the UK, so I kind of went to the UK a lot when I was a kid, and I got in contact with this comic book, and I got to say, I think that was one of those things that got me into it, and I brought the ideas and the things that I had grown up with from 2000 AD and other things into what I then started doing as a writer for video games, I guess.
Yeah. So how did you get introduced to 2000? Was it just a random, like you got it in a shop here? Because I've talked to a lot of guys who are into comics here in Sweden, and I know that the Marvel and DC stuff that wasn't a thing here. It was very much like either like, I guess it was like if it was Swedish, it was a lot of political cartoons or comics, and then but then it was very much like stuff like you're talking about 2080. So how did you get hooked up with that?
I think they started publishing, like a Swedish publisher began publishing Judge Dredd, which was he was one of the big sellers of 2080.
Yeah, right.
And he started publishing it. I think it was, Jesus Christ, it's a long time ago, but I think it was IPC Comics out of the UK. They started publishing it. They started publishing Judge Dredd for an American audience in the 80s as a standalone feature and colorized versions of it.
Yeah.
And those were the ones that were published in Sweden. So it was Judge Dredd, the comic book. And then now I would have, and I thought it was an American comic book because, all the American flags and eagles and stuff like that. So as a kid, I'm like, yeah, it's American.
You got to put it on everything.
Yeah, exactly. And then I loved that comic book, and I was totally crazy about it. And then I realized that this came from the UK because I was there a lot when I was a kid, and then I found this 2080. It was a very strange looking type of comic book. It was a weekly, and it was printed on this kind of newspaper paper, like this. It was kind of, yeah, it was printed on a very sort of throwaway type pulp, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas the comic books that we were used to were like glossy covers and you know, colorized and everything. This was black and white, only color on the cover. And then it was, I don't think it was, they were never designed to become parts of a collection,
Right.
you know? And so when I realized that this 2080 was the world that Judge Dredd came from, then I'm like, then I was on, you know, I was in for the ride, kind of thing.
Interesting.
And but you didn't find, we didn't have many comics like the Danes for instance, in Denmark, they have a great connection to European, like Belgian, Italian, French comic book and publishers, and they translate a lot of them and have them laying around. They have a long, strong tradition of like adult comics, not adult as in a triple X, but adult as in adult
grown up, adult, like
grown up shit, you know.
Yeah.
So, but we really didn't have that to the same extent in Sweden. And all of these sort of adult comics that were published in Sweden, they were a little painted with that kind of triple X brush, because they like to publish. It was just one publisher really who did it, and he liked to publish a lot of American underground comics and stuff from the '60s, and kind of mix it up with a lot of, you know, raunchy stuff. So it was like this really. It could be these really serious, adult themed comics, and it was always in the form of almost like an anthology. So it was like a bunch of different things running together in the same, within the same pages, and then so it could be like, you know, I guess some French existentialists about some fucking private detective who's not dead, but he's dead and he doesn't know it yet, or whatever. And then it's like the next comics, like these fucking bikers, fuck a dinosaur together, you know.
Yeah, it's funny, man, because I didn't grow up with comics, man. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, Canada, and I didn't get into them until I was probably my late 20s. But then very shortly I started writing them because I just found it such an interesting. It's an interesting medium, you know. It's such a quick, like, there is something about this. There's not many people involved. It's really raw. It's really authentic, and I mean, I find myself years now, even later, after taking a break, of coming back to it again. You know, I actually even like working together. A lot of the stuff that we were talking about had that very kind of pulpy comic book vibe, which I think that kind of put me back into that mind space, you know. But so you grew up with these comics, and I mean, I've had a lot of opportunities to talk to you. You're full of the most insane stories and knowledge about the weirdest things. Where did that fascination with kind of the obscure and the arcane and the kind of the wild side of human nature, where was that born, do you think, for you?
Yeah, that's a really good question. That's a really good, I don't really know, but I think it's just that I'm kind of kid at heart a little bit. So all kids are like into, you know, knights, vampires, fucking torture chambers, and plague. You know, like kids are into that medieval stuff, you know, and you like wizards, and you like soldiers, and you're in adventure, you know. Yeah. And you like exotic cultures, you know. You like voodoo. You just like the word. When you hear the word voodoo, you just like, I like that, you know. You like mummies. Everybody likes mummy. Right. If it's alive, it's even better. Living mummy, that's like the best thing in the world, you know. You like Frankenstein, it's built from other humans, and they, you know, and you're like into that as a kid, but most people just stop digging it after a while. But if you stick with that sensibility
Right.
of liking the bizarre and the shit that got you going as a kid. You stick with it as an adult, you're gonna end up in places where those things are real and not just not just the product of somebody's imagination. That actually things like this has happened, and that's when I started to realize like human history is wilder than prose. I mean, you can come up with all sorts of stuff. I can write a book about some, like even fantasy and sci-fi, and then you look at something that's actually happened, but it's so weird that nobody touches it, and you realize that this is if I would make this up, people would go, that doesn't make any sense. You have to start over because that's too weird. Yeah, that's just it's too happenstance. When you're writing a story and someone's like, isn't that pretty convenient though, that this guy would show up in the jungle and just save him? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. How big is that jungle?
Right.
It's like, what is happening? It fucking happened, man.
That stuff does happen. That's funny. Did you find that growing up here, first of all, I feel coming here now, it's rare to meet somebody who actually grew up in Stockholm. I think you're the one person, and not only that, but I feel like you're such a product because you grew up in Södermalm, right? Which is kind of, so you're also kind of a product of that. What did you find that you were? I mean, first of all, what was it like growing up in this area? So Södermalm, for anyone who doesn't know, it's kind of like a southern from the main part of the city. It's south, and it's kind of, what would you describe it as? A lot of people call it the hipster area now that it's been gentrified, but it would have been different when you were growing up, right? It was a bit rougher.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was hugely different. The area now is like the hipster area. It's where you can go and buy Italian pastries or some kind of special type of German bread. There's something new, like, and craft beer and artisanal pizzas and stuff that people like, like these things that they like. Yes. I don't know. So it's very much like that now. It didn't used to be. It was like in the 70s, it was still very much a working class area. Of course, like, there were like middle class people also, and to be honest, Swedish working class, urban working class, in the 70s and 80s was like, if you would compare that to, I guess, other Western countries, it was, we had it pretty good in Sweden, right? Compared, but it was absolutely a different. It was a different vibe, and it was there were more. It was less streamlined. It was less like, this is the way people look and dress and behave here. There were more lunatics in the street.
for better or for worse, I suppose.
But it was fascinating time as a kid to be here. And there were derelict buildings everywhere, and there were these like remains of infrastructure that didn't exist anymore. So we used to have trams in Stockholm in the I guess 20s and 30s, and up until the 50s or something. They had trams that ran above ground before they built the subways. I'm not sure exactly when they stopped doing it, but there were still tracks, in the asphalt. The steel tracks were still there, and all of the switching yards and stuff were still up. Right. They hadn't torn them down yet, and they were derelict, and there were these like shady businesses inside where like used car dealers, and they just sold like old furniture and stuff, and like weird, and also a place for homeless to sleep, and that kind of thing. Right. And there was one of these, like one just adjacent to where I grew up. I grew up in a very old building from the 1852. Wow. And just around the corner from there was this huge switching yard that was like super dangerous as a kid to just walk, because there was like there was tetanus in there. Like,
it was actually alive. It was sentient.
Yeah, exactly. So that that's around Zinke's Thumb. And if you look at that place right now, I mean, it's just it's pristine. It's so clean, you know.
Yeah.
And so it was different then. And there were buildings, like there would be one building, one old, you know, nice turn of the century, very nice building that would be completely just like blown out more or less, and rent super cheap. The just like the house I grew up in from 1851 had recently been renovated to modern standards. So which meant radiators, running water, inside toilets. Whereas
you're still
the
stuck
adjacent
with the bucket system.
yeah. No, the adjacent buildings, they had you had to go out into the yard to the hand cranked water pump.
Really?
And they had these you know, like the privy. You go out and in the, you know, little wood sheds that you sat on in the middle of winter, you know.
What?
And there were these like so the people who lived there had lived there since they were young people.
Yeah.
Mostly. It was like old weird ladies, you know, with tons of cats, and like this loud violent drunk who would throw out all this furniture on the sidewalk every Friday, you know, and that this band, like a hippie band, lived in there, and they played their hippie music, you know.
Amazing.
It was a very different time.
Yeah, it sounds like I mean, I started to understand a little bit about where your storytelling comes from. Just it sounds like you were surrounded by characters, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely was, and I think that place and time was for Sweden. It was very special.
Interesting. And I suppose over time those things change. Do you find that there's still pockets like that here in Stockholm, or do you think it's changed a lot?
It's changed a lot. I don't think that you will find anything like that anymore in Stockholm. Maybe suburbs. There are suburbs that have their own life and are very different from the rest of society, I guess. But you only hear about them if you live there yourself, or if you have a friend who lives there. They can, you know, tell you what's going on, you know. But inside of central Stockholm, I don't see that anymore, I think.
Yeah. What I want to kind of go back to your kind of move into writing, and you know, you said tabletop games. This is actually an interesting. I was talking to Ola Lindholm. Do you know Ola? He used to be like a television presenter, and now he works as a producer now. But
yeah, I don't know him, but I know of him.
Yeah, but you know, it's interesting how there's kind of this like tabletop games, and in Sweden in particular, there seems to be like a lot of people were playing them here, and it's still very much like, you know, we have Free League, who's that publisher here.
Yeah.
I mean, you grew up playing, and like, was that pretty informative of your early creativity? Like, were you playing role-playing games when you were a kid?
Yeah, absolutely. That was we didn't know it then because it was because of no internet and no communication. So we thought that we have this new unique thing, you know, like we're a little pocket of like some nerd kids in this school. We got this thing, you know, where we're playing role-playing games. It's a new thing, you know. But it turns out then when you grow up and you meet people from all over Sweden, everybody was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, in their little boyhood homes, whether it was in Södermalm, Stockholm, or if it was in Flen or Umeå, like everybody was doing it at the same time. And I guess everybody felt that they had their own private little kingdom. And that's what's so fucking cool about RPGs as well. I think the fact that you have your own private little kingdom with your friends, and
your own
nothing can really touch you there.
Yeah,
but it's still one of the greatest. I don't play RPGs anymore.
We should make it happen.
We should, because I think it's still one of the greatest ways of, you know, just like effortlessly be creative. And
there's no pressure
for your
on
own
it, right?
pleasure.
Yeah, there's no pressure.
Only for your own pleasure.
Exactly, and it's it was kind of come up yesterday in the convention. It's like this space that you share in your mind. You're all picturing something. It's like a psychic connection. It's like this. Yeah. It transcends our consciousness to this place where we're all united in the moment, and it has almost that spiritual effect. My question for you is, I have a lot of friends who also, Swedish friends, who said that they also did LARP. Did you also do LARP?
No, that's it's a pretty good story because it was just like this was the, you know, when you were at a crossroads in life,
Yeah.
and you choose one path. So this was like LARP came up. LARP started kind of happening when I was in, as far as I know. I mean, it was happening before, but I got into contact with people who did it when I went to this gymnasium in Sweden. I don't know what that is, the equivalent.
It's like the high school. It's like the end of high school, the last 2 years. Yeah.
So I was there in gymnasium, and somebody says, you know, have you heard about this thing? It's live action role playing. And we were still kind of nerdy, but we didn't play role playing games anymore much. But we were still into that we were into Fantastic Worlds and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, but you know, I had started to gravitate more towards like horror movies and punk rock, and you know, rock and roll music and that kind of thing, and a little bit away from fantasy and stuff like that.
Right.
So, but still, it was like, what? People are dressing up, and everybody's like in on it, and you're like, you can actually be a wandering cleric.
Yeah, I
with
feel
dark secrets.
I feel like it's so up your alley. I'm surprised you didn't do it.
And I was like, yeah, that sounds amazing. I want to go, and I signed up for it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
For one of the big things that was going to happen, and then I was like starting to think about how I was going to make my costume and stuff, and then there was the Roskilde Festival, and this was the first time do you know about the Roskilde Festival?
No.
It's a huge thing. It's like it's weird to say it's like the Scandinavian Woodstock, but it really kind of was.
Okay.
And it was going on since, like, it was a hippie thing from the beginning. Started in the 70s, and then it just grew and grew and grew and grew. So it's like it happens in Roskilde, Denmark, and it's a huge thing. And like the biggest act, like the biggest rock and roll and every type of music acts come there, play. Thousands of people come, and that thing, I had been sort of I'd been wanting to go to that festival for you know, but I was too young, you know. And then this was the first time I had the opportunity to go there.
Right.
I had saved up the money to do it, and I realized it was the same time as this live, as they call it. So I'm like, okay, this is where I choose clearly the nerds or the rockers.
Yeah.
And then I chose the rockers, and I kind of maintained I stayed on that path, you know, with the music and the rock and roll and all that hardcore punk and that stuff.
Yeah. Well, tell me a little bit about that. I've been seeing you've been posting, you've been doing shows again, which is awesome. That's really exciting. Tell me a bit about that part of your life.
Yeah. Okay. I grew up interested in music. That was like my other, like, I was the nerdy kid with the Judge Dredd and all that, and then I was like a rock and roll kid as well. I was like as a kid, like into, you know, David Bowie and the Rolling Stones and stuff like that. And then I got a little bit older, and I got into Sex Pistols and Ramones and the Cramps, and you know, so I had that was my other life, so to speak, as my other inner life. Can you say that even? I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was really big for me. It was really, really, and I was fortunate enough my father was really into music and stuff, and he kind of showed me stuff that I really, really liked, and that I still like, and we share that, you know, and we still share. I don't know. He introduced me to, when I was like 10 years old, he introduced me to the Pogues when their first album came out, Red Roses for Me.
Wow.
And he introduced me to, well, of course, the Rolling Stones and David Bowie and stuff like that, but, you know, also stuff like the Specials and New York Dolls. And so I had a lot, just like, I had been introduced to so much cool stuff already.
Yeah.
That it was easy to continue taking in cool stuff, you know.
How did your dad get into that? I mean, Was it readily
It's just-
available, or he just sought it out? Like, did he have a connection? Was he a musician, or?
No, yeah, kind of. He had a band. He had a band in the 80s. And I remember going with him to the rehearsal or their rehearsal space and stuff like that, which was a big adventure. It was in Gamla Stan.
Oh wow.
And Gamla Stan back then was also very different to what it is now.
Right.
So there were all these kind of basements and cellars, like medieval basements and cellars that were you could rent for fucking cheap, you know. But they were
not
dank.
anymore.
Not anymore, man. But back then it was like, but they were like dank and they didn't have running water and, you know, like the same story. But you can rent them for really cheap, and you have your band and stuff like that there without breaking the bank, you know.
Yeah.
Which is a big reason why there could be these punk bands and stuff rehearsing in these kind of urban environments. Like, that's not going to happen anymore. You have to be either rich or out in the suburb to have a rehearsal room. You know, you're not going to find a rehearsal room in central Stockholm anymore for anywhere near cheap. I guess you might, but I know it's hard.
Yeah. So what?
So yeah,
okay, go ahead.
That's I kind of grew up with that, and that the music and that, and going with my father to his rehearsal space and stuff. So I was really I felt that was a cool thing to do. You know, I always wanted to be in a band. So even as a kid, we had some bands together, like other guys in our class. You know, when we were like 10, you know, we had a band, and but one guy he wanted to play blues guitar, and I was a punk rocker. I wanted to play punk, and I just played the drums, and the other guy was just like, you figure it out. I'll just play the guitar over here. You know, it's like we didn't have a really strong, solid foundation of what we want to do, but we like to play music. But then I wanted to sing. So when I was in the gymnasium, then again, I realized that I would like to be a singer. And then this guy, I would always wear these like Ramones t-shirts. And this is when is this, like 90, 91 or something like that. So it was not common to do that. They weren't a hip thing. Ramones or any of those things weren't really in at the time. So this guy, this really surly Polish guy who's like 1 year older than me, comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, you look like a hippie, but you wear a Ramone t-shirt." I'm like, "Yeah. Do you want to sing in my band?"
Really?
Like, yeah. Like, yeah. He's like, "Okay. Let's get in touch. Goodbye."
So random.
And then it took like nothing happened. And then it was like a year or so. And I was like kind of waiting for the call to go and rehearse those cool guys.
Yeah.
His band.
Yeah.
And then it was a show in Stockholm then. I remember the year was probably 92, I guess. There was the Ramones, Iggy Pop, and Swedish luminaries, the Nomads.
Okay.
Who I didn't know them then, but they're good friends of mine now.
Oh, nice.
They're like the Swedish garage kings, you know, like that's what they are. They're really, really good band. If you should check it out if you want to hear some cool garage songs. And they were playing. It was a huge show, but I went there alone because I had no friends who wanted to go. Nobody was interested in this kind of music, so I was just standing there, you know, outside with this kind of McDonald's. You know, straw, drinking that. And I was like really cold because my jeans were torn and I had my Ramones t-shirt and my leather jacket. But then some guys were pointing at me. I'm like, "Who are those guys?" And then somebody's like, that's going to be the singer, man. That fucking asshole over there is going to be the singer. And that was the band that this Polish guy's band. And they came over and like, "Hey, it's you talked about you. Can you sing?" It's like, "Yeah, I guess." "You guess when can you sing or not?" And then it's like I swapped telephone numbers with the bass player who's like the guy who makes stuff happen.
Yeah, okay.
And he called me up the next Friday. It's like, "Do you want to come and rehearse?" And I couldn't sing for shit. I got to be honest. Well, I think they just felt sorry for me. So
it's so wild that you got the job without even auditioning, and it's not even just like, "Do you want to be an extra in a movie?" It's like, "Do you want to be the lead for our band?" It's such a strange story.
it is weird. And I couldn't sing, man. And they were like, yeah, I guess you can stay in a way because you're kind of fun. And you know, they were a couple of years older than me, so they're like, and we like to teach you to drink.
Okay.
So they kind of taught me how to drink a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we just became very tight, and then I became a good singer, and I stuck with it. I developed a voice, I guess, and then so now I can sing punk rock. And that band, then 15 years ago, we just stopped playing.
Yeah.
And we had released a few albums and stuff, and done, but we realized it was just not going anywhere, and it just felt like we had other things to do for a while. But I was always in other bands as well. I've always been like a several band type guy.
Yeah.
But then we just realized, like, okay, the guys who have kids, their kids are grown. Us, we don't really have any other things. Should we just play a couple of shows and see what happens? And then we decided to do that, and it was really, really fun.
Awesome.
But dude, I got to tell you, going back to playing like a half an hour, 40-minute set of like super fast punk rock and hardcore, and with no breaks in between songs,
right?
40 minutes straight. That I didn't realize how hard that was when I was a young man, because I had a different type of physiology then. Right to these days, I just have to, I have to stay in shape to be able to do that. You know?
So is punk music? I mean, for you, what's the story in not just your voice of punk rock, like your writing and the story you want to convey in that, but like what element of like what is Swedish punk rock about in general? Like what is the message?
Well, the message, Swedish punk rock is usually political.
Yeah.
It's in the 70s it really became almost like an extension of an earlier kind of political music scene. It was called prog rock, but it's not progressive rock as you know it.
Yeah.
It's not like Emerson, Lake and Palmer, but it's more like protest singers, but they were like usually based on some kind of heavy blues rock.
Okay.
And then there would be political message, left wing political messages in that music, and it could be good and it could be bad. Some of the bands were really cool. Some of them were just too political and too boring to be able to exist. But the punk rock music, like when it started in Sweden, I wasn't there. Because I was only 4 years old or something in 77. 4 years old, yeah.
Got there.
So I like, it was embraced by Swedish kids, and then there were like the bands that got big were mostly politically oriented, and they had a political message, and that was cool. And then there were some other bands who were like, no, punk is about it's more of an art form, kind of. It's more of a they didn't think about it. They said let's kill every fucking artist. I hate everyone, including myself. And I just want to destroy and see what happens. Dadaism, like it felt like that,
Yeah, it's like
but
nihilism,
it was fake. It was nihilism. Yeah. We don't believe in anything.
Right, nihilist man.
Yeah, and then those were the types of. But the thing that remained was the sort of the political side. So I always listened to, when I was a kid, I listened to the Sex Pistols, British stuff, and so on and so forth. And when I was a kid, I was into that political stuff. And then I got a little older, maybe when I was like 13 years old or something, I got into the Ramones, and that kind of the American punk rock, which is it's a lot different, and it doesn't really have that political side to it in the same way. So when we started doing the Robots, then my band, it was clear that we're not going to touch politics at all. First of all, because we just differed. We had different worldviews, all of us.
Okay.
And we couldn't really get behind any political things, because Yeah, okay. I'm a Swedish guy from Södermalm. It's not going to be a huge for you. It's not going to be a huge surprise that I'm a socialist. You know, like I'm a left wing dude.
Yeah.
And not everybody in this band was.
Right.
And so I can't go like, you know, we want 8-hour work days in our punk band. You know, you know what I mean? It's not going to work. So we just sung about fucking weird shit instead.
Yeah.
And so that kind of became the tonality of that band. Like we just did a lot of songs about other stuff. And
I mean, I've seen like the album artwork. There's definitely kind of like a vibe. You know what it kind of reminds me of? I know the music's not the same, but kind of just the vibe, like the aesthetic that. Have you ever heard of Man or Astro Man?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But it's just like you kind of have yours is more kind of like a movie monster kind of thing. They do the side, you know, that's kind of the vibe that I got when I saw.
No, it's not the same kind of music, but I think that we have absolutely there's a similar aesthetic to it.
Yeah, it has similar
mindset.
Yeah. And then too, like just seeing like the stuff you draw when we were working together at the office and stuff. I mean, you definitely love. It feels like you love those kind of '60s kind of that monster stuff.
Yeah.
It seems like right up your alley.
Absolutely.
What kind of beyond the music? I mean, I think I heard Christopher saying you were working on a comic book. Is that true? Are you working on something? You're writing?
Yeah, I think I was at the time.
Yeah,
I was working on a thing that was going to be a comic book for kids, but a post-apocalyptic comic book for kids. It was going to be, and it was going to be about kids surviving in a post-apocalyptic Stockholm. So
okay.
But it never came to fruition. I had worked on it for a while, but it fell through with the contract that I had, or I didn't have a contract, and we were. So I still have all these ideas, and I still want to do it, but it's I guess it's just in cataloged right now.
Right.
You know,
right.
The idea.
Do you have, because you've written a novel too, right? That's actually been published. Yeah. Is that something that, I mean, I know you work for a game studio now, but is that something you want to pursue, you know, in the next few years, kind of your own books and your own like comic projects?
Absolutely. That I really do. I want to write more novels. I have I've got 2 novels published. One of them is available still. The other one is just like out of print. Okay. And they're both really weird, and they take place in Stockholm, and they're about dark subject matter. They're about they're about you know, insanity and mind control and psychopaths and violence and it's pretty horrible stuff, really. I don't know why I gravitate towards that, but I do, and I like writing those things, and I want to do more, but it's just not. It's not been a time, but I feel it's kind of growing inside me that I want to do it again.
I feel a lot of people. You know, I'm 45 this year, and I feel a lot of guys that I came up with in comics are, you know, we're all feeling the same. There's like we're all feeling the call, you know, to come back and do our own thing. I think maybe it's just the age, or maybe, you know, or maybe it's we look into the culture and we see like maybe the quality isn't there, and maybe we're like, maybe I can do better. I don't know what it is, but I'm talking to a lot of people and they have that same feeling right now. I think it's time to do my thing that I've been thinking about. Yeah,
but you're doing it though. I mean, you're still you're just like constantly churning out great stuff, you know.
Well, it's like I think it's one of those things that, you know, I put it away for a couple of years. I mean, I took a full break from doing my own stuff for 4 years, and when we talked a lot about my, you know, career before, which was like you were turning out a comic a month. You know, you were used to every month you had something finished, you know, and then to go into the games industry, you know, it's no knock on it. It's just not for me, but to not have anything produced in 4 years, you're like, I got to get back to making something.
Yeah,
I just don't have the patience.
I hear you. It's a frustrating ride, man.
Yeah.
Until you see things come into fruition
Yeah.
in the video game business. And usually when it finally hits the shelves, you're so sick and tired of it that you don't want to play it even.
Okay, well, actually, I have a question for you because I feel like so you wrote were you the lead writer? Did you have a team on Mad Max, the video game?
No, it was just me.
Just you.
And it was me, and we had a script doctor that worked out of Hollywood. Name escapes me right now, and I feel shitty about that. But who was good? And then, but I wrote. I wrote it.
So did you play that game after?
No, I haven't played it. It's the best game I worked on, and I'm so proud of it. And it feels like it's one of my greatest accomplishments in life. I haven't played that game.
Wow,
that's so weird.
That is really weird.
It's because if I record an album, I'll listen to it. I'm like, yeah, that came out good, or that wasn't good.
Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. I think it's just like you said. It takes 4 or 5 years, and it's like most of the time those years, it's not happy collaborating.
Right.
It's usually not really a creative good time. It's usually eliminating obstacles and finding ways around really severe problems.
Yeah.
And finding creative solutions to technical problems or financial problems or fiscal fucking problems, and those things. It's like after you're done with it after 5 years, you're so sick and tired of the entire process that you don't want to see it again. Whereas, like writing a book, you wrote it and then you rewrite it and you write it again, and then it gets sent to the press, and finally you get a book, and it's the greatest accomplishment. You can open it anywhere, and it's like it's a real book, and it's my words inside. It's cool. You want to hang out with that thing, but And recording an album is the same thing. It's like you're in the studio and you're singing and you're having a good time, and then goes away to the presses and comes back, and it's a real, well, back in those days, a real, CD or vinyl record, and you feel a sense of accomplishment, and you listen to it, and you're like, that came out more or less good or whatever. But the video games, it's just like, it feels like you're going to see all the glaring shit that nobody else is going to notice, but you will,
Yeah, and it's I know when we've talked too, you kind of talked about how you're kind of on your own a little bit too, like because especially with Mad Max, like you were the only writer. That's wild. Like that's it's like when we got to work together, it was me, you, and Lonnie. We just got to hang out, and that's I mean that's the fun stuff, right? Where we just get to create and especially when, like, I feel like you and I have such a good chemistry creatively, like, you have like such crazy wild ideas that are so inspiring, and then I take them and I try to patch them together, and that process was so fun. That's the stuff that, I feel like the games industry really needs to learn how to embrace that a little bit more, and just be like, let's put Odd in the room with one of the artists and one of the designers, and just let them, and like kind of embrace that a bit more, especially in the early stages when you're trying to kind of create this creative language that everyone's going to be using in the years to come.
And that's the way it works the best. I mean, that's the way it has been done. Like for me, it's always been development process of video games. Like the most commonly used tool in creating the really cool shit is the humble whiteboard. Like that's where the magic happens. You're in a room and you're like, and you draw something that if somebody else looks at it that wasn't in the room while you were talking and drawing, they're just gonna think somebody escaped from an insane asylum and just scribbled something there. But if everybody in the room while you're talking and drawing understands exactly what's there, and the whiteboard sessions for me are like those are like, that's where the magic absolutely happens to me. A collaborative effort of different minds, different mindsets, and also everybody has their own opinions and ways of solving stuff, and everybody can raise also if there's more than one discipline involved, everybody can raise concerns about whether or not it's possible to do it because of so and so and so.
Right.
You know, so it's that to me is like that's the holy place.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and that magic too, where it's so nice when you can have like a room full of people that they're there to share their ideas, but then go like, oh, I know Odd is going to take this in a way funnier or way darker place, and to like just have the humility to say like, I want this idea to go out and then come back better. And when you can get that cool vibe where it's everyone's working together to make that story or that concept better, it's like, yeah, it's a cool magic. I love when that can happen. We can meet the right people. I feel like you should write a comic book, man. I feel like,
dude, I really want to. It's one of my kind of, I guess it's a bucket list item if you use that terminology. But to me, it's like, it's daunting because it's I would say that it's the medium that I respect the most is comic books.
Yeah.
That's it's a little bit of a like, do I dare to do it? You know, like, can I really go in here? It's like, or am I going to get burned to death by?
Well, it's like that's always a possibility in the comic book industry.
Yeah. So it's like, but it's one of the things that I really, really want to do that I haven't done. Yeah. You know, I've tried my hand at it, but I've never seen it. Never seen anything published, really.
Well, I wonder if like, I'd love to introduce you to some artists, because the thing that you're talking about, that I think one of the misconception, or not a misconception, it does happen quite often, but like you kind of write a script and then you go, oh, maybe this guy would like to draw it for me. But I find, at least in my experience, and also having worked alongside you, that like you really like that. It is like being in a band. The similarities are like, I bring it up all the time. It's like, it really is. It's when you come in as equal partners and you both have a similar vibe, you like the same things, then that comic book becomes like this pairing of two people, which it should be, unless it's a writer artist who does it themselves. But it really is like what the writer loves, what the artist loves, and then you guys just kind of talk and make it together. Yeah, I think it'd be interesting just to sit you in a room with somebody who likes that stuff, that the same kind of vibe, and the, you know, the dark comedy. That's kind of where I feel like the sinister dark comedy. I feel like that's kind of I your head is a little bit. But I think it'd be interesting.
You're correct.
Yeah,
you're correct. Hey, I got to ask you. You mentioned being in a band, and I've seen pictures of you playing the drums.
Yep.
Is that a thing? Like,
I was in a band. We weren't very good.
Right.
I was the drummer. What were we called? I can't even remember what we're called now. Gray something. Oh, it was funny because it was like me and a guy I did comics with, Tyler, and then our friend Ryan. But like me and Tyler were both 40 in our early 40s, and we had kids. And so the joke was, the name I remember the band being was Dad Bod, but that wasn't the actual name of the band. that's what the wives called it.
It's a really good band name, though.
It's a great. We should have gone with it, because I think we took ourselves a little too seriously. But yeah, I mean, I played music my whole life. You know, I grew up. My family's very. You know, I come from a conservative Christian home, and I mean, Christians are always singing, right? They sing all the time. They're singing at church or singing at home, and also my family, even though like I'm not really that, but it was a Mennonite family, which probably doesn't mean anything, but
I know what it is. Yeah.
I mean, you would know what it is, of course, but yes, but they're very very musical. Like they I remember growing up, being really young, and it didn't matter who it was, aunts, uncles, grandparents, grandkids, when they would sing, everyone knew the harmonies, and like, you know, like a cappella. It was always amazing music around me. And my dad's is an accomplished piano player, and it was just around me all the time. So I grew up with it, and I played guitar in high school and stuff like that. I was in a band called Gargamel Jones. I feel like you would like that name for some reason.
What was the name again?
Gargamel Jones. I don't.
Gargamel, as the Smurfs wizard, like that guy. Yeah, that's a really cool name, man.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that. But yeah, I mean,
is he a wizard though? No, he's just like is he a scientist?
He's like an alchemist, I think. He's always brewing
an
potions.
Alchemist.
I think so. Yeah.
He's an alchemist
with his cat Azrael, which is like a demon's name, is it not?
It's really cool. Azrael, the Angel of Death.
It's a wild. Is it Belgian Smurfs?
I guess.
I
Yeah,
feel
I think
like
they
it
are.
is. So weird.
Most of the best, like the best kids comics from that, like from the 60s, 70s, they
Yeah.
came from Belgium.
Were you a Tintin fan? Because there's that shop here in
Yeah.
Gamla that has it's all Tintin. It's a beautiful shop.
Yeah. No, I was a fan of that. I really was a fan of Tintin, but I was gravitating more towards Spirou, if you're familiar with that.
I know the name. Why?
And it's about this. It's a similar type of guy. He's not a journalist. He's just a guy who gets involved and
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
But the weird thing about him is that he always wears this kind of bellboy costume. So he's a grown man, and he has a friend who's a journalist in Sweden. He was called Nicke. I don't know what his name is in Belgium.
Okay.
And then they had this weird marsupial cat, Marsupilami, which had it was like a dotted monkey, like a yellow and black dotted monkey.
Yeah. Okay.
With a super long tail.
Yeah, I think I've seen. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a monkey, but it's a marsupial
Some creature.
monkey.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's some kind of creature.
Yeah.
And and also they had a squirrel, and then some other characters that were like reoccurring, and they were best friends with an old scientist called Baron or the Count of Champignac. And he was the count of this small little village, quaint village in Belgium. Memory lane.
And it was a kid's comic.
It was a kid's comic, but it when you read it now, you see it was pretty clever. When you look back at it, it's like they had a lot of cool.
Yeah.
And there was a bunch of social commentary in there. Around, especially if I remember correctly, around the phenomenon of banana republics and those kinds of things.
Really?
And also a lot of the things about former Nazis. Like there was a vibe in that comic.
Interesting.
About these sort of surviving elements of European Nazism ending up in South America and stuff like that. And that
Really?
It was quite cleverly hidden, but it was there.
Interesting. Yeah, it's funny that the stuff that you look back when you read when you were a kid, you miss all of the context.
Yeah.
and it's cool when you can find stuff that as you age through each generation, 20, 30, 40, you see it differently. Like I feel that way. This is kind of off topic, but I feel like Princess Bride is that movie. Princess Bride starts as it's like the fun adventure movie with a big giant and then when you get to be a teenager, it's about the romance, and then you're in your 20s, and it's about kind of like the kind of the humor, and then you get older, and it's like it's actually like all this kind of geopolitical humor as well, and it's like it just kind of it hits at these different things, and I love that. I love fiction.
When it hits the strides of your life.
Yeah,
and there's a place for every part of your becoming an adult kind of thing.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's very true. Some movies are like that. I want to say, when I was a kid, when you're like 5 and you're watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it's all about the fun.
That was your growing up, was it?
And then when you're like 10, you start understanding like you say, the geopolitical aspects.
Right.
And then when you're 15, it's all about the romance.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
No, I didn't watch that film when I was 5.
I was gonna say that would also explain a lot, actually. All right, man, dude. That the hour has come and gone.
Oh wow,
dude,
fast,
dude, so fast, man. But I'm just gonna say it on the air. We can talk a bit after too, but. Yeah, we got to hang out. Let's go meet up at Shannon's studio and
let's do that. It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah.
Hey, what's that thing in the background? Is that like a skeleton? An animated skeleton?
Well, so like here, if you see, there's like there's a bright light.
Yeah.
So I covered it up with the.
I see.
With Merk Borg. Dark Castle, as you know, in Swedish.
Yeah.
Have you heard of this?
No.
But
I love it.
These guys.
I don't even know what it is.
These guys are a Stockholm-based conglomerate. So they publish through Free League. who are doing amazing role-playing game stuff right now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they're called the Stockholm Cartel.
All right. Okay. Cool.
And they're doing a bunch of like open sourcing it. They're letting people. They put out kickstarted a metal album that was inspired by the kind of the aesthetics and vibe of this role playing game. That's what this is a role playing game.
That's so cool.
So yeah, I think
And I love like that's one of my things. Like one of the you have your childhood favorite things. You have like I said, Frankenstein and the Mummy.
Right.
Animated skeletons with swords and shields. That was one of my like.
That was your jam.
Oh, I go crazy for it. And I remember seeing it. They would show those Ray Harryhausen movies on TV.
Oh yeah.
In when you had sportlov in Sweden. I don't know what that is. And
I think it's just spring break.
Spring break or something like that. But and they would show these things in the afternoons, the, like old '60s. Weird movies.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I remember them showing the Ray Harryhausen movies and the skeleton fight from Jason and the Argonauts. I was like, I wanted to become a skeleton myself. Almost.
That's the dream. That's the dream. When you get there, you can retire, man. You've done it. All right, man. We'll hop off. We can chat a bit after, but thanks so much for doing this, man. And
absolutely. Thank you, man. Thank you for listening to this weird stuff.
No, man. It was a good time. All right.
Yeah.
All right, here we are. We are at guest number 2 today. Yes, that is right. Guest number 2. Welcome to the second day of the Campfire Stories convention, where we're talking with a bunch of really cool people from all different types of disciplines. We have Trevor here today, and if you guys want to have questions for him, you can go into the Discord. The link is in the description of the video. Go there and drop your questions in. We'll try to jam him in at the end if we don't talk over, which has happened every single time. So we'll try to remember. Trevor Duvall is. We got to meet, I think, around 2019 when we were working on Hive Busters and for Gears 5, and that was a wild time, which we can talk about a little bit because it's kind of the reason I went to Stockholm, but we'll get around to it. Trevor is an amazing storyteller, and he has his own channel, Me, Myself, and Die. But why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are, what you're up to, and then we'll get into the conversation.
Sure. Well, I'm Trevor Duvall. I'm a professional voice actor. I've been voicing cartoons and video games for 25 years. I'm Dookie on Johnny Test. I'm Emperor Palpatine on all the Lego Star Wars stuff. I'm Rocket Raccoon on Guardians of the Galaxy, and a bunch of characters on My Little Pony.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've got something like 300 credits or 250 credits or something listed. So I've been at it a while, but my true passion, which I finally revealed to the world in 2019, was gaming, and not video gaming, but role playing. Because I've been playing like basically D&D and its derivatives since I was, 6-7 years old back in '79. So I've been at it a long time. Yeah. And I never talked about it in public because when I was growing up in the '80s, you didn't talk about it.
No.
That was not cool back then. So if you ever wanted to kiss a girl, you did not tell them that you played role-playing games. Yeah. So obviously it's a very different world today. But, so I started the channel Me, Myself, and Die in 2019, which was me solo role-playing, which is just me playing a game by myself and playing all the characters and taking the role of GM and player and improvising the events based on the outcome of the die rolls. And it took off, and I've been in it 4 years, and we're past 30,000 subscribers now, and onwards and upwards. So it's been great. Yeah, it's been really cool to see it. And, even it's funny because I've watched the show with my daughter, and because you're doing all the characters. She's a bit of a little an actor herself, so she loves watching what you're doing. And so I think it has this wide appeal that maybe people wouldn't expect, because you're just, at the end of the day, you're just telling stories. Basically, basically through the structure of the game. And it's funny because I have a very strong opinion on that word story as it relates to role-playing games, and I know that the whole purpose of this whole convention is the importance of story. Right. But ironically, I feel that pursuing a story for story's sake in a role-playing game is not the best way to utilize the role-playing game. Story is something in a role-playing game that's far best served if it emerges out of the gameplay rather than if it's imposed on the gameplay. You know what I mean? Absolutely. In fact, let's get into that, because that is, we were talking a little bit before about that. I've really changed the way I've run games after watching your show about it becoming more conversational and letting the story emerge without, you come in with a bit of a character idea and then you write some notes that are tags that you can come up with later, but then you fill it all in as you're playing. And I find it's such a different way of doing it. And yeah, I definitely got inspired by you kind of playing all your characters and doing all your own stories. Where did the seed for that come from you? Like, did you, obviously when you were younger, you played the standard D&D games, but where did you start to have this new sense for, I think there's a different way to do it that's more interesting? Wow. Well, there's a few moments that happened. I started out, I'm mostly a GM. I'm mostly a games master. I don't play as much as I GM. Frankly, I'm a much better GM than I am a player. Same, man. Same. But I've done that mostly over the years. So I suffered from storyitis. I suffered from one true wayism. I suffered from epic. I'm going to tell my players a story. I'm going to lead them through a pre-designed epic story, because most of us start that way. Yeah. Right? We think, but while I had great experiences in that, I also had terrible experiences in that. And the reason is because the way the game works, it's designed to facilitate player agency. The player characters have to feel like their choices that they make have an impact on the world. Yeah. If they don't have any impact, if their choices don't change the outcome of events, then they're just pawns in someone else's story. Right. And that's no bueno. You're being railroaded. You're being led by the nose down this predetermined path. And that's while the path can be great and interesting and everything, it's still not as it's still typically not as satisfying as something that you help create yourself as a player, as part of a team of players at the table, right?
Yeah.
So that at the end of the campaign, you can say, "Oh man, if we hadn't done this, that thing would have never have happened."
Right.
And the GM, if he's being honest and has honestly allowed those storylines to emerge, he will be just as excited and surprised by the outcome of the story. And that was the moment for me. The moment I realized I didn't want to know the end. Because, I had started off by running these great campaigns where it was, okay, and then this happens, and then and that's going to lead them to here. And then they're going to choose to do this because, of course, players always do what you expect them to do. And then this is going to wind up here. And at the end, there's going to be this massive set-piece battle where this is going to happen and these revelations will happen. And I realized this is probably in the mid-90s some point, maybe even later than that. I realized it was like a light bulb went on, and I went, I'm so bored with that. I'm so bored with knowing how it ends. I don't want to know how it ends. I want them to tell me how it ends.
Yeah, totally.
So that was the moment.
Yeah, it's funny because I struggled with it for a while, because I still do sometimes, I suppose, but I don't want my players to feel like, I think he's just making this shit up as he goes. But then as I've really gone into that, they actually like it. They're like, we're all in this together. We don't know what's over the horizon. Let's find out together. And that was a worry of mine, because you want to be like, I'm a writer. I'm going to tell them these grand stories. But it is true. The more you lean into it, the more,
I think that's absolutely true. But I think that both things are kind of true at once, because as a GM, you do want to have a super solid, in my opinion, of course, everybody's got their own version. But in my estimation, the goal of a GM is to know the world. To know the world and the NPCs and how they might react, and to be consistent in that, so that the players know that, maybe the specific details of the outcomes aren't predetermined, but I know if I go and talk to that NPC that we talked to 3 sessions ago, we know what his agenda is, we know what his personality is, we know what his triggers are. That's going to remain unless we actively try and change that.
Right.
So that kind of consistency, I still want to feel like I'm in the hands of someone who knows what's going on, just not someone who's telling me what to do. Yeah,
that's a great point. It's funny too, because the players are they right away will call out when you have created an inconsistency. Wasn't that character this last time? You're like, I didn't write that one down. So let's go back a little bit. You're a fellow Canadian. You live in the States now, but you're from Edmonton, correct? Is that where you grew up? Yeah. What was that as a I would say you're a prairie kid. I mean, Edmonton's a city, sure, but we're both prairie kids. I'm from Saskatchewan. So where did this all start for you as like a storyteller? Obviously morphed into like acting and all this, but where did that really begin for you?
I think that my voice career started at the exact same time as my love of games did, because when I discovered D&D and I was run through the village of Hamlet as one player, I was the only player.
Nice.
And the GM was this guy named Jason Peters, lived down the street from me, and he introduced me to the AD&D Player's Handbook, and I made a paladin, called him Black Jay, because I didn't know what to call him, so we picked a name from the village of Hamlet, where I was playing, and I was instantly transported, like 7, 8 years old, whatever I was.
Wow.
I was instantly transported to this magical realm where, oh my God, there I was. And I was a huge fan of Lord of the Rings. My sister used to read it to me when I was a kid. So I was well versed in that whole thing.
Yeah.
So fantasy was my jam. But I always had a penchant for doing voices. And even when I would play with like action figures, I would give them all little voices and I would differentiate the voices and stuff. So that just came naturally to me. I think I came out of the womb talking in different, voices. But it didn't occur to me to be a career until much, much, much later, because my flair for the dramatic brought me into the world of acting and eventually directing. And for a long time, I was a theater director, and then I was a filmmaker. And when I moved to Vancouver in '98, I fell backwards into the voice world because I didn't even know that was a job. I didn't know that providing voiceover was actually an opportunity. I mean, obviously, you think about it in hindsight, well, of course it is. The voices for the animated characters got to come from somewhere, but I didn't stop to consider that.
Yeah.
So I fell backwards into it, and then I was off to the races for 25 years. But my love of gaming never changed, and it was always interchangeable. So my friends to this day will tell me that, they'll be watching a show, their kids will be watching a show or something, and they'll hear a voice and they'll go, wait a minute, that was that town guard we had to bribe to get to the tower in that one adventure. You know what I mean? So they know all my tricks, right?
That's amazing.
And so they'll hear the voices I did in the game, and they'll go, "Oh, right, I remember that guy."
That's wonderful. That's so okay. So yeah, you fell into it. You lived in Vancouver. Why did you move to Vancouver? What was there? Like you were just theater directing. That was kind of the move.
I had started to make films in Edmonton, and there was no infrastructure and no opportunity. But in Vancouver, that was the crazy busy time of Vancouver. That was the height of that was in the days of the X-Files and stuff when tons were going on. And I had a friend who was a location manager there, and I went to stay with him for 3 weeks just to check out the scene. And in that 3 weeks, I wound up getting an apartment and an agent, and it all just happened at once. And I moved in 98. I started working for my agent in the office, actually, within the first few months, which was the most invaluable experience an actor could have. Because when you, as an actor, see how the business works from the other side, that gives you a big leg up because you see how it works, right? Most actors don't have that perspective. So that was a massive boon. And then in 2000, I auditioned for my first voice job, and I basically got it, and that was that. So I went to Vancouver to become a filmmaker, though. That was the thing. I was going to continue making films, and I did. I made a film called The Plaids, which was a short film that aired on the Comedy Network and on the Space Station in Toronto and stuff. So that was cool. We won some awards for it and everything. That was cool. But then I fell into voice work, and I sort of never looked back. And I moved to LA in 2013, not out of any desire to do so, but because, again, there was this confluence of events. The stars aligned, and there was this opportunity where basically I got invited to go down. And all my friends said to me, "Dude, nobody gets invited to go down. You have to take it." And I was like, "All right, I'll go down for a year, and I'll do a radio commercial, and I'll maybe do like a guest spot in a Disney princess show, and then I'll go home, and then I can say I lived in LA, big deal." Well, within 6 months, I was on F is for Family, and I was on Guardians of the Galaxy, and it took off. So I was very, very fortunate to have those confluence of events. And then I was in LA for 8 years until the pandemic, when we said sayonara and moved out to Texas in 2021, and here I stay. Here I make my stand.
Yeah, we were talking a bit about it before. I mean, when you were looking at moving, was there any other? Did you ever think about going back to Canada, or were you just like, no way?
No,
those days are over.
Maybe one day we'll go back. Yeah. But right now, it's hard to imagine the circumstances under which I would be lured back to my homeland. Because my homeland right now is not very appealing to me for numerous reasons.
Yeah, well, we could do that one off air because we went back this summer too. We're like, it's nice to see everybody, but
but it's a pretty big but.
Yeah. So you landed all those gigs at F is for Family, and you're living in LA. I mean, how did that all happen? Was it just doing auditions? Did you know people?
No. No, how it happened, this is so dumb. This story, no one has this story. It's too unbelievable. Basically, I was on Johnny Test playing Dookie, and the creator of Johnny Test, Scott Fellows, he also did a show called Big Time Rush, which was a Nickelodeon show that they did in Burbank, in LA. And they were doing a movie, the Big Time Rush movie, and he needed a villain. He needed a bad guy, because in the movie, it was kind of like a James Bond spoof. The kids go to England, and they run into this supervillain wearing a white suit, stroking a cat the whole bit, and he wanted me to play that. And I said, Scott, I'm more of a face for radio type. I don't really do the on camera. And he said, oh my God, no, you'll be perfect. So he put me in this movie. It was the best experience ever. It was just magical. And after that, he said to me, oh my God, you were so funny in this thing. I got to introduce you to the executives down there. They're going to love you. I'm like, yeah, okay, Mr. Hollywood producer, you do that. I'll be holding my breath.
Yeah, totally.
A week later, I get an email from him saying, well, I got a meeting with the head of casting at Nickelodeon for you. Just go down and tell him I sent you. I was like, what? I said, I can't work in the States, right? He said, we'll figure it out. I'm like, okay. So I had no desire to go to the States. Zero. I had a great career in Vancouver. I was doing fine.
Yeah.
And I was one of the top dogs in Vancouver, right? I was one of the voice guys, right? It was fantastic. There was like 30 of us that did everything. It was wonderful.
Yeah.
But I thought, okay, well, I'll go down. I knew David Kay. He was an expat as well, who was down there doing very well. And I knew James Arnold Taylor, who's the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi on Clone Wars. But he was also Johnny on Johnny Test, so I knew him. But that was it. I knew nobody else. So I went down just to check it out, and I had these meetings with casting directors and agents, and basically they all said, we'll help you get your green card. Just tell us what you need, and then come down and we'll put you to work. And I was like, I still didn't believe it. I was like, no.
Doesn't work like that.
It's too good to be true.
Yeah.
And even when I moved down, oh my God, man. Even when I moved down, I had signed with one agency. It was one of the big three, but I didn't like them. I didn't like how they were doing things. So I had a meeting with Andrea Romano, who happens to be like one of the preeminent voice directors of all time. But I knew her from Tom and Jerry, and a friend of mine was good friends with her. So we said, oh, I'll set up a coffee. So she calls and says, hey, I'm just at the Warner Brothers lot. Do you want to come down and meet at the Starbucks? I said, yeah, sure. So like nothing, I go down to have coffee with Andrea Romano. And in the voice world, this is like saying, oh, you're just going to have a drink with Mel Blanc, right? It's no big deal. Just whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting with Andrea Romano, and she says to me, you're wasting your time with this agency. Here's the name of an agency that you should be with. They're going to love you. I'm going to call them and tell them that they should talk to you. I went, okay. Had no idea that this is not a thing that happens. I get a panicked phone call from this other agency, SBV, who I'm with now. I've been with ever since. And they said, yeah, Trevor, we just got a call from Andrea Romano saying that we need to talk to you. Can you come in now? Can you come in right now and maybe sign with us? It was basically like that. I said, what? They said, that never happens. I said, okay. So I went in, I signed, and within about a month or so, I was working. So it was again, hugely fortuitous set of circumstances. So I drew the golden ticket. What can I tell you?
It's amazing, though. I mean, if when you look back when you were younger, I mean, you can never predict these things, I suppose. But like, was that something in your mind? Like, when I get old, I'm gonna move down to LA, and no, this is just totally out of left field.
Totally. And like I said, I was anti-LA. I was like, to hell with LA. I don't want nothing to do with that garbage. LA is all this. LA is all that. I'd never been there, but I had all these
ideas. Yeah.
But I think probably the best part of the whole story is that a couple years in on Guardians, I had this idea for an episode, and I sat down with Harrison Wilcox, who was the head honcho of the show at the time in Marvel. And I said, I got this idea for this episode. And so I pitched him the idea, and he said, that's great. Do you want to write it? And I said, write it. No, I just want to watch it. You guys, you're right. But he said, but you want to write? You should write this for us. And I'm like, what writing? It's a cartoon. What are you talking about? So he said, well, I'll tell you what. Let's get you to write this episode, but let's start you off first. Do you want to write an Avengers episode or a couple of Avengers episodes for us? I'm like, okay.
Wow.
Again, that's not how this is supposed to happen. You're supposed to be spending years and years and years of throwing scripts and knocking on doors. This, I just walked into a Thai restaurant with this guy and said, I got this idea about this episode. And there it was. I was next thing I know, I was a writer.
Did you do any writing before that, even just for yourself? Like, you did film. Were you directing, or were you writing as well?
I did. Yeah, both. I had done a couple of like fairly big shows. I did a very, very big show it ran for 4 years in Western Canada called the Back Kitchen Release Party, which was a play about this band from Newfoundland that has to gig their way across the country to go to a wake. So that did very, very well. I wrote that. I'd written the Plaids, that film I'd done before. So I was no stranger to writing, but at the same time, I wouldn't have called myself a professional writer by any stretch of the imagination. And so it was funny, when I sat down to write my first Avengers episode, I knew nothing about the Avengers. I didn't know who Black Panther was. I didn't know who any of these people were. I was like, okay, I guess I got to Google who the hell, Falcon is. And
look on the Wikipedia.
Right. So I wound up writing these episodes, and they were like, great, you want to do another one? Okay. And the next thing you know, there it was. So that was that was pretty cool.
So that I'm curious, the play about the band traveling across to Newfoundland. What was that? Where did this come from? Tell me a little about that.
I have always been a player of like Irish music. I'm big into Irish folk and like rebel songs and such like that. I love that kind of music. I've been singing it all my life. And so Newfoundland is kind of like Canada's Ireland in a way. It's like Little Ireland. And in the way that Nova Scotia is a little bit like Little Scotland. Yeah. I guess it's literally the name, Nova Scotia, New Scotland. But,
we just clued into that right now, live.
But so I was sort of always really enamored with Newfie society as well. And I'd been there a number of times, and I just fell in love with it. I fell in love with the people and the culture and the music especially. And like all the old sailing songs and the songs about the sea that always spoke to my heart. I always felt like I was an honorary Newfie, right? So one year we had this opportunity to do a show. We didn't know what to do it about, and we decided, well, what if we did like kind of like a Spinal Tap, a play that's kind of like Spinal Tap, where it's like a documentary about this band. And so the idea just developed, well, what if they were this band from Newfoundland? And what if they had to go across the country? And of course, the big reveal was, what if they were going across the country, they hadn't played together in 5 years, and there was all these tensions between them. They broke up for a reason. We'll find out what that is in the show. And they're going across the country to Vancouver to play a wake for Kate, who was the founding member of the band. She was from Vancouver, but she moved to Newfoundland, and she started this band, and so we all have this thing. But through the entire show, there's this whole conversation about Kate and what she meant to them, and the fact that they're going across the country to play this wake for this beloved person, their founder. And the whole time, Ned was the character I played. He's always talking to this one band member, but no one else ever actually talks to this band member. And of course, at the very end, you realize that was Kate the whole time. The spirit of Kate was with him the entire time. The whole thing was about him needing to go across to say goodbye to her finally, to let her go, right?
Yeah.
So, and all of the songs were kind of thematically related to that. Like the main song was called "The Betsy May," which was a song about having this sailing ship that they have, this fishing boat that just they can't keep it afloat, kind of thing. So they have to finally let her go, just let her sink to the bottom. So the whole thing was about that. Wow. The whole play was about the idea that you have to accept, and move on, right? So,
that sounds amazing.
Yeah, well, we did very well. Like I said, we got picked up by the Arts Club Theatre in Vancouver, and we toured with it for a while, and we did all kinds of local shows and stuff. And yeah, it was cool. 4 years we ran that show, so I guess it was a success.
What was the music kind of written original for this play, and
yep,
what was that? I would love to hear that. Like, are you a musician? Do you also play?
That's a very strong word for what I do. But,
okay. Do you attempt?
I do. I play the guitar, although, like I said, I'm a party guitarsman. I'm the guy with the guitar around the campfire.
Yeah.
But, we had all of our cast members were all musicians. They had to be because we were going to be a band.
Yeah.
We had this wonderful music coordinator, Allison Jenkins, who was just a musical genius, and she, as well as our director Don, they really coordinated the music. So I only wrote, I think, one song in the show. My thing was about the story. My thing was about writing the characters in the story. But I kind of left the music to them, and it turned out great. So we had all kinds of band rehearsals and stuff, and it turned out so well, as a matter of fact, that after the show was over, people would come up to us and say, "Hey, do you guys want to play at this event?" And we're like, okay. So we wound up playing all these paid gigs as the back kitchen. So it was just like Spinal Tap. We weren't really...
That's amazing.
From this. And the best part is the newfies in the audience. They would come up to us and go, "Geez, by gum, I haven't heard any kind of music like that in a long time. Which part of the rock are you from?" And I would say, "Well, I'm from the Edmonton part of the rock." And they go, "Oh, geez, you sure fooled me, you know." But they loved it. They were just over the moon that somebody was sort of celebrating their culture without mocking it, you know? So it was just wonderful. We had Newfoundlanders come up to us with tears in their eyes saying, "Oh, I haven't been home in like 10 years. This is the first time I've heard those old music and songs and such." And it was just awesome. It was just awesome.
I love hearing stuff like that, and I especially love how it sounds like it was a real. We were talking before too, but the call we started was this collaborative, you know, like that magic that can happen, and it's like that's what it sounds like. You know, when you're working in the corporate gigs, that doesn't exist, but this is so raw, and you guys are all making this together at the same time. I love that, man. That's really cool. Do you ever miss those? Do you ever miss doing like theater and stuff like that?
I miss the music. I certainly miss playing music. I haven't played music in a long, long time. I had an idea, and I still might do this. I had an idea. There's a couple of Irish pubs down in downtown San Antonio where I live. And I had this idea of going in, and, you know, they're all playing country music and stuff. But I wanted to go in and be like, "All right, here's the deal, see. You guys are playing garbage music, but I can play the real thing for you. So give me like an open mic for an hour on Wednesday night, and we'll see if the people like it. And if they do, I'll come back and sing some more for you." And then become like this, you know, totally play the role of this displaced Irishman who's playing all these rebel songs, right? I still might.
That'd be amazing. You should. I mean, have you ever thought about incorporating music into your? We can get into your live show that you're doing and talk a little bit about that with Me, Myself, and Di. Would you ever do something like that, or do you find that's a little too much?
That there are certain disciplines that I don't want to mix. Music is hugely important for the show, but I try and leave that to the professionals. Like I hired out a bunch of composers to do original music for my show.
Yeah.
I've got some music coming back from. I've got a guy in Poland right now who's just done fantastic work for me.
Nice.
So yeah, music is just it's so important. It's so powerful, right? It can really shape a scene. It can really tell the story in so many ways that words can't.
Yeah, I mean, I told this in one of my talks yesterday, but when we were starting on this new indie game, it was going to be a comic book, and I had a friend of mine who just recommended that. Well, he's actually Irish. This an Irish musician who lives in Liverpool with another friend, and they had heard about what we were doing with this Fast Vision, and they were really inspired by it. And so I showed him what me and my friend Rock were working on. It was going to be a comic at the time, and then they saw the characters in the world, this Bronze Age sci-fi thing, and they were like, "Can we write music in this world?" And I was like, yeah, well, sure. And then that collaboration has led us to go, let's just make an indie game out of it. Let's marry all the writing, the art, and the music. And man, it's cool when that kind of stuff can happen. So my question to you, when you're looking for musicians for Me, Myself, and Die, obviously each season has a little bit of different tone and theme to it. What are you looking for? Is it kind of a conversation for a while, or do you hear musicians you like? What's that process like for you?
So I will be inspired by a piece of music that I hear from virtually any source. It could be a soundtrack to a movie or something, or for season 3, which was kind of the piratey season. There was I was watching Black Sails at the time, so I wanted the feel of that kind of driving main theme. But also at exactly the same time in a video game trailer, I had heard a song that they used by a band called the Devil's Motorcycle Gang or something like that, or Beat the Devil's Tattoo. That was the name of the song, Beat the Devil's Tattoo. And there was something about the quality of this music that I took those two pieces and I sent it to my guy and I said, give me a theme with these. And he did. And he sent it back to me and I went, oh my God, that's so awesome. Now, just in this middle section, maybe give a little more percussion here, blah, blah, blah. And I just give him and then he gave me the thing. But typically what I'll do is I will send an inspiration file to my composer. I'll say, here's 4 sections of different pieces of music that I want you to try and find the essence of and blend them together into a theme and see what you can do. And it's funny because I'll do that with multiple composers and they'll all come back with different versions.
Oh, interesting.
Cool. Yeah.
Interesting. So I guess, because you're probably planning the show a bit and then you haven't shot anything at that point, probably at that point. Right. Can you talk a little bit about the process of Me, Myself, and Die? And first of all, tell me a little bit about where the idea came from, and then what the growth and how it's evolved over the last couple of years.
So Me, Myself, and Die started off as a joke. It started off as, haha, wouldn't it be funny if I did this thing? Me and Will Friedle, who was the voice of Star-Lord on Guardians with us, famous Hollywood actor guy, great guy. I love him like a brother. We wanted to do. We had a potential agreement with a very large RPG company that shall remain nameless, but they were interested in producing at that time something. This was in 2018. They were interested in sort of, getting on the Critical Role bandwagon, right? In terms of we should do something like that because look how popular this is getting. Little did anyone know how huge it would become.
Yeah.
Incidentally, I remember having lunch with Matt Mercer, basically in the first week he was doing Critical Role, and because I just got to town, and I said, "I heard you're GM. I'd love to play. I'd love to run a game with you." And he said, "Well, I'm kind of in the middle of this thing right now, but we'll talk when it's done."
When it's
there
done,
was. I could have been on the ground floor of that, and I missed it. Anyway,
so close. That's the one time your golden ticket didn't pay off.
That's exactly. Just missed that brass ring a little bit, but anyway, so. The project that we were going to do didn't work because of scheduling, and it became very frustrating over the next year to try and make scheduling work. But of course, trying to wrangle a bunch of professional voice actors is like herding cats. Yeah. Good luck finding one spot where they can all get together. And so finally we realized this isn't going to work. But I thought, you know what? I don't need anybody. I can do this myself. I'm going to do a show where I play a role-playing game, but it's just me. I'm going to run myself through the game. I'm going to play all the characters. I'm going to be GM and player. And how I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it with a little tool that I've known about for many years called the Mythic GM Emulator. And that had been around for a long time, but I had used it in the past to help flesh out adventures or stuff, or use it as like an idea generator in the middle of a session I was running to go, well, I'm not exactly sure what this would be. So how the Oracle works is that basically you can ask it the same kind of questions you would ask a GM, right? So is the door locked? Well, you can determine that. How many orcs are in the room? You can determine that. What is the meaning of this strange writing on the wall? You can ask it that. And what it's going to do, it's going to respond with idea prompts that you then take and go, oh, that makes me think of this, and boom. So it's a way to improvise things on the fly, but it's structured and it's controlled based on the rules that Mythic gives you. So essentially what I was doing in the show was I was playing Savage Worlds, which is a role-playing game system, but I was using I was using Savage World structure to act for the mechanics of the game, and Mythic for the mechanics of the GM, essentially. And that's how it happened. And I had no idea if it was going to work. I said I bought these cameras from my buddy. And the other thing I knew I was going to do is I didn't want to be a talking head with a Roll20 screen. I didn't want to do what everybody else was doing. I wanted to do it like a Hollywood production. So that meant 6 cameras to start. I'm up to like 11 now. But
whoa, 11! Oh, wow.
6 cameras, and I wouldn't do it live. I would fully produce it. I would have music and sound effects and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, it would just be me playing this game. And so I did the first episode, and I went, oh, I think I got something here.
Nice.
And I showed it to some of my gamer friends, and they went, I think you got something there.
Yeah.
So I put it up on YouTube, and I said, let's see what this does.
Yeah. And
that's what it did. It took off. But the funny thing is, I thought I was doing something wholly unheard of and unique. Look at me playing by myself. Oh. And out of the woodwork come all of these solo role players.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of such a thing.
Yeah.
My first thought was, get some friends. What's the matter with you? But then when you hear all the reasons why these people play solo, there's a million reasons. A lot of them are, I live far away and I don't have a group, and or I don't have time because of this. So this is the thing, this solo role play. And because the pandemic hit 6 months after I started the show, suddenly solo role playing became the thing. So I was kind of propelled up that way. Oh my God, if you want to know how to solo role play, go watch me, myself, and die. Yeah. So that I was really boosted by those negative world events, you know.
Everyone else didn't get a golden ticket. You got another one.
I got another.
That's awesome, man. It is like, it's such a clever idea, and it's, I mean, it would feel a little, for me anyway, a little daunting, because you have to keep that energy up. And I mean, you obviously have the personality for that. Do you find, are there times when you're doing it where it's like there's a real struggle to kind of get through the story, or is it pretty naturally flowing as you're in it? Because I mean, obviously we see the edited version.
Right.
What is the process when you sit down to record, and what don't we see?
So that's a very common question I get. Like, how much? Okay, but how much are you sitting there going, "Oh, what does this mean? What could this mean?" So that does happen occasionally, but it's rare, because most of the time I treat the story, I treat the game as I would exactly if I was running it at the table, which means that I have to keep the pace up. I have to come up with something now. Yeah. And damn the torpedoes. It doesn't matter what it is. Make it work. Just go. Trust your instincts. When you hear those prompts, you know, whatever they are, angelic elephant. Okay,
right.
Well, what does that mean?
Right.
Grab it. Whatever comes into your head, go with it. That's correct within the context. Feels right within the context of what you're doing, and go. And so consequently, there's not a lot of times where I get stumped. It does happen. Yeah. I would say once every 4 or 5 sessions, there'll be a moment where I go, what the hell does angelic elephant mean? What could that possibly mean? And I'll sit there for a minute and go, you know what, I got nothing. So I cut that out. I cut that out because the channel is a show as well as a game. But there's been a lot of people who've said to me, you should release those bits, maybe to patrons or something, so that people can see this is how it really works. And I'm very sympathetic to that idea, because one of the reasons that a lot of old school gamers don't like actual plays, especially anything edited, is that they feel like the reason why they're watching a YouTube show to learn the system is being cut out in favor of the pacing of the story. And that's absolutely true. In my case, 100%. All of that boring stuff is cut out for the pace of the story. Because I'm also, yes, I'm a gamer, but I am a storyteller. And when it comes to presenting a finished product for YouTube, it has to be something that is engaging. And I want it to be interesting to people who aren't gamers. I want the story to be compelling to people who don't necessarily know anything about the system. But anyway, there is something to be said about releasing those bits that really show the gears grinding and going, now what does this mean? Because I think that would probably be useful for people, if nothing else, to let them know that, oh yeah, no, that's okay when I do that. That you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to, there was somebody who talked about the Trevor Duvall effect, like the Matt Mercer effect. Right? Like the Trevor Duvall effect with solo gaming, that, oh, well, if you're not playing like Trevor, you're doing it wrong. And that nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah.
Man. Nothing.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very clear, like, you're doing entertainment, right? There are many different ways. Like, I feel like for me, I've played a few. Like, I played 1,000-Year-Old Vampire, which is it's just a writing exercise, right? Like, it's just it's a way for you just to like get your prose skills up to snuff. So I mean, there's lots of different ways that you can do it. Did you do improv a lot when you were doing theater? Was that something that you got into at all?
I had done it. I was never I wasn't super active in it. I did a bunch. I did various phases. Like I was with, I did the obligatory groundlings thing in LA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I was never. Improvisation was never something I focused on as a practice in the theater because I was doing it all the time in the game.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So when you were a kid, who did you often play with? Like, who was your crew? Was it some school friends? Was your siblings? Like, what was the vibe?
They're the guys I still play with to this day.
Really?
Yeah, my old group from high school.
Wow.
So my oldest friend in the world, who was also named Trevor, and he was my next door neighbor. We had two Trevors growing up side by side.
Yes.
We both discovered the game at exactly the same time. He's a year older than me, and he's in my group. He's in my gaming group still. Like all of this, we finally came to our absolute core group in high school, and those guys I still get together with on Zoom. They're all, well, most of them are still back in Edmonton, but we get together. We ran a 6-year One Ring campaign that I was running.
Wow.
It took 6 years, took 30 years in game time. But I ran it remotely from both Vancouver and LA, and I would fly up to Edmonton sometimes. Same group, exact same guys. So it's again, not a lot of people have the benefit of that. So I'm very grateful for that.
I can imagine, I often talk about, for instance, like when I'm working with rock, an artist that I did Rat Queens with, like there's like this unspoken, it's this language that exists in the fiction between us, Right. And it's such a powerful thing that you almost don't want to, like, why would I start working with somebody else, because we've established so much. I'm sure for you guys, it's like it must be intense.
Oh yeah.
How do you surprise them anymore?
Right, exactly. They know all my tricks.
Exactly. So where do you guys play now? That now you guys still get together. What are you guys playing?
Currently, we're in a Mithras game that my friend Ross is running. I introduced them to Mithras when it first came out under the guise of RuneQuest 6 a few years ago, and they fell in love with it. It's one of the most deeply tactical and simulationist kind of games out there, which that's a love of mine. I love that.
Yeah,
stuff.
I've noticed that.
It's not hugely popular at the moment. Everybody's into Rules Light, and Rules Light, while it has its place, bores me to tears after about 3 sessions. I'm like, all right, what else can you do? No, okay. Yeah,
just because you feel like it doesn't define it enough, like it doesn't. Because I think sometimes some of the rules they're too light that they don't. I think rules are best when they're really thematic, like they set you in a tone and a place, and it tells a very specific story. I like that, but
Right. Rules have to be every rule. Like in the game I'm writing for season 4, the every rule has to be in service to what the game is about.
Yes.
Now that doesn't necessarily mean that my game is like one of these one-trick ponies where, like that game Heart, where you play like, well, we're rebels going up the tower in order to overthrow the government, and that's all the game is ever about. That's not what mine is. Mine is a classic role-playing game. You can use it to do whatever you want. But that said, it's what we call a sim-light game. It's a simulation guide. So the focus of the game is on skill sets. It's on careful tactical choices, not just in combat, but also in social encounters, in exploration. All of these things, the player agency. Players have to have the skill set to be able to make meaningful choices that could determine the outcome of things based on the roll of the dice. So, those rules every rule has to be designed to further that idea that players have agency and that they can affect the world, but they got to work for it. Because every time you, my whole philosophy is every time you push on the world pushes back, and that's the game. That's the entire game. The players, we want this. We're going to try to achieve this, and the world says, really? Okay, well then, how about that? And the players go, well then we've got to fix this, and the world says, oh yeah, how about this? That's the game. That's the whole game.
Interesting. Do you run this one? Like, have you run the world that you've been doing for Me, Myself, and Die with anyone outside of it, or?
Not the world. We're doing play tests of the system,
and how's that going?
Really good. We have another one today, actually.
Oh, wicked!
In a couple hours.
Nice.
Really good. I am blessed to have some of the greatest gaming minds available to me down here in San Antonio. I just fell again. Golden ticket. Fell in with these guys. Perfect group. I run them in a Vampire 5 game right now, and they're just the best players. But they're all super rules heads. So it's perfect for the playtest because I sit down and I can put very, not necessarily complicated, but I can put complex rules down in front of them and say, okay, break it. See where it doesn't work. And they will. They'll find a way, but they'll also have a way to fix it, right? They'll be like, I think I know where you went wrong. This happened if you just change this. And I go, of course, obviously. So it's been fantastic.
Yeah, I've been doing the same with my group where I, at the end, because usually my game is a little bit more kind of like the, not Blades, well, Blades in the Dark a bit, where you kind of mark XP at the end. And I'm noticing like, man, we're not getting as much XP. And so we sit there and go like, what did you guys do this session that you feel like you should have earned XP? And then we sit around and we talk about it. And that's cool. Like, that's a cool way of getting different minds on it, and
Yeah, it's funny you say that because that is the XP system in my game. So my game is a very what they would call a crunchy game.
Yeah.
But the only way to earn experience points is to further your character's goals. That's it.
Oh, interesting.
At the end of the session, you sit down and the whole table goes, okay, what is it? What are your objectives? And you have a list of objectives, things you want, and you look at it. Did you take any meaningful steps towards that objective?
Like that.
Did you have to overcome an obstacle by rolling dice in order to further that? It doesn't matter what the goal is, as long as it's important to the character. And if they did, they earn XP.
It's that simple.
It's that simple.
That's
Pursue
interesting.
your objectives. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's any story. The characters pursuing their goals. Why do we overcomplicate that so much?
Exactly. But most people don't know, and a lot of gamers, and I would hesitate, or I would venture to say most inexperienced GMs especially, don't understand that when you are running a role-playing game, you're not telling a story, you're not writing a script, but you are providing the building blocks for drama. And like in any drama, you must have two things. You must have a character that wants to achieve something, and you must have an obstacle in their way.
Yeah.
That's it. Once you have that, you've got drama. That's the reason why some of the best advice is, if you don't know how to start the game, start them in the middle of a fight. In media res. Boom.
Right.
So now they have to make a choice and take action.
Yeah.
Go. That's how I started the first season of Me, Myself, and Die. I had no idea what was going to go on, so let's start in the middle of it. Simon's trying to rescue his friend.
Didn't go well.
Didn't go well. But that spun off into a whole campaign.
Right? I love, though, that it's like you're like 10 minutes into the game. You're like, did I just end the game before I've even got anywhere? What would you have done in that situation? Would you have just started like episode 2? Like, this is a new character. Have you thought about that?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
Like, people say to me, so, okay, in episode or in season 3, Edbert's on this massive journey. Well, what if he gets killed in a random fight halfway through?
Yeah.
Well, just like George R. R. Martin has taught us, if your main character dies, there's a whole world of characters populating that setting that can step in and take over, right?
Yeah.
So when it's done well, like Ned Stark, the first time we read this in the first book, where Ned Stark, you can't believe it. You're like, but Ned's like really the main character. He can't possibly be dead.
Yeah.
And then you realize not only is he dead, there's a whole other cast going to step in and care, because the world keeps going. And you go, right, it's not about my special hero character who's going to save the world. And maybe it is. Maybe it turns out that way.
Yeah.
But there's no goddamn guarantees. Come on.
Yeah. What kind of obviously your Me, Myself, and Die has kind of like a lighthearted adventure. There's some darker themes in there and stuff like that. But like, what is a storyteller? What kind of stories, if it's you and your buddies, like, what do you like to do? Like, what kind of tone? What do you get into, like emotional stuff, or do you kind of stay away from that for your role play? Okay.
Well, it depends on the game. Like, if I'm running in our vampire game, for example, it can be very, very heavy because there's some very dark stuff that comes up. As you can imagine, you're playing bloodthirsty monsters. But in our One Ring game, there was moments where my players were reduced to tears because of what had happened with some of the NPCs. that they had come to know over years and years and years and years and years. And there was moments where these big, strong, manly men were like weeping, shedding a tear at this moment that we had sort of created in the game. So we left every One Ring game exhausted, all of us.
Wow.
Me as a GM, I had to go lie down. The players were just like, oh my God. But they loved it because it was so powerful. It was so meaningful to them, right? So, but if we're playing, I don't know, DCC classics, right? Like go in the dungeon and kill some stuff, and oh no, you lost another character, ha 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 ha.
Right.
Then, obviously, then that's the focus of that.
Yeah.
But it depends on the game.
Yeah. What do they like? Do they prefer any one or the other? They just kind of go with like, do they like the cathartic stuff? Like I love that kind of. That's where I like to go with my games.
Yeah, we tend to, when I run games, I've been accused by all my players, like, oh my God, you're a hard goddamn GM. Oh my God, your games are so hard. Because I want the players to work for it. I want the players to have to be faced with very difficult decisions. Now, that doesn't mean that every time they turn around, they're faced with a difficult decision. That would be too exhausting. You got to give them moments of levity. You got to know when to let the scene breathe. You got to let them know when to enjoy their successes, right? To taste the fruits of their labors. But by and large, I run very immersive, intense, challenging games most of the time.
Yeah.
And the players that played with me, well, they keep coming back to the table, so I guess they like it.
Were those guys that played in your Blade Runner game, were they part of your crew, or are those your San Antonio?
Those are my locals, San Antonio folks.
Where did that come from? Like I know because you're doing Me, Myself, and Die, it's you. And then what prompted you to do that show? Because you said it was a lot of work and it was the most difficult one. Like what was the impetus behind that?
So Free League always sends me their stuff, which is fantastic because I think they're one of the greatest companies out there right now. I just love them.
Dude, they're amazing.
And I've got an open line to Tomas, one of the head honchos over there. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
They're just a fantastic company. And to the point where, like, this is scary. Did they sign a deal with the devil? Because how do they keep producing incredibly consistent quality games? Like every 2 months, there's some new awesome thing they're doing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
But they had sent me the Blade. I had no interest in running the Blade game at all. And then they sent me the game, and they sent me the starter set. And the props in that game were things of such beauty. I was like, oh, my God, this is like props out of the movie. And I was like, I have to shoot this now. I have to shoot this now. So I wrote Tomas and I said, I want to do this thing. And he's like, yeah, for sure. You can do whatever. That's good. Yeah, we will support you. It'll be good. So he doesn't actually sound like that.
He probably does a little bit.
So I did. And I told my guys, I said, well, I need you to do this thing for me. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a 12-hour shoot day. We're going to shoot the whole thing, which is fine. We all love that, right? The longer the game, that's an adventure. It's great. But then the editing, the post-production, it took me 2 months to cut that up into 8 episodes. 8 episodes.
Wow.
And do all, and again, it's just me, man. I don't have an editor or a DP or a writer or special effects people. I have friends that step in to help me with stuff I can't, like with the animations. I've got a buddy who's like dabbling in AI animations and stuff. I'm like, okay, well, give me a Blade Runner car flying through the city. Oh, okay, great. Okay, we'll put that in. But all the post-production, I mean, I do myself. My friend James Arnold Taylor, he helped me with like some of the mixing of the audio and stuff because he's a whiz at that. But in terms of like everything else, it was all me all day long assembling these edits.
This whole thing must have been an incredible learning experience. Like, I mean, you work in film, and so you had that background already, but then going into it, I'm sure you learned an incredible amount.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic. I think it's the best thing I've ever done on the channel, and it's also one of the least viewed things.
It's frustrating.
It is frustrating. People don't know it. They don't watch it, and I think people think, oh well, it's another actual play. It's going to be a bunch of guys sitting around the table unedited. And I'm like, no, this is like a TV show.
Yeah.
This is fully produced. It is cut. It is edited. It is scored. There's effects. This is like a show, man.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not your daddy's AP. You know what I mean?
Is that why you think it didn't do well? Because people made that assumption. It was like, it's just going to be another one of those things, which is weird because people have seen what you've been doing that wouldn't be my first thought,
That's a mystery to me.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. I think the other possibility is that there's a lot of people out there who look at me as the solo guy. So if they see other people in my videos, they go, they just dismiss it. Or maybe the algorithm doesn't feed it to them for whatever reason. I don't know. But all I know is that I have to keep doing what gives me passion and what I'm excited about. Otherwise, I can't do something just to feed an algorithm. Otherwise, I'll blow my brains out. Like, it's not... no, I always have to produce something that I'm going to be in love with, regardless whether people are watching.
This is kind of something that me and my friends, creatives, were talking about. Is there's something to just authenticity that I don't know if it's just a thing of this age, but you draw the right people to you when you're, even if it's like, even this project we're working on, it's like we've pitched to a few people and they're like, like it's just. It doesn't connect, but then we have a meeting with other people. We just sit down. Hey, this is what we're doing. But they get that it's from our heart, and that this is really us, and and they get it, and then those people just come closer. And I feel like that's all what you're doing with your channel is like that's authentically you. And it's so glad that you're doing your own thing with your own space because it's just I think it's nice to have. The passion bleeds through, and I think that's why a lot of people really connect with what you're doing. And and you draw the right people to you as well. It's incredible that you do it all by yourself, man. I can't even imagine. What is season 4? I mean, how long do you think that's going to take you from when you start? You probably already started shooting, but how much time investment is that for you? Is it like a year or how long?
Well, it depends. I'm intentionally keeping season 4 shorter, which I normally never do. I just normally let things go. But I have a couple of reasons for doing that. But I'm trying to keep the season to be around 10 to 12 episodes as opposed to like 20.
Yeah.
So an episode takes me from the time I sit down to the time I'm putting it up on YouTube, probably 48 hours in total. So, and that's like 48
actual 48
hours of work. Yeah. So the better part of, I'd say I go into shoot and then I take the footage and I go into the editing room and I don't emerge for 3 days, basically.
Wow.
And I do everything. I do the rough cut and then I do the effects pass and I do the titles and then I do the music and I do the sound effects and all that kind of stuff. And then I have to test it and I have to watch it and then I upload it and I test that to make sure there's no glitches in the upload. So about 48 hours per episode, which I'm happy to do, because it always becomes something magic in the creation of it, right? Like a lot of filmmakers will say a very true statement, which is that a film is made 3 times, right? It's written, and then it's shot, and then it's edited. And there's 3 different films that get made every single time.
Yeah.
Because that's the nature of the beast. And it's kind of similar with mine. I sit down, I have no idea what's going to happen in a session. I have no idea. I just know where I'm starting, right?
Yeah, that's fun.
And so then after I'm done, I shoot it, and I realize I've come to a natural end point. I sense, this is a good place to end it, and you'll have to tune in next time to find out what happens. And then, okay, take this, and I throw it into the edit bay, and I go, okay, let's cut out all the junk, cut out all the dead parts of the 5-minute sections where I have to get up from the table and grab the right minis and put them on the table and stuff that. Cut out all the dead air, and then assemble the edit in such a way as to make it pleasing, and clean it up and yada yada yada, and then it emerges into something really cool. And by the time I put the music to it, I'm just like, oh, this is so good.
Have you ever had moments? I mean, I really feel like I think the end of season 2, I had a genuine emotional feeling to a lot of the storylines there. I've noticed maybe sometimes you've almost cracked. Has there been times where it's very in the moment where it's hard to hold it?
Oh yeah, I think the endings of all 3 seasons have been that moment.
Yeah.
The moment. There's an interesting theme that has run through each season, and that theme is redemption. Redemption arc.
Yeah. It's great.
And I didn't do that on purpose. That's just sort of. But I've always been attracted to the redemption arc story,
Same.
like the story of Darth Vader. I'm talking the original 3 movies.
Right.
That's all I'm talking about. That redemption arc of him redeeming himself at the end and saving his son and saving himself by doing it. That, even as a kid, that brought a tear to my eye. I was just like, that is so powerful to me.
Yeah.
And I think it bleeds through in everything I do. My play, The Back Kitchen, which I talked about, is basically a redemption arc, right?
Yeah.
Simon's story in season 1. it's a redemption arc. Arn's story is about him trying to redeem the fact that he failed his family before. And in a way, Edbert's story there's many redemption arcs in season 3, but so I think that's a common thing. And I can tell already that in season 4, I haven't started to shoot it, but I'm in planning for it. I can tell already that redemption arc is going to be back. It's going to be another aspect of it.
Nice. No,
Can't get away from it.
I love those kinds of. I think it's why your show resonates with me too, and I think people all do. I feel like maybe we also live in a bit of a time where people don't. We don't want to hear about redemption anymore. It's like, well, that person's just gone now. But like, I think we all really do love that catharsis, and maybe that's why there's that nice emotional resonance with your show as well, which is really beautiful. We have a question for you. Here we go. Let's see. Hey Trevor, what do you see as the future of solo tabletop role-playing games that are designed especially for solo play? Games like Ironsworn. Do you think this type of game will remain a niche thing a few years from now?
No, I think it's become even more popular than it was a few years ago when I found it, and I think it's just going to grow in popularity as the technology evolves to put people more into the space of the world. So, with the new VR headsets and all that stuff that's coming out, very soon we're going to have a situation where you can say, I'm going to enter the world of Ironsworn, I'm going to put on my thing, and I'm going to have an adventure by actually seeing it and participating in it. Now, I don't think that's a good thing, because I think the power of role-playing games is the power of your own imagination. And if you're being told what to see, if you're being shown, that's not the same thing. That's atrophying your own imagination.
I agree, man.
Yeah. So do I think it's going to continue in popularity? I do. I think it's going to become much bigger than it is now, but it's going to take on a very different form, and I think a less valuable form.
It's interesting. I've really recognized that, especially now that I have a 9-year-old daughter, and I really recognize that even TV and movies, everything's being done, but then when we do a tabletop game together, or she's making her own stories, her own comic books, it's like that's all out of her. That has to come out of her. It's not being done for her. And I think that's a really interesting insight, man. I like solo table. I mean, I had never done one until I saw your show. I think it's such an interesting, it's a writing exercise for me, and it's an interesting way of exploring characters. And man, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you come up for season 4, man. When do we get to see that thing, man? Have you announced the release date yet? You're killing me.
Sort of. It was supposed to be like now, but we've been set back with a few technical issues. But right now, I'm hoping to shoot the first episode, fingers crossed, in about 2 weeks, which means that within 2 to 3 weeks, the first episode should be out. And then I'm hoping to do a production schedule of once every 2 weeks. It might be more. It probably won't be less. I never like to keep things less. I don't want too much time to go in between episodes. For the same reason when I'm running a game, I don't want there to be too much time in between sessions. I'm a real fascist when it comes to running my games. I'm like, we do it every week. We will play every week, every single week, or else you're out. Right?
You must be excited to get sitting down and playing this game again.
I am, and I'm really excited to because it's a whole new setting. It's a whole new setting I've never done on the show. So that means all kinds of new minis and new sets and new everything, but also new system. The fact I'm doing my own system is both exhilarating and terrifying at the same time.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. And it's going to be cool to see it evolve a little bit as you're playing, because I'm sure there is going to be little things you learn along the way. We have one more request, because we're done here already. That went really quickly. This is from my wife, actually. I guess she's missing home. She wants to hear the Newfie accent again.
Oh, is she from there?
No,
wow.
Nope, she's not, but she wants to hear it.
So when I was doing the show, I would teach my castmates the accent, because a lot of them would slip into Irish, right? Like that is Irish, and that is not at all the same thing. This Irish thing, that's a very lilty sort of, almost like a West Country Tipperary sort of accent, and that is not the Newfie. Okay. The Newfie accent, right? She's really hard and nasal like that, you know what I mean? So the phrase that I gave my cast to say in order to get them in the accent was, she'll be coming down round the mountain. What the hell was it? She'll be coming round the mountain, down the other side through the bar, which turned into she'll be coming down round the mountain through the other side through the bar, like that. And as soon as they could, she'll be coming down round the mountain through the other side through the bar, like that. And look at that there, right? We're on the rack, just like that. You know what I mean?
So good, man. It's like, it is funny, like what you said about how, Newfies, that we make fun of, but it's the greatest. It's like, it's one of my favorite things about I love it. I love that. I love the culture out there.
Me too.
Yeah, it's I don't know, we made fun of them. They're just a little bit different, that's all.
I love them. I think they're the best of us.
I mean, before we go, where did that connection come from? Like, why did you spend time there, or you just, like, how did that happen?
Not as a kid. My mother's side, if you go back, well, not that far, but if you go back far enough, is Irish. So I always had that kinship with that culture, even though I didn't have any direct contacts with it. But I grew up with there was something that always drew me to that culture, that music, that history, all of it. Yeah, and the music especially. Like when I went to Ireland, we were in the west at a little place called Dingle, which is this little town on the west coast, which is where all the musicians go. Like Bono will show up there to play in a pub. You know what I mean?
Wow.
It's like,
yeah.
And I got a chance to sing in the pub.
Wow.
It was a magical night where there was these two guys. They were playing these old songs, and they were all like, there was a bunch of Americans at the bar, so we were playing like Danny Boy and shit. And I went up and I said, why don't you play like Black and Tans? Like, oh no, we can't play that rebel music here. I said, but if you want to sing it, you come up here now. I said, okay. So I got up and the fucking place went nuts. They were loving it, and I was singing songs, and I introduced them to a bunch of Stan Rogers music from the East Coast of Canada, and they were loving that, and it was just magic.
That's amazing. I love that. Perfect way to end it. All right, dude. Thank you so much, man. Check out Me, Myself, and Die. Season 4 is coming out, which I'm really excited about. You can go to his YouTube channel. Man, thank you so much for coming on. And yeah, I can't wait to see what you're up to this year. It's going to be awesome.
Thanks.
All right, man.
constant noise in this universe. In my head, a ticking curse. No, I'll be waiting if you tell me where. I'll be waiting if you say
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We are on our third guest for today. We have Jim Zub, who is somebody that I've known for, oh boy, has it been 15 years? It's 15 years, I think.
We've been in the trenches for quite a while. Yeah. I'm trying to think when I would have met you. Would that have been 2000, probably 2009, 2010 maybe?
Yeah, I think 2010 is kind of like when I first kind of started coming up, and I think you were about a year before me, I think, in
terms
like,
of writing comics,
in Image and stuff like that. So anyway, so welcome to our third guest here today. We're talking to Jim, who's a comic book guy. He's doing Conan, he's doing D&D, but he's also, I mean, you are also a dungeon master. You are also a teacher, which we were just talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jim, why don't you introduce yourself, just kind of talk a little bit about who you are, and then we'll roll into it.
Totally. So my name's Jim Zub. I'm a Canadian, probably primarily known for writing comic books, but as you mentioned, I've been teaching for years. I've worked in animation and video games, a lot of comic books, started in art, and now am known primarily as a writer. And I love this stuff. It is an absolute joy to be able to contribute to the kinds of things I grew up on and to make my own original stories. I'm best known right now for sword and sorcery stuff, and am simultaneously working on Dungeons and Dragons, the official comic of the world's biggest and best known role-playing game, and Conan the Barbarian, the original sword and sorcery hero, who has been around for over 90 years.
Yeah, it's wild.
And, it's an absolute honor to be working on and extending the legacy of such an important, sounds weird to say literary character, but really, like, he predates Superman by I think 6 years.
Really?
So it's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. It is interesting how it has just stuck around. Why do you think that is?
I mean, like so many characters he birthed a genre. Like, the sword and sorcery genre really takes off with the arrival of Conan in the pulps. And so in many ways, like a lot of those characters who become icons, everything about that you think of in terms of these seminal characters, when you make a superhero story, or that kind of singular hero, you are almost always making decisions based on Superman, whether it's intentional or you're subverting expectations in a Superman character, right? No capes or whatever. That is also a choice to say the default is a cape, right? Because of Superman. In the same way, Conan is the, that iconic solitary fantasy hero, that self-made. If you say the word barbarian, instantly that is the template that comes to mind. Yeah. And so that is the thing, is that a lot of the tropes and the elements that we think of as the fantasy hero, as a sword and sorcery hero, are built off of the foundation of Conan. It's not quite historical, and it's not pure kind of high fantasy. It's this real amazing kind of melding of these pulp kind of genres. What I jokingly call kind of low fantasy instead of high
low fantasy. Yeah, that's what I call it too. What else can you call it, actually? I don't know.
Like dark, mysterious, strange, survivalist kind of fantasy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And the hero, that there are larger forces of gods and demons and what may have you, but they are focused on their immediate sort of survival, and they may never understand those greater kind of things that are moving around them or their own legend, but they are kind of awash in the story of their survival. And
like
that stuff is so cool. Yeah.
It's like whenever they encounter, it's almost like tangential to the story. Oh, there's a wizard that we killed on the way,
right.
In
a sense, like Conan, what's so great about it, like, again, like so many other icons, it's so easy for people to jump in. A lot of times people say, oh, where do I start with Conan? The good news is almost anywhere you can jump in. It's like, this is an alternate kind of prehistory of our world. It's a fantasy world. There is darkness and danger and mystery and magic. And where this guy shows up, amazing and exciting things are going to happen. That's it. That's all you need to know. There are other elements of it, and there is a history to the character, and there is a lore, and there are different eras of the character in his youth and his prime, or when he becomes a king by his own hand. But you don't need to know any of those things in order to enjoy it. You don't need to know any of those things in order to just dive in and get a damn good yarn, as they would say, like a good adventure.
Do you feel that mentality when you've come in to write this relaunch? It's a Titan, right?
Yeah, so Titan is the English publisher, but
Yeah.
I work directly for Heroic Signatures.
Right,
So they
right.
are the company that has the rights to, I guess you call it the Robert E. Howard Library,
Yeah.
particularly Conan the Barbarian and everything associated with it. And
Yeah.
so working directly for the rights holders is really cool because it's just one fewer kind of layer of editorial. Like I'm talking to the people who make those decisions, and if I can get them excited, it's a go. Like that's kind of the nice thing about it. And so we've got this really cool publishing plan that launched last year.
Yeah.
Our first issue, I guess, came out Free Comic Book Day 2023.
Right.
So that would have been May. And now, we're just roaring forward. The full series launched over the summer. We had copies at San Diego Comic-Con last year for the premiere. And it's just been kind of moving from strength to strength. People are really enjoying it. A lot of lapsed fans have come back. A lot of new people are diving in. And we're having an absolute blast.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like that, we were saying before, it's like, I think every time I see anyone posting about it, like I know Fred, the guy at Horror Exchanges, like everyone who's talking about, there's fun. People are having
There's
fun.
A lot of buzz. Yeah. It's kind of amazing because I've written Conan, this wasn't intentional, but so far I'm the only writer who's written Conan at 3 different comic book companies. So I wrote some at Dark Horse,
right?
I've written at Marvel, and now the new one that is published through Titan.
Yeah.
And so it's a weird thing because obviously I wanted it to hit big, but I thought, the stuff that I did at Marvel was good and worked well. But the timing of it, when I took over the monthly book of Conan at Marvel, it was literally the pandemic was just sort of starting, and I had 2 issues come out, and then we had a 7-month gap, and it was just like bad timing. And, and I think people were focused on other things for some reason, and so it was just this weird, wild time. I got this bucket list project. I got to do the ongoing adventures of this amazing character that I have such a deep love for, and then it all just kind of fizzled out, and not through any lack of effort on our part, but it's just the market and the way things ended up rolling. And the ability to kind of come back like lightning striking twice and getting the chance to do this again. Yeah. And then having such an insanely big response has been, it's been a joy. It's been a real, it's been a pleasure. It's been a surprise. And now kind of running with it as much as I can and making the most of it. Yeah. And realizing that for the first time in a long time, I'm not sort of scrappily looking for little projects or miniseries or things like that I've got this nice long-term
that's nice
kind of foundation.
You just kind of like rest into it a little bit.
Yeah, it's not you're not resting,
but it's like
it's a monthly title, man. Like you know what that takes. Like it's at any particular point in time you're planning 9 months or further out. You're writing 6 to 7 months out. Art production is happening on 4 issues, in many cases 5 issues simultaneously.
Wow.
In order to maintain that monthly schedule. We have 2 different art teams that are working on the monthly book. And so I'm kind of working staggered where I've got, issues that are being roughed out and other issues, the line art's being finished and colors are coming in and lettering's coming in. It's just like, and the minute one goes out the door, another one's moving to that next position in the pipeline. And you just kind of get into a rhythm with it. It's an insanity that you get used to. My wife and I, we do a series of books for Random House called The Young Adventurers Guide to Dungeons and Dragons. And they're a ton of fun and they're great to do. Traditional publishing is wonderful, and we love working with 10 Speed and Random House, our the imprint over there. Their expectations in terms of regular publishing are so far out. Like we are, planning books that are coming out end of 2025 right now.
Wow.
And that's just traditional publishing. We're going to have the manuscript done, and there will still be 10 to 12 months before release. Wow. That's just the nature of the thing. And when I try and describe to them comic book production, monthly comic book production, they just think we're all crazy. They think we're all insane.
Dude.
Why would you work, why are you throwing train tracks in front of a moving train like that? But that's just how it works. It's terrifying but kind of amazing. Like I hate it, and yet I kind of love that we just sent that sucker off to print, and 4 weeks later it'll be in your hands, and here comes another one. Like it makes you fleet of foot. It makes you have to be adaptable, and you have to be constantly thinking, and I was talking to Ron Mars, the comic book writer.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot of video game writing now.
I was just going to talk about video game writing, but go ahead.
Yeah. But he said, you know, the skills that you know, he built up in comics and in the constant demand and the output have made him really good in all these other areas, that he can really surprise clients with how quick he can pull an idea together, or how much he can synthesize other people's stuff, or, you know, pump material out on a tight deadline. And he doesn't think of it as being highly stressful, because compared to monthly comics, it's not that bad.
Well, it's funny because like when I moved to Stockholm, I went to work at Ubisoft, and I remember like my first couple of weeks there, I was reading the material, getting familiar with it, and I did a little write-up summary of like, here's how we could fix it. They did a read on the Monday, and they were like, yeah, this is really good. Can you make these changes? Sure. I came back 2 hours later. I'm like, here they are. And they're like, that was your work for the week. I was like, oh. It's like that's
like, wait a minute.
It was so jarring, man. I was like, really? And that pace, I was like, you know, same thing. It's like, I kept on telling them, hire comic book artists, man. They do all of it. They do storyboarding. They do world building. Like, just hire them. They're 10 times faster, you know? Exactly.
Yeah. They love doing it too. I remember
exactly.
I'm working with Sean Isaac on the new Thunderbolts book, and he was just like, are we allowed to, you know, design new costumes? And our editor's like, well, I don't know that you have time. He's like, I need to. And it's like, oh yeah, free character design, free costume design.
Yeah.
Like these artists are they're willing to roll through broken glass. They want to make their mark on this stuff.
Yeah.
And that's an amazing thing. Like the passion that you work with teams like that and people like that.
Yeah.
And you don't always see that, even in other creative vocations. I think.
It's true. So let's I know a bit about your background, and like you grew up in Toronto, correct? Like
just outside Toronto.
Just outside Toronto,
little blue collar city called Oshawa.
Right.
So it's the General Motors plant is there. That's our major kind of economy there. There's a few comic book creators who have come from Oshawa, actually. Ed Brisson.
Didn't he just release a book about?
He just released a book that's set in Oshawa. Yeah.
And I saw he got a letter from the mayor.
Yes. So I mean, Oshawa doesn't get a lot of you know, screen time, or no one gives a damn. You know? It's like that wider. Whenever Canada's we see ourselves in any kind of media, even if it's negative, we're like, yay, someone remembered Canada exists. It's like Oshawa's the microcosm of that. You know, within Ontario, you're like, what, Oshawa? When someone says, oh, so you've been to the Schwa, and they're like, you know, we exist. That's amazing. So I grew up in Oshawa. I didn't know Ed or anything growing up, but it had a deeply nerdy kind of population. Like when I was a kid, there were 3 comic book stores in this town, of city of under 100,000 people. So like
crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. A lot of nerdity, a lot of tabletop role-playing games, a lot of video games, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Most of my love of these things comes from my older brother. He was my proto nerd. So like, he was 4 years older than me, and he was into, you know, all the stuff. He was into computers, and he was into video games, and he read a lot more sci-fi, but he read a lot of sci-fi and fantasy. And then 4 years doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. There's a gap there that, you know, especially that split between, you know, elementary school and high school.
Yeah.
You're like different kind of places.
Yeah.
And so we kind of bonded over Dungeons and Dragons. That was a huge thing for us. I started playing when I was 8 years old, and he would have been 12. And, you know, trying to figure out how that game worked. And it made it even harder because I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but there are multiple versions of Dungeons and Dragons. So we had like the regular basic set, but then we also had some of the advanced D&D books, and they sound the same, but they're just different enough. Plus the game was not super well organized, and we would just play. We would just play like crazy. We'd play with my older cousins, but we'd play just a lot on our own. And it became a bridge for us to kind of communicate, and a way for us to tell stories together. And making Joe laugh was like the greatest thing ever. Like, it was like entertainment fuel for me. If I could catch him or my friends or my cousins off guard, because I was small and I was really scrawny, and so, you know, we couldn't really play sports stuff, and even video games, like, they had way better hand-eye coordination. But every turn in D&D, I get to tell you what I'm going to do, and I get to roll the dice, right? Yeah. And so if I come up with a really fun idea, or I crack up the table, it's like I'm one of the older boys. Like that was really addictive to me.
Interesting.
Really powerful.
Do you think that's where your love of story really started? Do you think?
Yeah, I think that my desire to entertain, like that's the difference, right? Like I read a lot of stories and I loved, art and animation, all that stuff and comics, but like that ability to like get feedback, like I'm putting something out into the world and then people are responding to it. That was where that started. And just being a goofball kind of in general, like we grew up, we would listen to stand-up comedians and then you would memorize them, or we would watch a Monty Python movie and then you like reproducing it to try and get the same laughter. Do you know what I mean? And get the inflections right and everything else. That addictive kind of quality of performance and storytelling and all that kind of stuff. And so I didn't know what form it would take. Like if you would have asked me as a kid what I would do, I wouldn't have said been a comic book writer, that's for sure. I would have, I had a lot of different kind of creative things bouncing around. At one point I would have said I wanted to be a stage magician. Like I was
really?
With magic.
Did you actually do that when you were a kid?
I did some sleight of hand stuff. And
that's amazing.
Things for quite a while. I have a funny little side story about that. When I first met Paul Dini, I was thrilled to meet him and Bruce Timm the same kind of weekend at this Calgary Comic Expo. But I was way more intimidated to meet Paul's wife, who's Misty Lee, who's a pretty famous magician. Because to me, still, there's a very much an exciting quality to that. Like the magician sort of stuff was really
interesting,
awesome, like very, very mysterious and amazing.
And,
it was just funny stuff like that. Like growing up, magicians I thought were really, really neat, and stand-up comedians, and that ability to public speaking and putting yourself out there and engaging and entertaining people in a very immediate kind of way. But storytelling and writing and art. And then when I kind of quieted down from that kind of class clown sort of exuberant person that I was in, I guess, elementary school, then I started to do more art and writing and things like that. So through high school, that sort of took hold even more so. And then I started to see myself, in different ways. And then I wanted to get into animation. Classical, old school kind of Disney style animation. And that's what I went to school for. I went to school for classical animation. I was at Sheridan College. I was in the last group that shot on film. So I felt like a dinosaur. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And digital had already taken hold. They were just, I don't know, they were just sloppy about not updating their equipment. And so we were just the vestigial last group that was shooting on traditional film. Or
that's cool.
It was ridiculous. Sort of. I
where
mean,
was that? Was that in Ontario?
Sheridan. So it's in Oakville, just outside
Oakville.
Toronto.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I had taken a year of film and multimedia, and I was, because I didn't get in. There's quite the school is pretty famous for their animation program.
Yeah.
And so I applied from high school. I was, one of the better artists at my high school, and I didn't get in. And then I took a year of film at Humber, and that's where I learned how to write a screenplay and a script, and I learned basic cinematography.
Oh, nice.
That. And then I applied again to animation, didn't get in. And I took a year of art, I guess art fundamentals, art intensive or whatever. And so like focusing again on my drawing, because I had been, when I didn't get in, I should have just kept practicing, but it was like a little bit of a moral, kind of like a morale punch. And so I came back at it, and then I finally got into the program that I wanted to do, and was doing art, and thought in my head, I was like, oh, I'm going to end up living in California or Florida and work on Disney movies or whatever. And midway through the program, all the traditional animation kind of died and digital was coming in. And I was like, oh, maybe maybe you don't get to dream you're going to be an astronaut and then end up on the moon. Like maybe there's, you have to make alternate kind of moves.
Right.
And that was very much at the heart of figuring out what I wanted to do. What was just trying to realize what parts of the dream were the most important. And storytelling was actually the core of the whole thing. I thought it was drawing, or I thought it was working for a particular company, but it's always been the storytelling aspect of it.
Right.
It's always been that engagement and that entertainment and that joy that can kind of bring,
How old were you at the time when you kind of hit that?
I mean, we're talking, well, so I leave the animation program and I go off, and a group of us tried to start our own company. So I'm 23, 24.
Wow.
and that was stupid.
What
but
was
amazing.
what was the company about? What happened there?
Well, I wasn't even a founder. It was like a friend of mine and a group of his friends in Alberta. They were trying to start their own animation studio.
Wow.
And one of the kind of hubris that you can only have when you're 23 and you don't know what the hell you're doing, where you're like, there's no animation studios in Calgary. We could be the first. Instead of going, why are there no animation studios in Calgary? Because there's no need for an animation studio in Calgary and no one wants one, or there's no market for it.
Yeah.
We were just like, we'll be the first. And so it was just this amazing kind of, ludicrous thing that you do. And sometimes those things you take those long shots and
exactly,
they're incredibly successful. But other times you run into the inevitability of reality.
Yeah.
But I learned a lot, and it was I met some really, really key people to my life, and that was the first time that I actually started teaching, was out in Alberta.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't know that.
Just literally as the opportunity came up, and I needed to make some money because the studio was in kind of financial straits, and so I started teaching part-time at a school there. And that was really fun. I really enjoyed it. And again, there was this storytelling element to it. There was this engagement to it. And instead of it just being pure entertainment, it was like watching the light bulb turn on with people and go, I've taught you something and now you will be better at it going forward. You know what I mean? And that was really, I do still really enjoy that.
Yeah.
And it's something that is really invaluable. And when people go off, you know, if you do a good job as a teacher, you have a formative effect on people's lives and they remember you very fondly. And it's a responsibility that I take very seriously and I really, really enjoy. And so it's this weird thing where it's all storytelling. Teaching is storytelling and writing is storytelling and art is storytelling. It all ties into the same kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It all feeds from that same kind of wellspring for me. It's just which ones are the most kind of fulfilling, or which ones have got me engaged, and that's kind of been a fun kind of quest. And I can say fun because things are going well right now. you know when it's not going well, it doesn't feel fun. It doesn't. And because you care so deeply about the work and you care so deeply about your own personal involvement with this stuff, it hurts a lot more. Like.
Yeah.
Not to downplay anyone else's kind of job. Everyone's jobs are difficult. But, like one of my buddies, he works in a warehouse and he doesn't live for that job. It is very much like pay the bills and live on the weekends or live on holidays and things like that. And that is a totally valid way to carry out your life and your career. And at the end of the day, he can completely divorce himself from the job.
Right.
Know? Whereas we've got these tethers that just like hold us constantly. We're constantly thinking about it. And it's constantly on our minds. And our self actualization and ego is tied up in whether or not people like it and whether we're proud of it and whether we think that we've done all that we can do to make it successful. Which is a whole other aspect of it.
Yeah. I've always wanted to ask you this question. We were talking a bit before about your teaching career, and I've kind of watched over the years. You teach. You're working on, I don't even know how many books. It's like it's always an incredible amount, and then you're also doing like prose with the D&D adventure books for kids. Like, how have you managed over, I guess, the last 15 years to like keep all that going, and you still have an incredible energy and maybe like how have you managed to do that? I've always been fan, and when I talk about you to people, I just like, how on earth does he do it? I'm genuinely impressed, man.
So the practical version of this, like if you want to get down to earth on it, so I don't have any kids and I don't have any pets, and that's not to say that those things are undesirable. It's just like the way my life ended up turning out.
Yeah.
Right? So people were like, how do you travel so much? Well, I'm like, I don't have to worry about putting a dog in the kennel or we just get up and go. Like when we need to go, we go. And the same thing with kids. And there's absolutely nothing wrong. People love my, nieces and my cousin's kids and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But it wasn't in the cards for my wife and I. And so we sort of leaned in and said, okay, if that is not a thing that we're doing, then these other things take on different sort of levels. I've got, when it comes to this sort of stuff, I guess it's a classic kind of extrovert sort of trait in the sense that some people, the more they interact with things or with people, it drains their batteries. And generally, the more I'm interacting with people and things, the more it actually charges my batteries.
Yeah.
And so it's that weird thing where I take on a project, and if I'm passionate about it, it just drives itself. Like, oh, okay, this is awesome. And if we do that, that means this. And then the artist hands it artwork and you go, well, damn, we got to go further. Like, now look at this thing. We got to take it this way and there. And so it's this sort of like perpetual energy machine where I'm constantly getting pumped and getting excited about what's coming next and the possibilities inherent in it. When things are going bad, that can be tough because it's like a vortex that pulls you the other way. You're like, why isn't this working?
Right.
But when it goes well, it just like drives you to want to do the stuff. I think it's also, there was a period of years between, although you met me when I was starting to sort of make my mark in terms of writing.
Yeah.
I was in the comic industry since 2001, depending on how you want to look at it. Because I did a web comic first, and then I started working at the Udon studio.
Udon, right? Yeah.
Right, as an artist I mean, it's amazing to me now that people don't know about this part of my career, because it seemed like it was going to be the biggest, most important thing. Because I became a project manager, and I was, depending on how you want to measure it, sort of the number 2 guy at the studio.
Yeah.
It was Eric Coe, who ran Udon, and he was doing the majority of the publishing things and some of the client stuff. And then I was running most of what we called client services. So that was putting art teams together to do concept art or illustration or, comic work or storyboards or just you name it.
Yeah.
And we were doing dozens and dozens of projects at any point. And through the Udon studio, I learned so much about how to run a project, how to stay organized, how to motivate and work with artists, how to work with clients, how to run convention stuff, marketing and publishing and pre-press and contracts and just all these things that you never would have gotten, through any sort of formal, normal education. But the one thing that I wasn't doing is I wasn't fulfilling that creative, desire.
Yeah.
And I had, for years when I was at the Udon studio, I made good money and I met so many amazing people, and I was traveling and going to all these conventions. And so there was this little thing in the back of my mind that's like, this is everything you wanted. And it's like, no, it wasn't. I wanted to be creative. I wanted to create, but I was sort of I was running parallel to those things, and I was getting to go to all those events. Right. So how the hell could I complain? How could I possibly, and I'm paying down my student loans, and I got a mortgage, and I bought a house, and I was like, I am living a nerd creative lifestyle. But the one thing I wasn't doing was I wasn't telling stories anymore. I wasn't doing the act of storytelling. Every so often a project would come in and a client would need some amount of writing, and I would always just like jump on it like a you guys don't know what this thing is? I'll write the ad copy for that. Yeah. And they're like, oh, we can find some. No. And I would just like have to do it because
just so hungry.
The smallest bit of creative. Or someone's like, oh, they're not gonna be able to deliver this thing. I'll do it. And I just like jump into any sort of writing end of things. But not very often. They didn't come in. It was mostly art production, you know what I mean? And then it's funny, one of the guys you're working with, Joe Keating, he reached out to an artist named Chris Stevens, and Chris had done a bunch of amazing artwork, some not very much comic stuff, but a lot of illustration-y kind of stuff. But he had been posting all these amazing pinups of comic stuff, and Joe reached out to him and asked him to do a story for Pop Gun, which was anthology of just different things. And I was Chris's boss at the Udon studio, and we worked together on dozens and dozens of projects. I was keeping him afloat in terms of his rent and stuff like that.
Nice.
And Chris contacted me out of the blue, and he said, I've got this offer to do this comic thing. Is that okay? And I said, well, hey, you're not on an exclusive contract. I mean, if you're still hitting our deadlines, you can do whatever you want, man. But what is this? I'm excited for you because we're friends. And he said, I don't know. They just told me it's this comic thing and I get to, draw. And I was like, great. Well, let me know how it goes. And like a couple days later, he contacts me and he goes, I thought they were going to send me a script. They told me I can do whatever I want. And I was just like, what? And he goes, yeah, it's this like free for all kind of anthology and all this stuff. I said, what are you going to do? And he goes, I have no idea. And so over the phone, we just chatted, and he was talking about doing a sword and sorcery thing. And he said, but I don't want it to be like, guy kills a dragon, saves a princess kind of stuff. And I don't want it to be just be like, the hero of destiny sort of stuff. And so we just started joking on the phone, and we just blew a bunch of weird. I said, well, they should be like heartless mercenary bastards or whatever. We were just joking around. And by the end of it, there had been this little kind of brainstorm of stupid stuff. And he laughed, and I said, well, give me a special thanks or whatever, go make this thing.
Yeah.
And a couple days after that, he contacted me again. He goes, I tried to write down a bunch of the stuff we talked about, and it sucked. And he goes, but when we talked on the phone, it was really funny. Why don't you just write this thing?
Oh, nice.
And so I said, man, that would be great. And I poured myself into these 10 pages of this short story. And that's 2 copper pieces. That's the original Skull Kicker.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was your first taste
that was my first writing.
Writing.
I'd done my own, for someone else like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
He illustrated the hell out of it, and it looked awesome. And then Eric Larson was publisher at Image at the time. He saw the pages come in, and he contacted me because Joe had been interfacing with me on getting the pages.
Yeah.
And Larson was like, I don't know who the hell you guys are, but this is amazing.
Wow.
You guys want to do more? And I was like, yeah, that'd be great. And then I contacted Chris, said, do you want to do more? And he goes, I can't do more. That almost killed me. And I was like, no, it'll go great. And I just realized how excited I was about making stuff. And it took a while to get it all to sort of come together. But we finally, Edwin ended up stepping in to do the artwork because Chris was doing these fully painted things, and there's no way he would be able to do a full series like this.
Right.
And all that kind of stuff. But Skull Kickers was this, I joked with you about this before, the most expensive hobby I've ever had. It didn't make good money, but I was doing something creative. And for the first time ever, people would see me at conventions and they would be like, I like your book, or, this is great, or whatever, instead of just like, we want to hire your guys, or, let's talk business, or, and then nothing against the Udon guys. Everyone at Udon was amazing, but it was just like, it just felt so awesome to be able to be making things again and to be telling stories, and for people to, just be responding to that in any kind of way, shape, or form. And so even when the book wasn't profitable, I was just like pouring other money I was making into making the book.
Wow.
Because I just wanted to keep putting it out there. And I had a moment where did you go to Image Expo the first year they ran that Image Expo? I think it was
I think so. I think I did.
The
Yeah, it was.
20th anniversary of Image.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did go to that.
Yeah. So they did a gallery show the first night of Image Expo.
Right. Yep.
And there was like all this original artwork up, and then everyone, all the creators were there, and we all had cocktails, and we're all walking around pretending we're fancy and looking at framed artwork and having conversations. And Robert Kirkman is there, and he's looking at a piece of artwork he didn't recognize, and I came over and I was chatting with him, and then he pulls me off to one side and he goes, "Hey man, I know your numbers." And I was like, yeah, well, I mean, you're one of, sure, that doesn't surprise me. And he goes, no, you're not doing good on that book. Why do you keep soliciting issues? And I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, you just gotta like cut bait and do another concept. And I was like, what? I can't do that. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, how do I know that the next thing I pitch is even gonna get picked up? And he goes, no, like you're good. Like you could just pitch more stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll get published. And I was just like, no, but I really want to do this thing. And he goes, do you think I didn't want to do more, like a tech jacket, or like more, like I had all sorts of concepts I threw against the wall. And then finally, Invincible and Walking Dead were the ones that clicked. He goes, you've got lots of ideas, right? So just keep throwing things. I was like, okay, but I'm going to do this too. And he goes, no, but that is a terrible financial idea. You should just be wrapping this up and trying to hit with something else.
Yeah.
And he wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
But I was just going to stubbornly kind of see it through. And that was just the nature of the wherewithal of the thing. And to his credit, when we wrapped up Skull Kickers at issue 34, and I think we stopped being profitable around, I want to say issue 11.
Wow.
he sent me a little congratulations note, and he's like, "Hey man, you really did it your way, and I'm proud of you." And I was like, "Oh, that's nice,"
Yeah.
Probably stupid, but yeah, did it.
Well, it's funny. Yeah. We were talking just before as well, like how, hey, maybe that's how this all came around, because I mean that was your first voice as a writer in the industry, part, yeah. and then people kind of knew, and because you also talked a lot openly about your D&D and growing up as a kid playing it, and now it's kind of come back around, and now you're literally writing D&D and Conan, Yeah,
it's the two of the biggest properties in fantasies, like from my cold dead fingers kind of thing, like. It's crazy to me because, when Skull Kickers came out, like fantasy books were not a thing at the time, especially in comics. Comedy books were not a thing.
Yeah.
Like it was like Us and Chew. That was like it.
Yeah.
And so we were kind of counter programming, not intentionally. It was just I wanted to make the book, that I wanted to make.
Yeah.
But it's so weird now seeing D&D in the mainstream in such an insane way, and how huge it is. And the way that I was able to inadvertently be on the ground floor when the 5th edition stuff launched. It's so bizarre to me. Like in 2014, when the only reason I started writing the D&D comics was because I asked to, not because it was offered to me. They weren't going to make more D&D comics. IDW had, I think it was called like the Hasbro Master License, which is at the time they had, Transformers, G.I. Joe. They had Gem and the holograms and just anything Hasbro related. And of course D&D's under that broader umbrella. And I had done the Samurai Jack book, and
I remember that.
Well, it was supposed to be a miniseries, and then it got extended out to an ongoing, and people really liked it, and it was a lot of fun. And so Ted Adams, who was owner of IDW at the time, he saw me at a convention and he said, "I love the Samurai Jack book, and I just think you're doing a great job. Is there any other properties that you want to write here at IDW?" And I said, "Well, either Turtles or Dungeons and Dragons." And he goes, "Well, Kevin Eastman's coming back to Turtles, and no offense, that guy's kind of got priority." And he goes, "But you don't want to do D&D." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "No one gives a shit about D&D." And on top of that, it's a dead property, and Wiz the Coast is incredibly hard to work with. They're one of the most difficult clients we've ever worked with. So it's like, doesn't make good money, and it's hard to get approved. And I was like, oh, and I was so bummed. And he goes, "But I get that this is something." I said, "You have no idea. It's like D&D changed my life, and it's one of my favorite things." And he kind of goes, "Okay, like for you, we can try and set up a call, and just you do a conference call, and you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean." I was like, "Okay," and then we'll figure out something else. And I get on this conference call with the Wiz of the Coast people, and they're not a difficult client. You just have to be speaking their language.
That's what I was going to say.
Stuff,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so the minute we did a call, and they were like, "Oh, Jim really knows this stuff. Like he loves this stuff. It's deep in his bone marrow." You know what I mean? That helped a lot. And then they were developing the 5th edition stuff and getting ready to launch. And it was sort of like, look, if you're going to do a new comic, this is the best time, because there's a whole new initiative. They're going to be releasing a new version of the game. This is when it's going to have maximum potential impact. And so it was this weird thing where that was just the right time. And I asked for it at the right time when the license was available. And then, 5th edition has become the biggest edition of D&D ever.
Yeah.
And I just sort of held on, like, as the rocket kind of went off. And, a year or two later, people were like, "How did you get that gig?" And I was like, "No one wanted it." No one cared. But I always cared. I always wanted to do it.
Yeah.
And that made all the difference in that key moment. You hear about this all the time. Like, Claremont comes on the X-Men when it's considered a dead book and it's going to be canceled
wild.
Or whatever. And you're like, "No one cares, but I care." And you're just like, you're just in the right place at the right time, and you're passionate about the thing, and thankfully it worked out. And now I don't just do the D&D comics. I've done these other book series. And
how did that happen? How did that? I was always curious how that lined up. Like, how did that whole?
That was hilarious. So my editor at IDW is wonderful, John Barber. He was amazing, but he was not a D&D guy. And that was great, because he would read the story outlines and the pitches and the material, and he could look at it from the outside and go, "Does this make sense as good story?"
Yeah.
Like if someone just picks this up and they don't know anything about D&D, are they going to get an enjoyable, experience?
Yeah.
And that was important. But whenever we talked about specifics, he had nothing to offer because he didn't know the property at all. And so the licensed the person it was going to at Wizards for approval, they were seeing all my outline material and they were commenting. And then John sort of, I think, got sick of just doing the back and forth, and so just started to CC us all together on emails, because that way we were just interfacing directly anyway.
Yeah.
And so the guy, Adam Lee, he was one of the heads of narrative over at Wizards. He just realized how passionate I was about it, how much I knew about it, how much, just off camera, how many books I've got, like just the insane library of D&D shit that I have. And he was like, oh, Jim's really bone deep into this stuff. And I was constantly throwing new things into it, or asking questions, or asking about what was coming down the line so that we could tie in our comic plans with their publishing plans. And they loved that passion and that kind of integration. And so we just started interfacing more and more directly. And then he was like, I had a meeting and your name came up for this other project. Is this something you might be interested in? And so we just started working together directly. And then I just started doing consulting. I just started to and then every time I would go to Seattle for Emerald City Comic Con, I would come in a day or two early and just go up to the office. And the first time you do that, you're like, oh man, it's the mothership. You wander around the office and people in their cubicles working away on the books, and you signed the NDA so you can just see artwork up everywhere, new stuff that hasn't been announced yet. And I'm giddy. And
I was gonna say it must have been like this wild moment as a kid, so cool to go, here I am at the Empire.
Yeah, they have this neat thing. I don't know if they still do it, but for a while they were hiring. They would have what they call a creative consultant. So for every major source book, they would bring in at least one person outside of their regular system just to shake things up, to come up with new ideas. And so it wasn't the same voices saying the same thing every time. And so Adam was developing a book eventually it was called Descent into Avernus.
Right.
And they called me in, and I went to the office for like 5 days and stayed at a hotel like a block away from the office and just whiteboarded tons of material.
Cool.
And what's fascinating about that is it was the book that was in development as they signed the deal to do Baldur's Gate 3.
Right.
And so the Larian guys were basically like, what is current D&D? Give us all the latest stuff. And they were like, here's the latest stuff, like right hot off the presses, in development on it. And that's why there's so much of the hell material in Baldur's Gate.
I was going to say,
and there's material that I distinctly came up with that is in the video game, but not because I worked for Larian, but because I was working for D&D. So there's this concept in the game of these things called soul coins, which are like the infernal currency, and I came up with that in the office.
Oh, cool.
We were trying to figure out how contracts work in hell, like all this weird stuff that we came up with. And so there's this weird kind of bleed over with this now, huge current game that you got, whatever, 5-6 years ago was just a twinkle in someone's eye kind of thing, which was super fun.
That is fun.
Yeah, it's been such a neat kind of a ride in that way. I love working on the D&D stuff. I love that now, I'm in a very weird and position that I never ever want to take for granted, where I'm picking the projects I want to do more than just waiting sort of at the trough for whatever's kind of coming down.
Did you feel like you were in that spot for a while, like you were just trying to always?
I mean, there's always a point, and early in your creative career, you're just trying to pay off bills. You're trying to make a money in a creative industry. Yeah. You're trying to gain legitimacy. And the easiest way to gain legitimacy is sheer credits, right? The more I do, the more contacts I make, the more trust, the more, whatever. And so you're like the eager beaver and you just run around doing whatever you're told. And that's amazing. It's a really good, when people think of you fondly and they know they can rely on you, but you get called a lot. You get called to clean up a lot of messes, and you get called to create connective tissue, and I was doing one shots and miniseries and weird projects that other people had ditched, or here's an outline for a thing and so and so got fired, and make something worthy out of this, and it is very stressful, and it is very difficult, and you learn a lot working within these systems. But I was hitting a point where I was burning out because I was teaching full time, and I was writing between 5 and 6 comics a month.
I don't know how you did that, man. That is wild.
In the sense that I loved it, like it was enjoyable. Every day was this challenge where you'd be on emails and conference calls, and you're saving the day, and you're pulling stuff out of the fire, and it can feel really good. But I would be coming back from conventions and I would be like an exhausted mess, or you just realize you're not spending time with your loved ones or your friends, you know, and months were going by.
Yeah.
And you would, instead of it being like crunch time, like, okay, this weekend's going to be bad. It's like, okay, this 6-month period's going to be bad. And you're like, well, then that's just a normal life now. Like that is not crunch time. That is the schedule. And the schedule would be, I would go to school and teach, come home, have dinner with my wife, go up to my office, close the door, and then sometimes she'd still be awake when I would go to bed.
That's tough, man.
Every single night. And you have this deep feeling of this isn't the right word. I don't know what word to use. Guilt? Because if someone, you know, I know a lot of people were trying to make their way into this industry, trying to break in, trying to get a toehold. And I was being offered amazing projects. And so there's this feeling of, well, I can't turn that down. Well, I can't turn that down. Well, I you know, so-and-so needs me or this, you know, and so you will just flay yourself alive to prove yourself and to make everybody happy except yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was hitting this weird point in 2018 where I was like, oh, I'm burning out. Like I can feel I'm losing it. Like I'm not passionate about this stuff. I'm just barely getting these things over the line, and I can do this to a competent level, but I'm just going to crumble in terms of my ability to, you know, have a life, and you know, my relationship is suffering and my time is suffering and my health is not good because I'm eating garbage all the time and you know, on a plane and all this kind of stuff. And it's an exciting jet setty kind of lifestyle. And on social media, you're taking the selfies with whatever cosplayers and you're in a new city every couple of weeks. So how can you complain? You know what I mean? Like, and so it's this weird sort of moment where I inadvertently, the original plan was in 2020, I was going to step away from teaching and just focus on writing and see if that would pull it back together. And then the whole world spun off its axis and I got the answer in don't go anywhere, don't do anything. And all of a sudden a bunch of projects got canceled and there wasn't something waiting in the wings. And then it was really nice. Like it was very weird and calm and like the world was in a terrible state and I am scared for the future, but also kind of like, oh, I stepped off the merry-go-round. Oh, that's kind of okay. You know what I mean? And if I get on, I'm going to get on very carefully and kind of know what this is next time.
But what was that period like for you? Like when you kind of fell into that?
Weird. I felt guilty again because I could just stay home because I had a couple little creative projects and I was teaching online. So I'd wake up in the morning and Stacy and I would have, you know, a cup of tea and breakfast. And then I'd go up to my office and I'd do my classes. And instead of having to travel to campus or, you know, I just camera off, I'm home. Well, I guess I'm going to cook something for dinner. So I would take lavish attention.
I saw that. I saw you started posting a lot of your meals and stuff. We could talk a little bit about that. Like what happened there? Was that just a way to kind of calm your mind
it's so weird. I was a terrible cook. I never learned how to cook anything growing up. And so I, when I left home and I moved away, I was just eating out or eating terribly all the time. But I always wanted to cook. Like my mom's a good cook. My grandma's a good cook. My aunt is a fantastic cook. And I lived with my aunt and uncle for a year. And my aunt in particular, I was super inspired because she would go to work and she had a corporate job. She would come home and she would just look through the fridge and go, oh, I'm going to make this. And she would just whip up amazing while you'd be chatting with her about
such a skill, man. Yeah.
It is a skill.
It's crazy.
I was like, amazed. And she could entertain and she would be like, oh, people are coming over Saturday. I'm just going to walk over to the butcher's and I'm going to grab this and I'm going to make that. And boom. And I was like, wow, that's what adults do. I want to be an adult, you know? And so I learned how to cook some things and I could cook okay.
Yeah.
But the pandemic inadvertently was like, well, you can stare at the news and get more depressed or you can do something. And so, you know, once you've cleaned and you've reorganized and you've done whatever, I was like, oh, I want to learn how to cook these things or restaurant food that I'm missing because we would normally go out. I wonder if I can make that. I wonder if I can make, you know. really high quality, whatever, steak or pasta or burgers or fish and chips and then I started, once those went well and I was like, oh, I added these to my kind of repertoire. Then I started to get more kind of ambitious with it. Stacy and I did a lot of traveling to Japan. Like when I was doing Wayward, which
I remember that. Yeah.
That in Japan, I would go to Japan once or twice a year.
Oh, wow.
And so for research, right? And so, and Steven was living over there, the artist that I collaborated with. And so we got a chance to visit him and we would do events and signings and stuff. But it was also just, we loved going, we loved traveling, and we loved the food. And so then I started to get ambitious, like, I want to learn how to cook some of this stuff. Is that even possible? And it's like, of course it's possible. And with enough practice, I added a bunch of those dishes to my repertoire. And that gave me a lot of confidence. The first time I made, it sounds so simple. There's this Japanese dish called chicken karage, which is just like Japanese fried chicken. But the best stuff is so good. And the batter is this light and crunchy and very flavorful kind of chicken. It tastes different from Southern fried chicken and all these other kinds. And I have some really strong sense memories around certain foods. And, my wife and I, we did our honeymoon in Japan.
Nice.
And there was a night where we're just sitting around, this like tapas bar looking out on a balcony over the city, and we're having beers and we're eating this fried chicken. And I missed that so much. And I was like, I want that. And, the world is falling apart. I want that feeling again. And so I think I tried cooking chicken like 6 times in maybe like 3 weeks, trying to get the right recipe. And I'm following the first time I did a bunch of substitutions like an idiot. And then the second time I was like, I went to the Asian grocery store and I got all the real things and I followed the ingredients and all the stuff, and it still didn't taste right.
Yeah.
And, a few times I tried it more carefully and I still screwed it up. And I was like, it can't be this, like, how am I missing it? And then I was talking to a friend of mine, and he had actually worked at a Japanese like tapas bar, like an izakaya, and he told me, he goes, oh, this is what we do, and I thought our chicken was the best. And he gave me a couple little technique. And then I put those into it. And there was this stupid moment where my wife and I made the chicken. It looked good, but the last couple batches had looked good. And we sat down and we took one bite, and then we looked at each other and we were like, oh, we're home. Oh, we did it,
That's amazing.
And the minute I added that to my repertoire, I was like, oh, maybe I kind of love to cook.
That's awesome.
And people will joke with me and they say, oh, when are you going to do a cookbook or whatever? And the answer is never, because not everything should be a hustle. Not everything needs to be a paying gig.
Absolutely.
And
That's awesome.
I get to choose when I cook. It's not for money, you know what I mean? And that's the important thing.
Yeah, man. I think that's such a really good point, man. I think it's such a danger, even like when we're starting this what we're doing with Fast Vision and everything, Shannon and I, who's like a partner, especially with like the social media stuff, like we tried this like 8 years ago to do like a Twitch thing, and I know a couple people that went down that road and it didn't, they're like, I don't ever want to do that again. And it's so you have to really be careful about balancing that. We have a daughter. We want to help artists, but we also have to keep that balance.
And it will keep you vibrant longer if you do that properly.
Exactly.
Instead of just, and it sounds weird because it's like, I definitely burned hard at the start. And there are times when you need to sprint, and I tell students all the time, I'm like, there are going to be all-nighters, there are going to be difficult times, but you can't, hard burn all the time. That's not how.
Well, actually, we got a question for you, actually, which is right in line with that. Do you have advice to up and comers to avoid taking on too many projects at once, or how to avoid burnout after your own experiences?
I mean, the most valuable skill you learn early in your career, or you need to learn early in your career, is the truth of your own productivity. And not what you can do when the stars are in perfect alignment, but when you actually can dependably do. So if I tell a client, you're going to have this thing Monday, it's not because I'm rolling through broken glass every single weekend. It's because like I can conceivably do that. I will give myself more time than what I need, and then I can reasonably deliver. You know what I mean? And you have to be able to accurately measure that. There is something very potent about saying this is 3 hours worth of work. And sometimes it's 2 hours, but it will definitely be done in 3. You know what I mean? And that, being able to parcel that time properly and know that you're doing it. And you end up scheduling yourself. And I tell my students this all the time, that they have to schedule breaks as well. They have to schedule in fun stuff. And they sort of joke about that. And I go, I know it sounds weird to have a to-do list that includes call your mother and do your laundry, but like, those are things that you need to put in there, or see your friends, or hey, it's so-and-so's birthday, and I'm blocking out this chunk of time for this important social thing, or these things that I want to do.
Yeah.
And so you do end up having to be organized and scheduled, but it means that when you're doing what you set out to do, and you know dependably you can do what you say you're going to do, you sleep better. So you don't have that anxiety of, oh God, I'm screwing up. Oh God, I'm falling behind.
Right.
Because you'll never feel good. Like, even when I was burning out, I was still delivering. Like, in front of the curtain, everything looked good. You know, it's not like I was ditching deadlines and making mistakes, you know? But I could just see that I had stacked it so tight. And it's like, I can do all the things I promised, but this is relentless. Like, you know, and again, there's that weird feeling of, so many other people are trying to make it. How dare you say no? How dare you turn down projects? How dare you not be appreciative of what you have?
Do you still feel that way?
I'm better now. Like, you know, I walked away from a project, which I've only done maybe twice in my entire career. But it was because the person in charge of the license had changed. And so the approvals, we literally had stuff that was finished and approved that was unapproved. And then we were being told to start from scratch. And I was like, well, this isn't being done in good faith anymore.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I don't think you even want this thing to be created anymore. I think this is a vestigial limb that you wish was being lopped off. I'll do you the favor and just cut it off myself, because I don't want to go through this process again. And thankfully, financially, this isn't something I need to do. And so, but that was weirdly empowering, you know, the ability to just go,
nah.
Yeah. Like, it's not even cockiness. It was just like, and the minute I did it, Stacy, my wife, you know, she was like, oh, I'm so glad you did that. Like, your whole body, like, your attitude completely changed in a much better way. Like, a much more, every time you would bring this thing up, your whole attitude would just sort of shift into this drudgery. You weren't enjoying it anymore.
Yeah.
Everything that they told you it was going to be at the start, it was no longer. So you made the right choice. So, trying to get back to the actual question that the person asked, you need to be honest with yourself. You have to communicate, and there's a lot of self-analysis where you're like, is this a reasonable amount of work? Am I fulfilling the other obligations in my life, not just work obligations?
That's the important one.
People in my life, the time that they deserve, the attention. And if you have a child, that child does not. I can negotiate with Stacy, you know. I can't you can't negotiate with a puppy. You can't negotiate with a baby. Like, and therefore, you have to have, you know, those priorities in mind. Those are responsibilities as much as well. And it's not easy, you know, to make those choices. But the good thing is that the more honest you are with yourself and with the people you're working with, the easier it is to have that respect, that they trust that what you're telling them is the truth.
Well, it's so important to have that relationship, you know, like, that's really, I really believe in that. And it's like, if you're being authentic, even if you fall behind, there's going to be a lot more understanding, you know, when you do fail.
I think one of the things that's most enjoyable for me right now, working on the Conan stuff with Heroic Signatures, is the editorial team and I get along really, really well.
And you can tell, man, you can tell in the comic.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Yeah. The quality's there.
Yeah.
The excitement is there. And when we're brainstorming stuff, and I'm just like giddy on a Zoom call, and we finish up and I'm like, wow, this is going to be so bonkers. I can't believe we're doing this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is a great feeling. That's the kind of creative collaboration that you sort of work your whole life for, and you hope that you get to have those experiences. And a really good friend of mine, he was doing Big 2 stuff at a very high end. I don't want to say who it is because it's not really fair. He's no longer doing that. When I was doing Avengers, we went out for lunch, and he said to me, he goes, please tell me you're having fun. I was like, dude, this is amazing. I'm working on this crazy Avengers event with Al Ewing and Mark Waid, and we're doing all this crazy stuff, and these artists are incredible. And, and he goes, good. I'm glad. And I was like, why would you think I wouldn't? He goes, because I didn't. I was like, what do you mean? And he was working on really big characters.
Yeah.
And he goes, I was so worried about the next thing or where this was going to position me for the next springboard of my career and how I could be more successful or win awards or get, more money or leverage one publisher against another to get an exclusive, that in the moment I was writing some of my favorite things, I never enjoyed it.
Wow.
I was stressed. I was angry. I was frustrated. I was uptight. I read reviews obsessively and, all these things. And he goes, when you're in the midst of it, you have to enjoy it. If you're not enjoying it, it'll never get better. You know what I mean? Like, and what you think of as the upswing might be the peak. And so, like if you're constantly, there's nothing wrong with striving for more.
No.
There's nothing wrong with having dreams, but make sure you carve out the time to really relish the successes you're having, even the little ones, in the here and now. One of my buddies, he brought over a self-published little book, and he was very kind of self-defacing about it. Like, oh, it's just a little stupid thing. I was like, no, you spent time on this. You lavished attention on it. You clearly made this for a reason.
Yeah.
Are you proud of it? He's like, well, yeah. And I was like, well, I'm proud of you. And this is really awesome.
Nice.
I was like, nothing compared to what you're doing. I was like, who gives a shit? Like, this is your cool thing that you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what I'm doing is nothing compared to whatever Neil Gaiman's doing or Robert Kirkman or, friggin', I don't know, Gail Simone and like, who cares? Like, it doesn't, you made this thing.
Yeah.
And in this moment, this is a really cool thing.
Yeah.
And so you have to celebrate those kind of successes, and you have to kind of shake off those failures and keep kind of moving and realize when it's good, you're like, man, I want to keep this feeling going as long as possible. I would love to bottle this, but this too shall pass. Like that's the statement. My wife and I have the thing. It's the most wistful. You can say it in the best way. Something terrible is happening, and you're like, this too shall pass.
That's great.
Like, and
I
then
love
when
that.
things are really amazing, you say, this too shall pass. Like, it will not always be this good. Like, make sure you hold it.
Yeah.
Like, and enjoy it. The people you love, the things that you care about, they all change. And you will have new great moments, but you will have lows as well. Like relish those victories and shake off, that sadness. This too shall pass, man.
That's beautiful. I love that, man. It's been that this went really quick. These calls have been going so quick. I feel like we just started. Man, it's really good to hear. I've been so proud of like the passion that you've put into your career, and I know for you to be honest about kind of that burnout. I think it's really important for people to realize, like you said, what we put online, and it's like,
sure,
it's like there's that one side, but then there's the personal side, and I really appreciate that you shared that struggle. And man, I'm really proud of you. The Conan stuff, I can tell you guys are all having a great time, and it's cool to see. Fun. Yeah, cool, man.
It's been a joy.
Well, what's up for the rest of the year before we wrap? What do you?
Literally next week I got a crazy week next week. So Conan number 8 comes out, which is the end of our second story arc, which has an insane cliffhanger on it that fans will hopefully like rend their shirts and be like, what have you done? The new Savage Sword of Conan. I actually got a copy right here.
Oh,
so
dude.
This is the new
such a great idea.
Black and white magazine is back from the dead.
It's so awesome.
Can you believe it's 80 pages for $7.
So cool.
Crazy. It looks amazing. I'm so proud to be a part of that, and that's going to be coming out every 2 months.
Wow. Okay.
Year. I've got another Conan event book that we are launching at Free Comic Book Day that I'm very excited about, and then just conventions. I'm doing Emerald City Comic Con next week, and I'm so excited to see the Hyborian faithful kind of coming out of the
that'll be fun, man.
At that show, I'm doing a panel that is becoming an annual tradition. Katie Cook and I do this panel called Convention Horror Stories.
Oh yeah, nice.
We tell our darkest, most terrible experiences at conventions, like a cathartic explosion of insanity that I'm really looking forward to doing.
Nice.
And then, more travel this summer. And I'm finally stepping away from teaching at the end of April. And so Stacey and I are celebrating by going to Japan.
Oh, congrats, man. Trip. Well deserved.
And then I'm going to do a bunch of cons. It's going to be fun. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Dude, I'm really glad to have caught up with you. Thanks so much for hopping on and talking with us today. And let's stay in touch, man. I'm going to... I'm always following you on Facebook. Yeah, I'm a quiet creeper.
No, it's good. It's good, man. I love hearing it. So,
all right, man.
Good luck with everything.
Thanks.
And good luck with the rest of the day.
Cheers, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen of the internet, welcome back to another Vast Vision Campfire Stories. This is day 2. This is no longer Curtis Weeb, me, Joe again. I've got a guest who I'm going to introduce in a little bit of a different way than usual. Usually you talk about what the person's done, their body of work. I'm going to read from the back of a book, and I'm just going to read the names of some of the creators praising this book. Bill Sienkiewicz, Jeff Darrow, Jonathan Hickman, friend of Vast Vision, Michael Allred, Jay Lee, and Frank Quietly. That is all full quotes on one book, and that book is Axe Wielder John, published by Kuroshi Comics, by Nick Pitarra, who you also know from Manhattan Project, Wettering. Nick, good to have you on here, bud.
Man,
Welcome.
thanks for having me on, Joe. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, Axe Wielder John, dude. That was my big book. Well, it's just now got finished being fulfilled, but I worked on it, 2 years ago or a year ago and put everything I had into it. So, and that was including pestering people for pull quotes, baby.
Well, no, when I have a bias here because I do know you and when I calls friends and I've seen a bit of this journey you've been on, so it's really evident what you just said about I put everything I had into this, and and it shows. It shows like great work. So I am curious. We're talking about a little bit before we went on camera. Kind of want to back up and talk about what that everything you had actually is comprised of. I mean, because when I read this comic, one of my favorite things about it, again, besides knowing you, was this person loves comics. And that, I talked with Michael Allred and Brandon Graham yesterday, and that was the theme. And I've noticed this with everybody who we've had on in Campfire Stories, whether they're disciplines as video games or acting or whatever, like, people love their craft. So I am really curious if we can back way up, jump back in time a bit, and get into like, where does Nick Pitarra's love of comics that you then poured into this come from? So like, what was your first contact moment with comics? Like, your first time you remember seeing them, interacting with them?
Seeing them and probably buying a handful of them, but never reading them, was the Death of Superman era. I was probably like 12, around that time. But I never, whenever I read a comic, and that's only because I love collecting baseball cards. I got like this collector's bug. And so like I'd go to the baseball card shop and I'd see these comics and I'd pick them up and I'd look at them. I made my mom, I got one of the Death of Superman Returns, the white cover, I didn't get the 4 versions, but I got my mom sprung for that. But then when I opened it, I never really got sequential storytelling. I ended up playing football in high school. I never took any art classes. And then in my senior year, I had enough credits to graduate and I stopped doing my work. And I got kicked out of a English class into a remedial reading class because I was getting zeros in the English class.
Right.
And in that particular class, there was a kid going to the Kubert School. And the Kubert School, for people who don't know, is like the school of cartooning. They take about 30 kids a year. So I got lucky, and one of those kids was in this class drawing, and he could draw from his head. And I was like, whoa, this is like magic, And his name's Isaac. He's still a good friend of mine today. And we had cars at 17, and he would meet me after school and he would take me on Wednesdays. There were new comics. And again, I would look at the stuff that he liked. He loved the Kubert Boys and a few other artists. And nothing really clicked with me. But then I found The Authority by Frank Quietly. And it was like violent, gay superheroes killing each other. It was just awesome. And Frank Quietly, the way he drew, and I've said this many times, but I think it's the best way to convey it. What wasn't clicking with me was when Batman was mad, if it was a Jim Lee drawing, even though it looked really cool, it would be like this perfect pose, this upshot, perfect abs. But when Frank Quietly's Midnighter was mad, he would just be slowly turning his head. And for me, I thought, well, that guy's mad. That's what it looks like in real life, or there was some humanity to it. And then all of a sudden, well, I want to see what he does. And we turn the page and Mark Millar's got him kicking a guy's head off. I'm like, what comic? So to me, that was like, before I never read Watchmen or any of that stuff at the time. So it was like, this was one I didn't know superheroes could kill, I didn't know it was that medium. And so even though people might say Mark is over the top and all this, man, for the right readership, it had me hooked. And man, I
Oh
was
no, dude.
Yeah.
I think we're really close to the same age. And like when you're a teenager and you're like late teens, I think was probably for the Authority, because it was the early 2000s, right? Or
Yeah,
late 90s.
99, 2000,
2000,
2001.
yeah, it was like a revelation because for me, I was an Image guy. Like I was comics for life, right? And so the Wildstorm stuff was sort of the extension of Wildcats and all that. Stormwatch directly. Stormwatch
Yeah.
came out in Authority, and so it felt like this evolution, like this really stark evolution of comics, and startling too. And then at that point, it was at DC, and so it was also like DC. And I mean this as a compliment. I love DC comics. I read them. I have them, many of them on my spinner rack. But they're sort of like comics by your dad. You know what I mean? Like there was sort of like a stoicism to it. And so when you had Midnighter acting like Midnighter and Apollo and everything, it was amazing. And then Frank Quietly, I feel like he kind of draws like every kid kind of wants to draw. He was like, I think Rob Liefeld kind of had that before him, and then Quietly was sort of the natural evolution of like, this is the way that you like ideally, because it's a mix of Euro stuff and manga a little bit, and just it's that cartoonish detail. I think that speaks to a kid's brain. So was there? Do you remember where you found that? Did you go to a comic book store? Because that's not something they would have at like a gas station.
Bedrock City Comics on 1960 and Huffmeister in Houston. Yeah.
Right on.
We used to go sit in traffic on Wednesdays after school. And remember my Isaac never ran he was one of these guys. I don't even know. He's the only person I know that does this, but he runs the AC, but in the middle between the heat and the cold.
Right.
And it's hot in Houston, and he only keeps it like a 1 instead of like full blast. So I'm like sweating in the car. I don't really know him that well, but I'm like, cut your damn AC on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I used to have that little torture with him. And he was always one of those guys that drive in the right lane and everyone turns out of the right lane. And I had a Camaro that just drank gas and T-tops, and I would be flooring it. But he knew where the shop was, and it was like our thing, and he'd always come pick me up and take me. So I couldn't really tell him to blast his AC. So that's an aside, but eventually I had to tell him we're cutting the AC on, buddy.
Yeah.
So every Wednesday we went, and then I was like, then I realized what comics were, because that book was delayed and delayed.
Yeah.
And I thought I was going to be there the next week. I didn't realize it was monthly, but then it's like gone for 3 months. And then fill in issues, and you're like, this isn't what I want. But I really felt like I thought it was good. I got Wizard magazine later in the year. It was like book of the year, and I kind of selected it on my own without anyone telling me. And I was like, oh, I'm on to something. He went to the Kubert school. I couldn't go, but I would go up there and visit, help him move from Texas up there and stuff.
Oh, cool.
And I'd be showing people, man, this guy, this Frank Quietly guy, he's the man. And they didn't really love him up there. And I said, what do you mean? And they're like, one of the older, like third-year guys was like, Nick, that guy draws like everyone's made of mashed potatoes. So I say, all right, well, I went back home and worked for 3 years while they graduated. And I made sure Quietly, Mobius, Jeff Darrow, Seth Fisher, all those guys were my star. And I just tried to, there's a lot, those guys are so technical that you can actually learn perspective by looking at their work, because they're not faking it and they're very exact.
Mhm.
Lay down a ruler and figure out their vanishing points. And I kind of figured out the perspective drawing before I figured out the cartooning. Then I fell in love with the cartooning and the way you can move shapes. I'm still not great with anatomy, but I think the aesthetic and the solid foundation, big shapes, and combined with the perspective with little tech pens has an aesthetic that appeals. It's enough to get me by. And then I started entering contests, getting a good reaction. I got my first Marvel work when I was 25 after I'd lost a contest online. Jonathan Hickman found it.
So wait, let's slow down just a little bit. So were you drawing this whole time? Like when you're playing football and I'm assuming you're reading like Beckett magazine, you're clicking baseball cards. Are you drawing at all?
No, I didn't draw then. But I like to doodle like in the margins of papers and stuff. And I remember getting good reactions to my cartooning. in my senior year, I really messed up and stopped going to classes, but I got moved into a tech theater class too, because I got kicked out of a different class. And in that class, the teacher was kind of a goof. And I remember drawing him and he looked like a doofus, and I got a good reaction from the class. Like I could draw it in my head. And I turned in the work with his drawing on it. And then he grabbed me after class and he was like, this isn't a matter of perception. I know what you're doing here. You know, you're in trouble. But he was just really a supportive guy. He ended up being like, you actually have talent at this. You should try it. Why don't you design our t-shirts for tech theater and come paint the backdrops and the tech theater sets? I was like, I guess, you know. And so I've always gotten like reactions, like draw a kid, you know, like draw the teacher doing something sexual or perverted. And I get trouble for stuff like that all the time, you know. But I never tried. But then once I figured out my friend was going to Kubrick school, man, I was working every day at it, every day for 5 years. And I mean, pulling all-nighters. I would work, I had a job, you know, from 16 to 25, but I was working all my free time, you know, buy a drafting table, buy a light box. What's a light box? Buy a light box. How-to books, all the how-to books. Correspondence courses, just trying to draw. And what I did was I gave myself little assignments every 6 months. Like I need 3 new pages or 6 new pages in 6 months because there's a convention coming up and I want to go to it. So my first deadlines were 3 pages every 6 months. And eventually it becomes, you know, more and more, but that's put in, but I would make sure those pages, I would overdraw them. I draw each page 10 times, you know, just to make sure I wasn't wasting my time. And I was wasting my time, but I feel like I've learned a lot with less pages because I've drawn those pages so many times, you know? So
yeah,
I started getting reactions to my portfolios, got a business card or 2, entered a couple of online contests. One I had to travel to, which is the Wildstorm contest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got to meet Jim Lee and stuff. I was a finalist in that. I came in 5th. And
I think Dustin Weaver was in that too. You know,
yeah, there's a couple guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a couple of guys who were in that. And then the next year, Comic Book Idol on comicbookresources.com.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. They had 211 portfolios submitted, and I knew my stuff looked weird. So I was like, man, I'm probably going to get selected. And I did. I was one of the 10 contestants. And I made it to round 4 or 5. They would vote one person off, and we had to do it went from like 3 pages every 6 months to 3 to 4 pages a week in that contest. And yeah, I ended up like losing my mind working on that, but I tried my best. And then when I lost that, I was super disappointed, but very proud of myself that I'd done so many pages in such a short time. And then the day I lost, I got an email from Marvel that said, you want to come work for us? And I was like, what? You know? And that was when I was 25. So yeah.
Who was it at Marvel? Do you remember?
Yeah, John Barber.
Oh, okay. Yeah. John Barber's editor has gone on to he was at IDW. I think maybe he's at Skybound now, or
yeah, he's I think he's in a new freelance company now.
Oh, great, yeah.
Works on his own thing, but yeah, he was at IDW for a long time after that.
Cool.
And then sorry, my computer's shaking here. And then I wrote him and I was like, man, how did you hear about me? Because I wasn't submitting to Marvel. And he's like, well, this new author we have, and John had done like a little anthology work for him. Jonathan Hickman recommended you. And I was like, cool. And he's like, yeah, he did this book called Nightly News at Image. So I'm like, well, this guy must draw like Frank Quietly, or he must be like Seth Fisher, or he must love Mobius. So I go and I'm like, well, one, can I get his number to thank him? So I call him and I thank him. And he's like, dude, I love your work. I was like, you changed my life. This is a dream come true. He's like, dude, we're going to do great work together. It's all good. There's a lot of vision for Hickman, because instead of him picking like an old veteran, he's picking a new guy that nobody knows.
Yeah.
And that's so thoughtful, not thoughtful, but like, he doesn't want to be just, if you think about career management, if you're a new writer and you bring in a Brian Hitch or somebody awesome, it's going to be the Brian Hitch show and the other guy. But if you bring in a guy nobody knows, now we're this new thing. And it was kind of clever on his part. But I go to the comic book shop and I'm like, all right, the nightly news. I'm going to go buy the nightly news, and I get it. And my joke is, when I opened it up, I was like, the main character of the nightly news are pie charts. It's all infographics, you know? And I was, why does he want to work with me? And then, but he's so well read, and he knew who Seth Fisher was. And Seth Fisher had recently passed away. And he's like, you're doing that Seth Fisher thing. You're trying to do that quietly thing. I get it. We're going to do some cool books together. And we did Red Wing and Manhattan Projects, and Manhattan Projects had great success in Image. That was like, I got to work full time, and I've been working full time since Manhattan Projects in comics. Made the New York Times bestsellers list like 4 times with that thing, which was cool, and get royalties from it to this day. So it was super cool. So, and on that book in particular, we worked Marvel style. So I got to get with John, and we would be like, issue 15, 3 years before we got there, issue 15, we're going to do this, or issue 20, this is going to happen. And then like, I'd get the loose plots, and they'd be a quick email or a text, or maybe more than that. And I would get to do all the wandering with the characters, give them back to John. You see what he says. Sometimes I was like, I didn't really expect them to be saying that, but fans loved it. But it let me understand something about storytelling when I went to write Axe Wielder, that you can build the plot points in, or if you read books like Save the Cat or other books like there's these beats in there and these goalposts, and you can kind of wander. And comics are a little bit more forgiving. Because there's something about the strangeness of comics. Like books I love, you're like, where did this come from, and why did this guy make it? And you get a little leeway, but you don't want to just wander and make it an artsy book. You really want to try to hit twists and turns and plot points, and make the reader feel secure every couple of issues, or every handful of pages, or on page turns have payoffs. So it's not just this like completely strange ash can book, right? So I took what I learned from Hickman there, and on Axe Wielder, I was working on Leviathan, and it wasn't working out with me and Layman. And then my kid got sick, and we were living in the Ronald McDonald house with the NICU. It was like 2018, 2019. And Image, when I said, hey, I'm in the NICU, I'm not going to get these things out, Image wrote me, and they just said, Leviathan's canceled. And I'm like, so for me, I'm like, hey, I've been working there for 10 years, boss. You want to ask me how I'm doing? You know what I mean? And I never got that message from Image, so whatever. Yeah. But anyway, me and John weren't getting along anyway. That got put on hiatus, but that's where we were at. And then when I was in the NICU, I was really getting to reflect on my career so far. I knew I was just one of the Nicks. No one knew me from Nick Dragata, who also worked with Hickman. Just one of the Nicks who worked with Hickman. Everyone was always going to know me as someone who was chasing Jeff Darrow light, or Frank Quietly light. And I've talked to Jeff and Frank about this. And I was like, man, becoming a new dad in the NICU and my kid being in critical condition, I was like, all right, I have this conversation with God, and I'm like, all right, well, you've given me this rough sketch while I was waiting on my kid to heal up of this barbarian character. I like this character. It's coming to me in a weird time in my life. There are things with God when I had that conversation, like, I want to make this thing, and I want to make it mine. And I kind of had this conversation where, to me, not that I heard God talk, but it's like God says, all right, artist, you're a dad now. You've seen a real life tribulation problem. You know what your dad went through when he was trying to teach you stuff, and the men around you and your uncles and other mentors. So, all right, artist, say something then. If you want to call yourself an artist, stop drawing for other people and say something. So what do you have to say? So I took everything I learned and looked at my life from that point back, and everything that I remembered, my dad saying he was proud of me, someone being too defensive of their own kids, whatever. You get a new perspective and light shined on that. And I was like, I'm going to put all of these lessons that I've learned and really honor the men in my life as a new father. And I said, this is what I want to do. Now, how do I do that? Right? Like, okay, you got a book on hiatus. You draw slow as hell. Your bills are now piling up because of the medical stuff. What are you going to do? And I was like, man, I'm really going to look at the industry and be like, well, how do you stand out? What do you say? And I said, I'm going to use everything that God's put in front of me to try to make this book. And there's a lot that goes into that. There's probably like 5 big pieces. And one,
Get into it.
Go ahead.
No, get into it, dude. I want to hear about the 5 big pieces.
Okay, so first off, like, do I say that this book came to me when my kid was sick? It's true, it did. And I'm going to use truth because truth is the only way in this. So it's not actually the book you're selling. It's the story of why you're making the book, right? So look at the industry and websites like Bleeding Cool or Newsarama or Comic Book Resources. They don't get the pop they used to. It's the YouTubers. And I can run my mouth, and clearly I can go on and on as we've seen. And I was like, all right, well, if this is a gift of gab or a gift of keeping people engaged, that's an asset in the YouTube arena. Why? And I like to overshare my work. I overshare my life. So do what you've always been doing, but now do it for the right reasons. And I say, okay, well, this book came to me when my kid was in the NICU. I'm kind of sick of Marvel and DC. Image is so-so. I love them, but whatever. I want to make my book my way, and I'm going to hire the people I want to make it without asking for permission. There was no way, the way John came to me, the drawing and what I wanted to tell, I wasn't going to take all of that and go to a 24-year-old editor who just got hired 2 years ago or a year ago that's overworked and looking for spell checks and ask them if it's okay if I can make my art. I was like, absolutely not. That's rule number 1. Like, trust God, trust what you've learned so far. And you're not going to, if you're an artist, what kind of artist would ask if it's okay to make your art? That's asinine to me. So I'm not going to do that. Okay. So, well, then I want to do a crowdfunder because I know I can control the promotion. I get with Joe Keating or, Comic Tropes or everyone that I've met or have been kind to, or they've been kind to me. And I can say, hey, I'm doing this book, and I can come on there and yap about it. So you got to ask some favors there. Then you got to like weigh what the future of the industry is going to be. And the future of the industry to me isn't asking for permission or selling your IP to be able to make someone else's money. I was like, dude, if you're paying $400 a page to own half of my work, I bet I can run my mouth, and I bet I can draw instead of 11 by 17, draw the pages 3 feet tall and it become a spectacle. And that's what I did with John. Every panel's on its own big board. I was like,
slow down. Every panel is on a board? An individual board. Every panel.
Every panel's, every 3-tier panels, 3 11 by 17s. So almost 3 feet tall. Yeah. It's so stupid. But I knew that would create a spectacle in the art collecting market because I'm a big art collector and I wanted to stand out, right? I knew that a big part of John too was my masculinity. God gifted me with 2 little girls, and I love arm wrestling and at least like to think of myself as a machismo guy, but I don't know anymore. But like, I was like, the symbolism of John, I was like, have him give him a little scar. And then I was like, you know what? He's got a big mustache. The symbol of masculinity to me is a big fat mustache, which clearly I can't grow that well. And so I was like, all right, let's cut his mustache in half. And I said, screw this, just cut his whole face in half, because John in the story and me as a man are about to be taken down a peg as this new father, right? And so basically, I poured everything I had into the story. It's a simple story, but it's what I could pull off. And everything I could into the art, asked favors when I had to, but also cashed in favors for people I'd done before, have done stuff for me before. I've done stuff for them or whatever. And then weighing in the crowdfunding space, if I can go out there and fund it, and there's so much turns on its head here. I strategically showed the art of John being made for 2 years before I launched the campaign, because everyone was going to be like, what is that? Who's publishing that? But there's 2 factors there. One, I get to promote it for 2 years. Everything I tweet isn't promoting Marvel or DC or somebody else. It's promoting me. it's also letting you know in the crowdfunding space that the book is getting done. It's not just a concept, it's there. So it's forming in people's mind as this material thing, and getting out there and talking about it. And especially after it launched, getting on shows and promoting it. It's almost like, instead of Marvel telling you, you can't show that, you can't do this, we control this. Now I'm promoting all the time, and I'm promoting me and the IP I own. And so to me, it's crazy to go to another company and take 300 a page and create IP for them. That, I think those days are going to be done very soon. Working at Marvel at, let's call it, I don't know what everyone else makes. I'm not saying this what I make, but I've seen those charts, call it 300 a page to pencil and ink. That hasn't gone up, at least since the 80s, forever. Actually has gone down. Those days are done, man. If you can draw, and you can write and you can, or produce quality work, and you can talk a little bit, bring it to the people, make the thing look awesome. And make it your passion project. And that goes with, you look at the industry, if you're chasing the big two, and you can see things they're doing that you don't like. And it's so painful to watch, because your dream is tied to those goalposts. When do I get to do X-Men? When do I get to do my Wolverine, my Deadpool, my this? Those aren't your characters. And those steps are so big, because you want to play with those toys again, right? We're all adolescents still in the comic book world. But I was like, man, once you flip that hat, dude, it's game on. It's like, please do that, Marvel. Please don't have any masculine violent characters. Please do that. Yeah. They're like, you're just shaking readers for everyone else. And then they get this, those readers are disenchanted. And now you're creating your own IP. And I'm, it's just cool, man. And so it's like, instead of being so overwhelmed and emotionally attached to what's going on in the industry, just put on your thinking cap. And I say this a lot, but like the big two are like the two big trees, the two big apple trees, right? And everyone wants to be on that tree. The birds want to eat off of it. The professionals want to be, customers want to go to it. The professionals are like apples on that tree. How many people stayed on those trees their whole life, if your name wasn't Ramitas or the Cuberts, that ended up successful? Very few, even the best of the best. And so what happened is, some of us are leaving those trees. Some of us aren't hoping to make it up that tree. And what's happening is, you're taking somebody who thinks about creativity all day, one person, me, but everybody, you are disenchanting them a little bit from looking at the page and being like, oh my God, my goals might not be there, what I've been doing. So you're taking a creative mind and they're getting to look at the business now. Like Marvel is messing up, because you're dropping 2,200, however many of these creative minds, and being like, if I go to crowdfunding and I draw the hell out of this, it's not about promoting one. I know you're a writer, Joe, but I was on the Hickman thing, right? 5 of us are promoting Hickman. Hickman's trades come out. It's Hickman's trade, right? Well, in the crowdfunding space, if I draw 3-foot tall pages, now it's about the artist. You got to visually click on it. And instead of looking down on like, oh, I'm crowdfunding, no, it's kind of awesome, because now visually I can sit home and make a trailer for my book, and I'm not asking Image to do it or hoping Marvel will do it. I get to do it, right? I get to release the art. And if I make those mistakes, I'm learning for my own business acumen or whatever. And then I'm meeting the printers or the Zub guys, or meeting the Kickstarter promoters or publicists now. And it's like, if I want a great designer, read the book you love and open it up to the credits, see who the designer is, and hire them. Now, if you go to Marvel, you have to ask permission to hire them. Well, you can just ask rate and hire them, And so, granted, there's a lot of risk there. Not taking a paycheck for 2 years while I worked on it, my wife wasn't happy with. Going in the hole on design, colors, not only not making money, but losing 20, 25K, probably at the time it said it done, maybe even up to 30K. But I was thinking, man, I'm building a system that it would take 2 years of not making too much money, and 30K investment, that then once my axe wielders launched, let's say if there was a guy like James Heron or Trad Moore or friends I know, I say, you want to make your character too? Here's all my customers, baby.
Yeah.
You don't have to start from zero. Here's 1,600 backers and you're better than me. And then when you're done and you're done and you're done, and it's up to 3,000 backers, if we share, then when Axe Wielder 2 comes out, there's potential 4,000 backers, right? If we started working together and wanted the best for each other, but nothing from each other, like, dude, we could, like, I don't know if that's possible from what I've seen, but the concept is strong. The concept is strong. If we really started looking, the creative started saying, we make the product, we have the means of promotion, we're learning how to produce it. What does a company offer when their page rates haven't gone up in 30 years?
Yeah.
What is it truly offering? And then maybe they're offering some money, but with crowdfunding, you can get that money, or as long as you do your work and can figure it out, right? So that really emboldened all that bravado and whatever, lots of self-doubt behind that, but we're selling now, baby. So take all that and roll it into one, believe in it. And then the last part of it was the creators I really think that stand out. If you say their names, their avatar pops up in your head. If I say Mike Mignola, Hellboy pops up. If I say Mike Allred, Madman pops up.
Yep.
If I say Stan Sakai, Usagi pops up. If I say Eric Powell, the Goon pops up, right? All of them were smart enough, instead of changing their avatar on Twitter to represent them, they made their avatar in the industry. So why be the 4,000th person to pump up Marvel's avatar and Spider-Man? And why not use our creative primes to build your avatar that's going to represent you in that space? So then I'm no longer, hopefully, the Quietly clone or the Darrow clone or the Hickman, one of the Knicks that work with Hickman. But when I met Raphael Grandpa at New York Comic Con, I had the book with me and he looked at me and he's like, I know you. And I said, you know me? He's like, yeah, you're the guy with the chop. And he chopped his face. And I'm like, dude, that's awesome. So like, that's what I want, like I want people to know, I want people to like Axe Wielder and it be something that it represents me in a way, a part of me that's beyond the illustrating, but the storytelling and some of my humor and passion for the medium and passion for art collecting and ideas for what the industry is going to be or could be. Like, I'm just using it as my vehicle. I gave him all those axes so because he was going to cut this path, for me. And I was going to commit to it. I wasn't going to maybe have an idea, not stick with it, maybe start it, but stop it. Like, I was going to do it, and then trust God to, like, I had that conversation too. I'm like, okay, I want to do this, but if we don't make any money here, I'll have my answer. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like you got it. But so then I had to think about it in those terms too, to be realistic. But a big part of this is having a great wife who, she teaches steadily and writes her own books, and we're getting some success on her end now too, which is really cool. And we're like rolling the dice on this creative life and, getting by the skin of our teeth. But I do think it's starting to work out for us, and it feels really rewarding. And it really, the second I hand it over to God, and I know I'm saying God a lot, we can call it universe or
God, it's God,
whatever you want to call it. But the second I started trusting in him and betting on myself, things started aligning, or I felt a lot of the stress I had about the industry or the doubts have washed away, and it's a lot more doing now. And I like that a lot. So,
yeah. And people like it a lot. Like, one thing that resonates anytime we talk with you or you see an interview with you is people want what you're talking about. And not necessarily making their own thing, which of course people do, but like, you get people fired up about being part of Axe Wielder John, about seeing this journey. And it's not just you promoted it for 2 years, but like, hey, you like cool art? Here's the thing I'm going to be talking about for 2 years on Instagram. And now it's like, how do you know it? And one thing I saw really early on wasn't just you drawing Axe Wielder John, was other people started drawing Axe Wielder John. And like Chris Somney, I believe, did an Axe Wielder John piece, and you had all these guys doing Axe Wielder John art. It was I was talking yesterday with Allred, and we were talking about how early Marvel, I think the key to his success was, like we talked about earlier with DC, was sort of like your dad talking down to you, whereas Marvel was like, no, you're here, and you're part of this, and now let's go do this. And with what you're doing on Axe Wielder John, I feel as amongst other things, but there's primarily a twofold result, which is one, whatever party Nick is throwing that he's been talking about for 2 years, and I've been seeing cool art from for 2 years, I want in on that. And like, I know myself and other creators who are in our circle talking, like, you get fired up, like, yeah, we got to put out like, our avatars and stuff, which I think a lot about the 1980s, specifically around 1986 in comics back then. That's really, like, I don't know how methodical it was, but that really was the approach. I mean, a lot of names you mentioned, like Mike and Madman, but also like Paul Chadwick and Concrete, Usagi Yojimbo, the Turtles, to an extent, which is a little bit different, but still along the same orbit. Like, we have the periods of growth that do come in comics is when these scenes around developing avatars sort of emerge. And now with crowdfunding, the barriers to entry, right? Like back in the 80s, you have to, like, hopefully one of the distributors would pick you up, Capital or whoever. Hopefully they would pick you up, and then hopefully stores would pick you up. And now it's like, guys, I'm putting on this party. It's online on my Instagram, and then eventually it's going to be online on the Zoop page or whatever. There you go. And I think that really resonates with people. And I think, let's just get into it. I mean, some of the negativities I've seen in comics from, behind the scenes industrials, when people view things with this scarcity. But when you recognize that there is a divine abundance here, and it's not so much about I have my thing and I can't let anyone else have this thing, because it's not from you, it's from that it's from above. I think that then flourishes. There's a parable in the gospel about the parable of the talents. You're talking about these three men are given different talents and gold talents, but the pun resonates. And one guy just buries it and doesn't do anything with it because you may not ever have it anymore. But the people who venture out and go and invest it and cultivate it, it grows and they get more, So I think that's one of the reasons why Axe Wielder John is such a success, is because you're not holding on to it tight. You're sharing your enthusiasm and with other creators, sharing your resources. So I don't know, man, you get me fired up.
I'm hoping to. That's the next part of it, is share the resources next.
Yeah.
And that'll be down the line. I hope that's part of the plan. And then, but you're right. Like, if you get on that big 2 tree, all of a sudden that guy got that gig and I tried out for the gig. It's such a shrinking, systems are either expanding or they're contracting, and if you get into you put your mind in a contracting mindset, it's ugly, dude. It's like, I mean, this is a bad way to say it, but it's like turds circling a commode. It's only getting worse as it's getting to the bottom, but really, comics are infinite, man. We have access. Obviously, think about the model too. Don't cut out the brick and mortar stores. Like with Axe Wielder, we sold 500 copies to comic book shops. And it was actually a huge advantage because since I'm crowdfunding it, I can sign and remark 500 copies for free for the stores. I don't have to loan there. I can still give them their 50% off discount that they would get from Diamond or wherever else they're getting it from these days. So like, if you ordered from those Diamond or Lunar or whoever else, you're not going to get it remarked and signed. So there's advantages there if you're willing to do the work. I offered that thinking we'd get like 50 copies, and then I ended up getting 800 remarks. So it took a while. I might have, but we got it done. But there's just ways to think about it, and it's not a shrinking pie, man. With the internet and everyone with social media having this direct access to you, and I know there's a lot of bad, but there's a lot of good too.
There's a lot of good.
There's a lot.
I think there's more good than bad, and I think
I
the bad is broadcast, and I think algorithms kind of propagate the bad, and like people post videos like, did you get angry about this thing? Well, buy my product, and you get angry about it, and then it propagates other videos. But when I talk to people either going to the comic store or the people in my life, like I mentioned him yesterday, but I have this nephew who loves comics. Like, dude, these people are excited for cool stuff, Like hearing my nephew talk about how excited he is for Deadpool and Wolverine, like, I was excited for that movie anyway. I want to go see it even more just because he is just so excited about it. And I think people have gotten into this trap of like, oh, well, I can get a short-term gain. I mean, biologically, we work similar. Like you get a short-term gain from the negative interactions, but at a certain point, the dopamine and cortisol, blah, 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 blah. I'm not Andrew Huberman. I'm not going to talk about it in any detail, but it's a false positive. And it doesn't reflect reality. People are ready to be stoked about whatever you're working on. And you don't have to believe us for it. Again, look historically. What comic book companies have lasted? What made Marvel Marvel? What made Image Image? Image was the same way earlier on in 1992. It was like this rebellious act that you could be a part of. And then Rob Liefeld puts out Youngblood #1, and Golden Apple Comics, the comic book store in LA, has a signing. There's a line that lasts hours. Eazy-E shows up. It becomes a cultural phenomenon. Even before that, I think that's why like Rob got picked for that Levi's commercial. It was just an exciting thing to be part of. And if you talk to Rob Liefeld for 2 seconds or listen to Rob's observations, dude loves comics and is so stoked about comics. And sure, there's stuff he doesn't like, and sure, he talks about it. But just being part of that enthusiasm, I mean, that lasts forever,
Yeah, you're right. So the negativity thing, there's a lot of people making money off the negativity. Good for them. I don't judge them. Everyone's trying to find a path. Some people get mad that I don't judge some of those people, but I don't believe I'm a big non-compelled speech person. Like, you're not going to tell me what to say. And I don't believe in ostracizing any of the fan base. When I looked at big two creators saying this person's that and this person, I'm like, what is going on here? But with my mindset is create, don't critique. I'm not going to critique them. I'm not going to tell them. I'm not going to tell the people that I disagree with what to do. I'm going to act in a way that I wish the industry worked. I wish everyone was promoting their own IP, trying to do their very best work, sinking way too much money into making their best work, and being nice to everybody. And even if I disagree with them, I want to sell to everybody. So everyone's welcome because I'm building a business. So my mindset was in every facet, no longer critique, no longer say, and I've messed up there. I'm not perfect, but create the system you want. Don't critique. And some people get stuck on the critique part, and then the work maybe suffers, or maybe the work's good in retrospect. Some of that, like the hype, what I want is like overwhelming positivity. I also think that you can't change the mind of anyone by othering anyone. I me and you were disagreeing, and I can't be like, screw Joe, he's this, he's that.
I'm never talking to him again because we disagree on this one person neither of us know.
But like, let's find some of our commonalities in the way and you might be right. Maybe your change can change me and I can change you, but we can't do it unless we're brothers. We can't do it unless we have some common decency. And I don't play sides. Like that's a losing battle.
It's also stupid. It's like, who cares? One thing we talk about separately, but I'll just say it publicly. It's like, enough, guys. It's time to grow up. Like, I get that this half of comics hates this other half because of this and that and the other thing. Who cares? None of it's that important. Are you doing cool work? Are you doing great things that could last for an eternity? You know what I loved about Axe Wielder John? Was I read that? I was like, I could read that in 20 years. My son could read that in 30 years and be like, oh, this is awesome. You know what I mean? That's what we need to be aiming for.
Yeah.
These things that are eternal, not fighting over hashtags.
Yeah. I appreciate the kind words about Axe Wielder. You never know, like when you're working on it, what you're trying to get when you're putting down the page, but you never know exactly how it's going to come out of it to the reader's head, And like my last big promotion for myself is Brian K. Vaughan read it and said he really liked it. So
sweet.
Brian K. Vaughan's my favorite writer. I love Hickman, but Brian K. Vaughan is the man. What I mean?
Another example though, when Saga hit up, it wasn't just that there was a cool book. It was remember that promo image. I was actually at that panel when it was announced at San Diego Comic-Con. It was like, that looks different. That looks different, and that looks interesting. And then what did they have in Saga that a lot of comic books had dropped at that point? They had a letters column. And they had a letters column you had to write into physically. there was no email address. And I don't think at the time, someone could correct me, I don't even think Brian K. Vaughan was like on Twitter, or I think he just like got on Instagram again the last couple of years. So if you wanted to interact with Brian and Fiona, the way you did it was you had to write them a letter and do it. And, they've never had a blank letters column. People want that real interaction, so yeah, man, like, that's awesome. And it doesn't surprise me. It resonates with people like him. Brian's the guy who knows his craft, which means he knows his history, which means he knows when there's a bunch of boring stuff out there and he's not interested in. So when there's something like Axe Wielder, just feels like, I keep it around in my office because it just feels like a call to arms, literally, to make cool stuff,
I mean, that's
So-
what I hope it will be down the line. I want other creators to join in. I think it's got a universal appeal in that I was really dumb and put my all into it, against my family's security a little bit. Again, I got a loving wife, but it's like, no matter who you are, if you're like at the lower tier of wanting to break in, that crowdfunding thing's a click away. Or if you're a guy who's stuck on the big two system with worries, that crowdfunding thing clicks for you. Or if you just see that, and I do think I'm very passionate about comics and dumb for them. I got a huge art collection. Any money I've ever made, I turn into original art, which has only blessed me more because when I need money, I can sell it and it's gone up in value. But like, I'm in it, man. I called it Kuroshi Comics, my little logo and imprint for John, because that means to die from overwork. And I think there's no higher honor if you love the work you do, like kill me with the thing I love, baby. And I love comics, and I'm going to go down swinging with them. And with John, I'm going to go down swinging axes, baby. And just make the book you want. Like if there were already 10 axe wielders out there, axe wielder wouldn't hit with anybody. And it wouldn't have been in my heart to make it. But I really wasn't seeing like the people who were influenced by Heavy Metal Magazine trying to add some Brian K. Vaughan and some Quiet Lee and do the next version of it. That felt like it was voided. There wasn't there. And instead of saying, man, I wish Art Adams would do it, or Quiet Lee would do it, or Darrow's kind of doing it with his Shaolin Cowboy.
Shaolin Cowboy,
yeah. I mean, I give a huge tribute to him in the back of Axe Wielder because I think he's one of the guys that kind of showed me the way. But like, if it's on your heart, make the book for you, save yourself, and it'll work out. It's going to work out. And at least I hope it'll work out. And I think,
well, maybe it won't, but at least you put something down that was purely yours that you believed in. It's like, but McFarlane drew pictures of Spawn in the late 70s. Spawn #1 didn't come out till 92. So maybe he tries to do Spawn in the late 70s. It doesn't work out. And then he does Infinity Incorporated and no one likes it. And then he keeps showing up. Eventually he gets on a little book called Amazing Spider-Man. Then he blows up. And then he goes back to Spawn. I think we get so stuck, and there are these false narratives that I really don't like that in comics where you hear it's like, your career's over if your last issue. Like I put out total garbage out there, and I put out things that I really tried my hardest on, and it just didn't work. But you just got to keep swinging. It's like my favorite actor of all time is Robert Forster. And he popped. He was in, I'll get into what he was known for, because initially he was in movies like Medium Cool and Gay Alligator, and then he disappeared, and no one really heard of him. And he thought his career was over, but he kept telling himself, Robert, you can still win it in the late innings. He kept repeating that was his mantra over and over and over. And then a fan of his earlier movies who remembered what he could do, was like, I got to cast this guy in Jackie Brown. So he cast him in Jackie Brown against Pam Grier, and his career explodes. Right? And then David Lynch sees Jackie Brown and is like, oh, this is pretty cool. I should put this guy in Mulholland Drive. Later on, Vince Gilligan sees him, like, I got to have this character in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Well, later on, bring him back for Better Call Saul. Do that, And he was older. He was much older than us when he was put in Jackie Brown. It's like, you just never know. You just got to keep showing up, and you keep showing up. And one thing I really love about your story is that you looked up, and you looked up for an answer, and not into this introverted or like worldly thing. Like, what does social media tell me? What's hot on social media? What's hot on this?
Oh yeah, you don't want to curate your this is what I found in publishing. It's like, they'll be like, what's everyone else doing? Like
No.
you don't want your mirrors to be what everyone else is doing. Like, and I had this conversation with my assistant, my buddy who comes to the house is younger than me, Ken, but he loves manga. And I was like, man, because I didn't do like, well, they're doing this over there and I need to do this over there. And a lot of publishing is like that. It's all looking for safeguards. Instead, I just said, I'm going to put 100 axes on this guy. It's got so many, and I'm going to give him no face. Now he completely stands out because one, there's only so many handheld weapons, and I kind of own the axe now, right?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
dude, you gonna put 30 axes on a guy? Come on. Like, I got you. I got 60 on mine, right? The facial scar thing, I'm already, if I make him a character, there's Two-Face, there's the guy with no nose, which will be me, and there's Jonah Hex, right? I got like,
Right.
I'm gonna be in a top 10 of facial scars, and so like you're separating yourself by not in that, like, if everyone's collided here and self-referentiating, put yourself outside that circle and just do something wild. And that's what manga's doing, right? And they're just
Yeah.
doing like Chainsaw Man. I mean, if you've read any of
Yeah.
that stuff,
Oh yeah.
it's bananas, Crazy Food Truck is what I'm reading, and it's crazy. They're like, it's almost like they're trying to be weird, and I think the American comic scene could use some of that,
I would push back against the word trying, only because I think the word I would use instead is allowing. Like we keep constricting ourselves with these really arbitrary, weird rules. Like the thing I keep hearing and coming up is like, oh, you're gonna be like, Joe, why you're bringing this reference, but just let me roll here. Oh, you can't make The Office today. The TV show The Office. No, it's like, oh, it's too this, it's too that, and people would react like this. And well, it's funny. Netflix does not have the American rights to stream The Office, but they do in other territories around the globe. They released their global numbers, all their numbers. And The Office, even though could not put it in America, was still number 8 or 9 on their top of all shows of everything they had streaming. It's one of the number 1 or 2 shows overall through Peacock, and especially the streaming. People want it, but we keep telling ourselves, you can't do that. You can't have a book that's too violent, man. People don't want this. You can't go through crowdfunding because this, and you need a publisher. I need to do that. I love publishers. I work with publishers. There are a lot of great publishers, but there's such immense value in saying, no, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do it my way. And if you want to be part of that and you partner up with a publisher, then great. Like I'm editing a book with Brandon Graham, Moonray. We work with a publisher called Living in Line. They're awesome.
Yeah, those guys are great. I love those guys.
Living in Line is killer, And there's other things I'm working on that also have publishing partners. So don't get me wrong, but just not canceling what you're doing ahead of time because, oh, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? All those false narratives. So I know that every time I hear you out on Axe Wielder, John, I'm just like, all right, because I'm editing books and we're doing some stuff for the Vast Vision. And I'm just like, I gotta get fired up. I gotta get that Avatar book out. That's the one thing. That's like the next thing. And I gotta thank you because really, like, you just talking about that with Axe Wielders, like, got me fired up to do that.
I wish, that's the thing too. I'm a little manic and maybe a little bipolar and crazy or whatever people want to say, but using that energy, I'm not, I'm 1/1,000,000th of Todd McFarlane, but he's a entrepreneurial and just he's the Todd father for a reason. He's the North Star. Like,
and every time he makes a decision, people say how stupid he is.
Correct. Arnold's the man when it comes to this. Arnold motivational speeches, be willing to fail. Think out. That's everything we've said. Think outside the box. Work hard. Like that's what we need. And failure is part of the process. Pick yourself. The only way you lose is if you don't get back up. All that over the top manly motivation stuff, it works, dude. And like I said, I'll tip my hat to Todd. Any bit of my manic talk too much bravado, I got 1/1,000,000th of that from that's one little hair off of Todd McFarlane's head, maybe floated down on top of mine. So he's the man. And yeah, man, it's everything is going really good right now for the Pitarra household. And I got a big bear to conquer in John Book 2. I'm drawing that now for the next year. Money will get tight again. the stress will grow again. But I'm going to keep betting on myself. And really the big thing for me in my life these days is being present in the household as a dad, and then trusting in God to be there for us when I can't pull myself up, So that's my big things right now.
We're coming close to time, but one thing I do want to talk about that is different with you and our next guest actually too is that you are working, so you're publishing through Kuroshi, and you're doing that now, but you're also working with us at Vast Vision to help us build this. We talked about letters, columns, and making people feel part of something. So we're building this Discord together. So I'm kind of curious. You've already kind of started. You have a Kuroshi section on the Discord. You have dedicated channels within that Kuroshi section, like about Axe Wielder and what you're working on. Can you tell us a little bit about like what your approach is going to be there, what people can expect if they come to the Vast Vision Discord, and what they find in the Kuroshi section?
Well, what I like about the Vast Vision idea is talking to you, Curtis, some other guys that might get involved later, Rob's Plate Lunch.
Mm-hmm.
We all need to be quick on our feet, thinking like I'm thinking. I want people that hear me run my mouth and be like, he's doing it wrong. I'm going to do it this way. We all need that autonomy, but we also need to work together. And what I like about Vast Vision, the potential of Vast Vision, it's an idea now, but if we commit to it, I think it'll work. We need an umbrella where we could hold all of these, all these Nicks or Robs. We need to all reach out into social media with our businesses, with our families, and figure this stuff out, use our creative minds, not be restricted to a group. We need that freedom. But then we also, kind of like Deadwood, we also need some laws, some structure. We need a bullock in there. I'll be the swearing engine. I call dibs on the swearing engine. But
yeah, I would nominate you for that.
But we need I might be Ty. I forget his name, the guy who ran the brothel. He was a real scumbag. What's his name? I forget. Anyway, but I mean, like, eventually, as we're going out in this wild west of figuring out entrepreneurship and figuring out our businesses, we need to come back together and reconvene and talk about like how we could grow together too. And Vast Vision represents that. I don't know what shape it's going to take yet. I think we're all figuring it out, but I do think offering something different, like these workshops or interviews, endears yourself to the audience, spreads more positive information. Maybe some of those will be readership. Maybe some of those will just be friendship. Maybe some of those will make a connection to something bigger in our lives. But that's what I like about the Vast Vision idea.
Yeah, I mean, so I shared this with a couple people before, but I don't know if I talked to you about it. My dream for Vast Vision has nothing to do with any of the books that I'm working on directly. But my dream is that there's some guy, some girl who's reading Chainsaw Man and is really excited, and they want to make their own comics, that in 5-10 years, the industry is in such a place where they can do that crazy vision and people aren't going to poo-poo it, and there's a system in place to actually work on it. If we can have some sort of like planting trees that we don't, ever see the shade of in terms of the industry, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
So, Nick, we're at time, my friend. I feel like we could talk for another 3 hours or so. But where can people find you outside of the Vast Vision Discord?
Well, Vast Vision Discord is where I pop in every day just to check in. Nick Pitarra on Twitter, Nick Pitarra Kuroshi Comics on YouTube, something like that. Mainly Twitter. I'm on Instagram too. Just look up my name or hashtag Axel John. You'll probably lead back to me. So that's where I'm at. Just I'll be around. And everyone that listened, thanks for listening to me yap. And then hit the Vast Vision Discord. We're trying to do something cool. It's going to be a slow build, but I think we're going to do it the right way. So thanks for having me on, Joe. You've meant a lot to me, and the guys have meant a lot to me over the last year and a half. So I love that we're
brother.
creative brothers, and been studying the Bible together too for fun. That means a lot. So more for fun, more because it's needed than fun.
Yeah, because it's absolutely necessary and the core eternal principle of our lives. Yeah.
So yeah, man. I'm excited. I'm excited about Vast Vision in the future, and then everything we're gonna do. So yeah, brother. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah, buddy. Anytime. All right, Curtis.
just as a little child. From A to B to maybe C. Try to focus through a broken lens. I know
Hello and welcome back to one more installment just for this weekend. We're going to be back. We got stuff coming up. But for one more installment of the Campfire Stories for this Sunday, still me, Joe, and now you can see we have another guest. You know him from Chew. You know him from Farmhand. May not know him, but you should know him from a book that he and I collaborated on together called Bear versus Bear out from Record Publishing. Rob Guillory, dude, buddy, good to have you here, man. How you doing? What's going on?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I have a little bit of a cold. I'm wrestling with, but I'm doing all right. So can't complain.
Right on. Well, look, we're doing the Storytellers Convention, and kind of posited it off a little differently to everybody, but the core thing that I'm just interested in getting into with everybody, especially with guys like you and Brandon, and actually Allred, who I've worked with either now or in the past, like once you get into the work, there's always the work to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really get into like, why are we doing this work, and I think this convention is sort of getting around to the general question of like, why storytelling, but then with each individual, like with you, why comics, and why comics is specific and what gets it back. So the question I sort of always open up with, because it's something I'm always fascinated by, like, what is your earliest memory of comics? Like, what's your first contact with this thing that's now become your pursuit?
I think I shared this yesterday, but I think the first memory I have of comics at all were, like I said, I had two uncles who I always call prototypical comic geeks. Way before any Comic Cons were what they are now. This is in the 80s. They were very into all of it: Thundercats, He-Man, toys, comics, and they kind of inherited a fairly sizable comic collection from my grandfather's younger brother, who's a Vietnam vet, and they had a giant suitcase full of comics, just classic 60s, 70s, 80s comics. And I would just go over when I was 2, before I even knew how to read, and for whatever reason they were fine with me just digging through their stuff. And I don't remember any of it ever being bagged or bored or any of that stuff. It was just in a suitcase. And they were cool with a 2-year-old just rifling through their stuff, which is crazy. But I would just go through it and just was blown away by all of it. It just bit me pretty hard. So yeah, that's absolutely the first memory I have of it.
So 60s, 70s, 80s comics. So a lot of Marvel, DC. Like, what do you remember sticking out in your child brain? Like what downloaded to your hardline code from that time?
There was several particular covers that like jumped out at me. One of them was, I forget what issue of, I think it was, I don't remember if it's Hulk or Fantastic Four, but there's a cover. It's a black cover with Hulk and the Thing from the Fantastic Four fighting on the cover. It's an early issue of one of those series, but I was just fascinated by it because I knew both characters. I'm like, oh my god, this is like amazing. So like old Fantastic Four. I mean, he had old X-Men. I remember he had the Phoenix Saga in its completion.
Oh, wow.
He had all of it. He had all that stuff. It was probably my first exposure to just straight up serious dramatic storytelling in comics, like very dramatic with Jean Grey dying and all that stuff. The first time she died.
Right.
So yeah, that Green Lantern Corps, Teen Titans, when it was I think
Wolfman Perez.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Perez. Another one that was very deep into drama. So yeah, a lot of that stuff, man. That was all of my first comics, and it all stuck in my mind. Oh, also a bunch of Thor. I mean, all of the I remember, what was the Fire Herald of Galactus?
Nova?
He wasn't Nova. I'm blanking.
Oh, the dude name. who had the
yes,
the pole.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no,
yes.
Exactly. I can picture him. I can also picture him because he was also on like that ad for the Silver Surfer video game that was in the back of a lot of 80s, 90s comics.
Was it Fire Lord maybe?
That's sounding good. If anyone in the chat knows, we win a no prize.
There's certain covers are just burned into my brain, and that's one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it is funny how like certain things will just stick on you. There's this issue of What If that I still have. I still have my exact copy by Rob Liefeld and Jim Valentino of like what if Wolverine became the Agent of Shield. And I
Oh
read
wow.
it. I read it a number of times, but it was such a strange cover in that I don't know whose decision this was, but the
Mhm.
whoever colored the cover Wolverine's eyes on the cover,
Mhm.
there's no pupils. It's
Mm.
it's all red. It's completely red. And
Mm.
I was just like, I would just stare at this cover and just have it imprinted in my brain and think about it when I was like at Catholic school. It was like trying to solve the mystery of whatever this thing was that I found at 7-Eleven, just like,
Yeah.
whoa,
Yeah.
what is going on here? So no, that rules. Okay, so you have the suitcase and it's full of this,
Mhm.
which I, by the way, having a big just pile of comics dumped on you like that, I really feel is
Mhm.
like the ideal way to get in. Allred mentioned yesterday, he was talking about how he woke up, his brother had knocked him off a table or something, and he woke up in the
Mhm.
hospital, and his brother convinced his parents to buy him all those comics, and they were just like everywhere, and that's how I got. That was like his earliest
That's good.
memory. Yeah, it was a good
Very
scam
nice.
because his brother Lee was really into comics. But anyway, it was just
Right.
all there. And then for me growing
Yeah.
up, my initial comic book store was 7-Eleven, but I was really
Mhm.
blessed to be in Los Angeles and they had amazing stores to still do. Like
Mhm.
Golden Apple's still there. But they had this
Mhm.
store called Heidi Ho Comics, another one called
Mhm.
Superior Comics. And I talked about Superior Comics yesterday. So I'll mention with Heidi Ho, the great thing about them is it was a big store and they had everything and it was disorganized. At least it felt
Oh wow.
disorganized. And the
Mhm.
cool thing about it was this is 1986, 19 through 1992. And so you
Wow.
had like the Mobius epics were coming out, and those were right next to the
Mhm.
Rob Liefeld comics, and those were right next to the
Wow.
Robert Crumb comics, and those were so it was just like the proto manga, like the Shiro Appleseed stuff, all that kind of
Wow.
Akira, and
Mhm.
just having it all in one place was just like this is the coolest thing ever, and it was just
Yeah.
again printed and fiery in your brain. So okay, so you have the
Yeah.
suitcase full of comics. So
Mhm.
what are your next steps in terms of like how do you make that hobby yours, right? Like
Yeah.
this is I think it was your uncle's.
Mhm.
How does it become Rob's thing?
Um, I think the gateway to it came at some point. I realized I wanted more things than my parents were going to buy me. Uh, so I was like, hey, I want this thing. I don't remember if it was, whether it was comics or toys or games or whatever. And I remember my mom telling me at a very young age, I think probably 7 or 8, saying like, hey, you need a job, kid. Like you need a job because you need
At
money
seven
for all
or
the
eight,
things. Yeah,
right on.
yeah. And I'm like, well, how do I get a job? I'm like 7 or 8. Like, what do I do? And my grandmother owned like a janitorial service. She would clean like doctors' offices, whatever. And my grandmother, who was like ever the opportunist, she's like, "You want to work? I'll put you to work," And so we made a deal at age 7 or 8. I would go with her on. She cleaned the offices on every Saturday morning, so right like during Saturday morning cartoons.
Oh,
So I totally
brutal.
would miss. I sacrificed Saturday morning cartoons. I was up at 5:30 every morning on a Saturday, and I would just go with her in the dark to a dentist's office and clean a dentist's office till like 11. So I would miss the block of cartoons,
Uh,
and she would pay me a flat fee every month. And every Friday, whenever they picked me up they would pick me up every Friday. I'd sleep over and then do the office the next morning on Saturday. But the Friday afternoon after I got off of school, my grandfather would pick me up and bring me to Big Comics. It was our local shop, which was just a little. It was in a shopping mall. It was just one little glass aside. Like it wasn't even like an entire like it was like an office essentially. And you just walk in, but it was the most fantastic place ever. And it's just long boxes, shelves and shelves of comics. They used to have the binders with the like Marvel trading cards in them,
oh
and
yeah,
you can buy them individually instead of he's like, well, I need the Wolverine. Like, of course, I think Wolverine was the most expensive one. He's like
yep.
$4 or something. Which so like one by one. I think the first thing so every Friday I'd go and buy comics, but I'd also started collecting these cards, and I still have it. And I got the complete set. I tried giving it to my kids, and my son's like, this is fine.
Oh,
he
come
was
on, kid.
he was completely unimpressed.
These are
Like,
like
you know how
1990
long?
Marvel cards.
Yes, this is like
So
I
it's like
think the
Art Adams and stuff.
first.
Yeah, come on.
Yes, it's fantastic, which I'm okay with. I'm like, I'll keep it. I love it still. But that was the first time I started collecting for myself. So this is This is 90, 89 or 90. So we're talking some pretty good stuff. And I think I was in third or fourth grade, and for the first time, I came across some buddies of mine that loved comics like I did. And I remember specifically we were indoors for like a rain drill. It was raining or something. We couldn't go outside for recess. We're sitting in the halls. One of them opens up his bag. He's like, "I gotta show you something. Like, what is this? What's this gonna be?" You know. He takes it out, and it's a cover of a comic book. I think it's New Mutants, and it's got this guy on the cover called Cable, drawn by Rob Liefeld. And I was like, "What is that?" And they're like, "Dude, this is awesome." And we just from there, I remember all these like Liefeld was awesome. Like it's like Liefeld Cable. I think there was an issue where on the cover Wolverine is fighting Cable. I'm like, "Oh my God, this is amazing." And then Mark Silvestri was on X-Men. Bishop gets created. Like all this stuff just starts popping. And I think I don't remember exactly when, but I remember the X-Men cartoon being fairly close to that. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was around there. Yeah.
So all this stuff just started showing up at the same time, and then one week I go to the comic shop, and buddy, the owner of the shop was like, "Hey man, you should check out this new company called Image Comics." I'm like, "What is Image Comics?" He's like, "Oh yeah, well check out this comic shop newsletter, and on the cover is like this book called Spawn." I'm like, "What is this?" And I'm like flipping through. It had like 5-page preview in it. I'm like, what is this? I've never seen anything like this ever. So I picked up Spawn. It totally freaked me out. So what is going on here? He's a demon. What is this? So Spawn, and then several other books. I loved Liefeld's work. Actually, I didn't get into Youngblood. I got into Brigade. Brigade was my book.
Oh, nice. Right on.
Yeah. So I that was that, and I think right around that time, Death of Superman was going on, I believe. So Nightfall was going on around that same time. My local shop had like they had a deal. They're like, well, you pay $20 a month, you'll get all of the Death of Superman issues, all the Reign of the Superman stuff, the newsstand editions, and the collector's editions. So like I'm like, sweet, that's a hell of a deal. So I just would sign up for it, go pick it up every Friday, and buy, I'd bag and board them and expect to make $1 million down the road. I was investing in my future. I still have, I think, pretty much all that stuff at my mom's house. It's still, I think it's still all bagged and board. It's still there, man. But that was the first time that was when I started building my own thing. And it was during that time also with that group of friends who, again, this is the first time I'm around a bunch of kids that also love comics. I remember, I don't know what sparked it. We were all sort of artists as well. So I was just doodling here and there at that point. But one day, for whatever reason, I decided, oh, this could be really cool. I'll just go. I went home and I had this crazy idea to make a comic. And I just made a comic that afternoon after school, pink construction paper, folded in half, stapled, some ballpoint pen. And it was just this goofy comic that was just super violent about some guy in the desert who fights a giant monster or whatever. I don't know. I still have all that stuff, but it sparked. It just lit a flame, and then from there, from fourth grade on, I was just making mini comics like crazy. Just I just loved. I started playing around with other characters. I would take like Spider-Man. Oh, I'll make Spider-Man fight Dr. Octopus. Like the entire slot of every issue was basically just, I like drawing. I like this character. I like this character. Let's have them fight. That was it. The entire, entirety of my writing at that point. So that was a beginning for me.
Yeah, there's something. I'm with you. So we're pretty much the same age. We're in simpatico with like what kind of stuff we were reading at the time. And it's funny. Like I thought, and I still think that those Rob Liefeld, New Mutants and X-Force and that whole run, and leading up into the Image stuff, and credits to McFarlane, Liefeld, or McFarlane, Larson, all those guys, but focus on Liefeld. It just spoke to something that you wanted as a kid so bad. It was like this primal, I don't know if cerebral is the right term, but like I remember looking at his comics and just thinking like, Like this is what comics should be, you know? And yeah, their plots were really simple. It's like, okay, well, there's Cable and there's a Mutant Liberation Front and they're bad guys, so we're gonna go fight those guys. And then you would go, well, I'm a kid and I can understand this, so I'm gonna go. I had the same exact experience you did, dude. It was a rainy day in LA, which is a pretty rare thing. So PE was canceled, so we're in Mr. R's room, and I was just like, well, I had this loose paper, I had nothing to do. And so I wrote a comic where my characters fought the Violator from Spawn. So I was just like, whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't know about intellectual property rights. I have no idea.
Right.
Super cool. You know?
Right.
And Spawn already, I've told this story a couple times, but was going to Catholic school and looking at Spawn comics. I was just like, I'm going to get in trouble, but it was like, couldn't stop, you know? So, anyway, all right. So, okay. So but it sounds like about third or fourth grade, you're starting to draw fifth grade, you're starting to draw comics. You're starting to draw these comics. Now you say mini comics. Do you mean you're just doing this for yourself? Or are you publishing these, or what do you?
Oh, no. I mean, no, I didn't. No, I had no technology at that point. I mean, it was just, it was literally just, loose leaf paper, construction paper, folded in half, a couple staples on the end, and that's good to go. I still actually, what's funny is, I think what's the most interesting about that time is I never really showed. Most of the stuff I did, I never showed anyone, to be honest with you. Like I did it for myself. I think I brought a couple to school, but that was about it. From there, I just did it for myself. And I had entire like summers at home where I would just pump this stuff out and never show anybody. And I still have all that stuff. But I think what's interesting is I started kind of setting deadlines for myself. Like, I think it was my first time really setting goals for myself. And like I would go to my grandparents' house on the weekends sometimes. Well, whenever when I work with her, but also during the summers, I would go over there and hang out with her and just be farting around. And I would be like, man, I should be drawing right now. Like this feeling of like the deadline is like hovering over me, but I'm like a child. Like there is no deadline. So I think it was I think I was already groomed to do what I do now back then, because that's how it is now. Like I do have a deadline that I have set for myself that I have to meet. So that's always been there in my life for whatever reason. I don't know what I would do if that wasn't there.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because knowing you now and having worked with you now, like I was at Image when she was coming out, at least initially. And you were always your rep was like you're super reliable and super like on time, and Rob would be hitting deadlines. And it's funny because Hillary Jenkins of Vast Vision pointed this out in the chat too, which is like, you're waking up at 5 a.m. That's really weird for a kid, but you have this desire to connect with comics, and the only way to connect with comics is if you had money. The only way to get money is waking up at 5 a.m. and doing that. And it's interesting to see how that then develops, because then you have this reward system of again the desire and then the hard work ethic built in, and then I build it and just show up every Saturday, blah 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 blah. And now I get my money, and now I'm reading Return of Superman, and then to see that extend out to you as a kid, that like it's cool to hear this, but it's also kind of like it's not surprising me that Rob Guillory was handing himself intense deadlines and meeting them as a young person.
Yes. I mean, it's funny. Like I have memories. So part of the job working with my grandmother, I honestly think that experience of getting with her and being handed responsibility at such a young age, and not just responsibility, but sort of control over my destiny to some degree. It's like, well, if you want to change your environment, then here it is. Here's your opportunity. Right. And she would even tell me, like, during summers, I'd be like, I think I want to make a little extra money, because eventually I was buying video games. Eventually, it was like, I remember there was an X-Men video game for Sega Genesis.
Sega Genesis. Oh, dude. Yep.
Yep. Again, I mean, we had so few kind of comic-y things back then that anytime something popped up, I'm like, I got to get that. So the X-Men game was a thing. I knew it was going to be like $45 or something like that. So I'm like, I remember having a little like kind of calendar thing and like charting. Like I knew how much I was making, and I knew when the release date was, and I was like setting goals of like, if I save this much here, 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 and here, I'll have it for this when it comes out. Like I was strategizing and budgeting at a super young age. So I think all of that it all serves me now, you know, but I couldn't have thought, I didn't know what I was I can't say I didn't know what I was doing. I had moments where I was sort of I distinctly remember washing windows one Saturday, and it was in like it was in front of the dentist office, which is like right off the main drag off the road. So cars are driving by, and I'm just cleaning these windows, and I had this moment of sort of like embarrassment of like, oh, they're gonna see me like working or whatever. I was a super insecure, like, you know, shy kid. I'd never be the kind of guy to do this kind of thing back then. But I was doing it, and I had this other voice in my head say, you're like essentially something along the lines of, you're doing like real stuff. Like, like you're doing like real stuff. You're doing like real life stuff at like a really young age. That's only gonna like, you're like ahead, like somehow. And so I always had this sense of being sort of like ahead of the curve. And I always I've always sort of been an old man, like even as a child. Like I've always been 30 as like a child. So like when I hit my 30s, like I'm 41 now. And I feel like, oh yeah, here I finally have arrived. Like my body finally caught up with what was going on inside the entire time. So yeah, I think all of that created patterns that I still use now, whether it's waking up first thing in the morning, very early, and getting stuff done. I was doing that since I was a kid anyway. So this is not new to me, you know?
Yeah. So, okay. So you're drawing these comics for yourself. You're obsessing over these deadlines that are self-imposed. At what point are you like, and maybe this is the point, but at what point are you like, you know what? This could be like a thing I do for a living. Like this isn't something I have to do at home. Like I could put these out and people might actually read them. So where does that come in?
College, not until college. I didn't. Okay. Again, the internet didn't really come into my life until I was a sophomore in high school. So I had no frame of reference. Again, I just didn't think of comics as a real job. I thought that you had to live in New York City or something at, commuting to Marvel or DC or whatever to make that happen. I just thought, I'm living in South Louisiana. I've never been, the furthest I've ever been from home was Texas or Mississippi. Sure. I'd never been on a plane, any of that stuff. I'd never known anyone who was an artist as professionally. So, my dad, I have a very vivid memory of being very young and driving with my dad. My dad asked me, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I thought artist, but I was like, that's not real. So my response was something along the lines of, I don't know, maybe like an architect, because I knew like that was like a real job. Right. So, but I was like, I have no intention of being an architect. I just told him what he wanted to hear. So it wasn't until college, my first semester, I got a job on the university newspaper as a staff cartoonist, because I was an editor-in-chief of my school newspaper in high school. So I started already kind of dabbling in publication back then. So it just made sense. As soon as I saw that they had a university newspaper, I picked it up and was like, I wonder if they have a comics section, because I was a big fan of comic sections and Sunday comics. So I flipped to the back. It's like some garbage comic, and they had an ad next to it that said, now hiring, staff cartoonists, whatever. Like, perfect. So I got the gig. It was, I think, $35 a week for a comic strip. And I actually ended up doing 2 comic strips a week. One of them was just whatever I wanted in the back, and the other one was a political comic strip, which was, the politics of a college student.
Oh yeah,
it was atrocious. It was so
I'm
bad.
19. I'll tell you how it is. That worked out
exactly.
Great.
That was me. That was me. That was me all day. So I got the gig, and around that time, I kind of started dabbling more online and more. I started searching for how do you break into comics, and I started finding more and more stuff. And eventually, there was a comic show in Houston that a buddy of mine told me about. And around that time, I had discovered the work of Jim Food, and like the indie comic guys, I've just found. because I was a big Kevin Smith fan at that point because I'm in college.
Yeah.
So he's got a comic drawn by Jim Food, all these kind of indie guys. I found Dave Crosland. I started expanding in the message boards and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's around that time I realized that, oh, there's a different way to do comics. It's not all Marvel and DC, so, which was good because I happen to be absolute trash at drawing Marvel and DC style. It was not for me. And I tried forever. I thought I got to draw like, John Romita Jr. to like break into comics or whatever. So that wasn't happening. I found the indie guys. I started kind of, I basically unlearned everything I had learned art style wise, like from watching the Marvel guys. And I started really leaning into my animation background because I was also a huge animation fan. I was a Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, Animaniacs, all that stuff. That was me more than anything else. So I started leading into that and was really good at cartooning. Way better at cartooning than I was at the kind of house style at Marvel. So around that time, that's when I got the gig at the university for the newspaper. I'm recreating my entire art style from scratch. And around that time, a buddy of mine hits me up from Houston. He's like, "Hey man, we're about to have a Comic-Con over here. Maybe you should come hang out, come check it out." I'd never been to a Comic-Con before, but I was thinking about comics as a real thing. So I look at the guest list. The guest list was Frank Cho, Mark Waid, Mike Waringo, Scott Kurtz, Jim Mafood, Andy Kuhn, and Scott Morse were all there. Just in like some rinky dink, like little tiny, it was like in a hotel room or something. It was like barely anyone there. And I'm like, I went there just for Mafood because I was a huge fan of his. I'm like, dude, I got all these books like of his stuff. I want to I'm going to get him signed. I want a portfolio review, whatever. So we head out to Houston. And for whatever reason, we decided to take a Greyhound bus.
Oh man,
I have no idea why we did that. I have no idea. So we did Greyhound bus, hung out in Houston for a weekend, and met Mafood, met Andy Kuhn, a bunch of guys, got portfolio reviews and everything. Those are my very first reviews, and super helpful. Mafood in particular was very. He basically was the first guy to like just breathe life into me and say, "Dude, you already got this. Like you have this. Like you're already doing it." Because at that point, I was also learning Photoshop as well. So I was coloring my own work in Photoshop on top of penciling and inking, making like sequential comics. So Jim was like, "You've got this. You can do this." So that was the beginning of me really like chasing it as a career path back in like 2001, 2002.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. So, okay, 2001, 2002. So it was like because a lot of those guys sound like Jim Valentino image guys. You have like Frank Cho. I think may have just started Liberty Meadows. I know Girl Scouts was there.
Yep.
Okay. So I first got to know you before Chew, which at least knew your work because we published an anthology called Pop Gun.
Yep.
That was the first time I remember. I think that was your first. I think you actually mentioned earlier. It's your first thing that was actually at Image, period, right?
Yes. I had submitted several things to get published at Image, and Valentino actually was the guy who rejected them all, which was fine because thank God he did reject them because they were smart. Awful.
Jim Valentino's a smart guy, so I assume it should be rejected.
Yes. So yeah, but Pop Gun was the very first Image thing I ever did.
Oh, dude, right on.
Yeah.
Very cool. I'm glad to have you. So then what? So close that gap for us. So you're at this convention in 2002, and you're like, were you just submitting stuff, and then you get into know other creators, or like what led to the Pop Gun submission?
Oh wow. I was so basically after that first show, I came up with a strategy because again I had this background from my grandmother of like making plans and kind of like knocking things out little by little. So I said, okay, cool. Well, I was in college for computer animation, which ended up switching over to painting because I hated computer animation. But my intention was always comics. So I decided that, okay, I have a full-time curriculum. So I'm doing these hours per week, but I'll start making strategizing on how to like, keep consistently making new comics. The plan was every 6 months I'll hit a comic convention and have a brand new portfolio, network. I made business cards,
Every
all that
6 months,
stuff.
you had a brand new portfolio.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I was making work constantly. I was
Yeah,
always
yeah.
working. And I mean, the newspaper, university newspaper stuff was the experiment. It was the place they were paying me to experiment and do whatever I wanted. So I was learning all kind of stuff from that gig. But on top of that, I was also online, very online. So I was in tons of message boards. I was posting every week. Like I post at least 2 comics a week, every week in like 5 or 6 different message boards. So I was meeting people like crazy. And one of the guys, that I met, so it was all just kind of like, hey, you met this guy, you met this guy. He
Right.
would introduce you to this guy. Eventually, I got in contact with Mark Sable,
Right.
and Mark was doing the Pop Gun thing. He's like, hey, I got the script. I think it was 10 pages or something. Are
Yep.
you interested? I'm like, oh yeah. Like I've been trying to get over an Image forever. So yeah, I'm in. So that's how I got in.
I don't think I've ever said this publicly. My dream for Pop Gun, and there was multiple editors, it wasn't just me, but my dream was I wanted to be a snapshot of that period of time. This was 2008, I think, and I wanted to be a snapshot of this period. It was like 400 pages, and I was like, just cram as much in there as possible, and then see what emerges from that. We had like really early comics from guys like Hickman was in there later on.
Wow.
Wasn't his first Image thing, but it was pretty early on. Remender was in there. A bunch of guys. Brandon Graham was there. There's his first Image stuff. Doko's first Image stuff. So it's cool to see this, like, I don't know, like you reflect back on your life. It's kind of like having your of course, much better quality wise, but like your childhood comics in print, because I think it's so easy to lose sight of the journey, because I think a lot of people will look at Chew as this massive overnight success, and it's like, no, I had to work really hard for a really long time. I started cleaning. I missed watching the X-Men show so I could, watch, so I could clean rooms, so I could buy comics, so I could get this inspiration and this drive to draw, and then I drew all the time. And dude, I used to do portfolio reviews I love meeting people at conventions. I love seeing their work, but I'm not good at portfolio reviews. But I would see these guys come in with like the same thing. Like I saw you 2 years ago and you have the same art you're showing us. So to see like just this intense work ethic, not even like just awesome work ethic is a better way to put it. It's just, it makes sense why Chew was a quote overnight success that took this long period of time of getting to. So when you meet Layman, it had to be shortly after that, because Popkin was 2008, so Chew was 2009, 2010. Is that right?
2009. So we met.
Yeah.
Here's what's funny. Here's what's funny about the Chew connection. So, like I said, I had this moment in the early 2000s, 2001-ish, where I discovered indie comics, and Jim Food was my guy, because it started with Kevin Smith. And then that led me to Clerks, which led me to Jim Food. And then Jim Food's message board led me to Dave Crosland. Because Dave was doing a book. Dave was doing a book with John Layman called Puffed at Image.
Right.
And I was blown away. It's like, man, his art is amazing. Like, I've never seen anything like this. And I picked it up and I loved it. And I ended up following Layman around because I liked how he wrote. I was like, man, he's funny. He's funny, but he's got some good stuff here. And then him and Dave did a book called They did Scarface at IDW, the Scarface comic, and that was great too. Surprisingly great. It was actually a lot of fun. So I just I think Layman's early work was very influential on me in my storytelling sensibilities as a comic artist, because again, I was unlearning everything I knew before. I was unlearning all the Marvel DC stuff. I was rebuilding a style, and Layman's work on Puffed was very instrumental in building that new foundation. So I already knew the guy, and I was a fan of his. And for years, until I met him in 2008, people had been telling me, you should meet John. I think you and Layman would you probably hit it off. Like, oh yeah, whatever. And I actually did meet him, I think in 2006 or 2007 at San Diego Comic-Con. And he doesn't remember this, but he was completely not interested. He wasn't in comics at the moment. Like, he wasn't in comics at the moment. He was in video games or something. And in typical layman fashion, he was just not interested. So cut to 2008. My wife and I had been married about a year. I was working a night job. She was working a day job. We were missing each other, and we were done with it. You know, I was tired of not seeing her anymore, and she was tired of not seeing me. And on top of that, I was starting to get I was getting offered gigs in comics, except I had this night job. So I was starting to turn away the gigs because I had this night job. And at some point, we just decided this is stupid. This is counterintuitive. You know, comics is what you want to do. I think it's time to go all in and just take this leap of faith. So we did, and ironically enough, it was Independence Day 2008 when we decided. Like, we had actually we were on a beach trip with her family, and we're on a ferry. We just got there that day. It's Independence Day, and we're on this ferry crossing. We're in Florida. We're crossing the bay, and the fireworks are going off overhead. We just got into the beach. We're going to be there for a week, and already we're like sad. And I remember looking at her, and she's just like, I'm sad because, you know, when this trip is over, you're just going to go back to your job. I'm going to go back to mine. We're going to be two ships passing in the night. And then we just decided, this is stupid. Like, let's just do it. Let's just do this. So we took the leap. When I got back from the vacation, I put in my notice at work for 2 weeks. And then 2 weeks from there happened to be San Diego Comic-Con. And I had been going for a few years at that point. And I just decided, I'm going to Comic-Con and I'm going to make it happen. Like, whatever it is, I'm going to make it happen in Comic-Con that year. And I was preparing my portfolio and all this stuff the day before Comic-Con. I was going to fly out on a Tuesday, so this is the Monday. And I had this panic, right? Like, this anxiety like hit me. Like, what am I doing? Like, can I actually do this? So I left my office, I went home, took a shower. And as I got out of the shower, I checked my email, and I hit the email, and this email pops up that says, "Hi, Rob," from John Layman. I'm like, what? Like, I hit it, and he's like, "Hey, Rob, you know, I'm a friend of a friend, and I got this thing that I think you would be really great for. You know, it's an ongoing. Well, it was only going to be 5 issues initially. He's like, you know, it doesn't pay very much, but you know, it theoretically could have some back end, whatever. And are you interested?" And I'm like, hell yeah, dude. He's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, pretty sure Image will probably publish this." So
nice.
I'm like, dude, I'm actually flying to Comic-Con like tomorrow. I'm going to be there. And he's like, sweet, I'm going to be there too. Here's the first issue, the first script of Chew, and along with the pitch. You know, tell me what you think. So I print it up, and we're on the plane. My wife flies with me, so she actually read it before I did. And we're flying, and I'd already determined at that point, I'm going to make this work. Like, I had decided to take the leap. This has landed in my lap with the dude that I like have been kind of into for quite years at this point. I'm going to make this work. I don't care what it is. And my wife reads it, and she just looks at me. My wife does not like comics. She does not. I mean, she likes my comics.
Right.
She likes my comics. She does not like comics.
Right.
She reads Chew #1, and she says, "This is so you. Like, this is you. Like, this is so perfect for you." I said, cool. So I read it, met with John that night at the Hyatt hotel, at the Hyatt bar. He was a little drunk at the time. Yeah. He told me everything there was to know about you on the first date, essentially. And that's how we met, man. And it just kind of went from there.
Dude, that rocks. That's so cool, because I've never heard of any of that. I didn't know that. You know, it's funny. It's like sort of like divine providence bringing you to Ma. I mean, a long way, bringing you to Mafu, and bringing you to the Crosland, and bringing you to Layman, and you know, but just that consistency of like showing up and doing the hard work, and you know, you're doing this work, and I'm sure. I mean, I won't speak for you, but I'm sure there were nights where you're like, "Why am I doing this?" And you know, as a friend of mine once put it, it's like you look back, or you look forward, and everything seems like chaos, but you look back and it's all plot. You know.
Yep.
So that's really cool to see. Okay, so walk us through a little bit working on Chew, because it's a big. I mean, it's a big transition point for a couple of reasons. One is, it's an Image Comics book. That's a huge deal to have that be your first major project. You love Image, right? You were an Image kid. We talk about that a lot. But also you had been doing comics for you, and it's this precious thing that's yours, and now it's going to go out into the world. So talking about that, like sort of, okay, now this is go time on one of the biggest platforms possible. Like, what's that like?
So yeah, I mean, I recognized the opportunity right off the bat, and I had determined that I was going to make it work. Like, I was going to kill it. And the thing that no one really knows, I don't even think John knew it at the time. I had never drawn a full comic before issue number 1. Everything I had done was like 8-page shorts here, 10 pages here, like Pop Gun. Everything was short because here's the thing, no one would give me the shot to do it, right? Because like I have like the quirky, cartoony style. So I would get offered stuff. Like I was in the running right before I got offered Chew. I was actually in the running to draw some Pixar stuff because there was some studio that was doing Pixar comics. Okay. So they had offered me, I forget, maybe Toy Story or something, right?
Okay.
Sure. Like something kiddie, because I was a cartoony guy. Everyone would just give me that stuff because they couldn't see anything there. And I just kept saying, like, if you just give me a freaking shot, like, there has so much more here. You just don't see it. And John, whenever John hired me, well, I was on a trial basis initially. I wasn't initially hired completely. Layman to his, I completely understand why he did this, but he said, look, I don't know who you are. I like your work. Image has basically said they will publish this with the right artist. But just so you know, like, if Eric Stevenson passes on your art, I'm going to find another artist. Just so you know. And I was like, fair enough. I got it. Yeah. So he basically commissioned me for like 5 pages. And initially, I almost got fired right out of the gate. I don't think a lot of people know this either. I did a test page, right? The first test page I did was the Meet Tony Chew page, which is page 2 of issue 1. Mm-hmm. And at that point, every job I had gotten, the editor or whoever I was working for wanted me to draw like someone else, right? Because I have range and I can kind of like, I can mix and match stuff. And they're like, well, maybe you could draw more like a Scotty Young here, or more like this here, or that, whatever here. And Layman had told me that he had been pitching it at Vertigo initially, and Vertigo was passing on it. Vertigo actually had flat out told Layman, do not publish this. This will be the end of your career. Don't ever publish it. Don't ever publish Chew. So in Layman being very, very, that was just a challenge. Like the second they said that to him, it was going to happen. So Chew was basically his gigantic middle finger to the industry. He was gonna make it, burn the house down, and leave. That was the plan. So I thought, okay, cool. Well, he's pitching it at Vertigo. He probably wants a Vertigo style, whatever. So I did this other sort of like Vertigo-esque Chew style for the first page, and it was atrocious. And he hated it. He's just like, this is not what I'm looking for. I was like, all right, well, look, what are you looking for? And he's like, what's on your website? That's what I'm looking for. And my website was just a bunch of me screwing around. I had this quirky thing I just did for myself that I like. He's like, do that. And I was like, well, I have no problem doing that. It's just that no one, in the past, no one wanted to pay me to do that. But if that, I don't know if that's going to sell any comics, but if that's what you want, I will do that. So I came back with the page, with the first Meet Tony Chew page. That's in the book. And he's like, it's perfect. Keep going. So I kept going. And as I kept going, as I said, he only commissioned me for like 4 or 5 pages for a pitch. And the more I did it, the more he fell in love with it. And he would freak out when I sent him pages. He was like, oh my God. Like, oh my God. Like we would be texting on like Google Chat or something. And he was just like, this is so perfect. Like, you're the guy. And eventually he basically told me that he doesn't remember any of this either. I remember it because it was very like, it was building me up the more he was telling me these things. Yeah. And he just told me like, look, I've decided that if Image passes on this, we're going somewhere else. Like, you are the guy. Like, so we're making this happen. So that's how it happened. Like I kept chugging along, and what's funny is that at some point I had to figure out how to double my production, because I'd never done a monthly comic before, and I was basically in the very beginning of Chew. I was penciling, inking, coloring, doing everything, all the visual stuff, all of the book design stuff. I did all that stuff. So initially, I was only doing about 3 pages a week, and which translated to about 12 pages a month. So by the time issue 1 came out in June 2009, I was only up to like issue 3. So I wasn't that far ahead, right? So at some point I realized, like, holy crap, I have to figure out how to do 20 pages a month. I've only been doing 12. How am I going to do this? So like I had to figure out really, really quick, and I did, how to just make this work, because I had decided this has to work. Even before it hit, there was no way I was gonna not do my best and kill this thing. At the very least, it was gonna be the best portfolio piece I could have, and hopefully get work from it. So, but it worked out, so I can't complain.
Yeah, I'd say so. So you've been filling a lot of gaps for me. Let me fill in a gap for you. So I was at Image at the time. I was on staff at Image Comics, and if it was 2008, I don't remember I was marketing guy yet. But one of my jobs early on, and kind of remained my job till I was not in the company anymore, was we'd get a spreadsheet from Diamond every month, right? And it was like, here are your numbers for whatever. Part of my job was to order the numbers in for partners, and like order them from like best selling to least selling, and then also email them to creators. And I'll be frank with you, dude, like after post 2008, like it was not a fun job. It was like, and this is pre-Saga by several years, and it was, like there were hits. I mean, Kirkman, I love sending Kirkman numbers, right? Like, because it was Walking Dead kept going up and up and up and up and up, and that was really cool to see. But especially on books that I felt invested in. But then shoot, #1 numbers come out. They were very good. And I just remember being like, oh, thank God. Here we go. Good month.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was, you got to back it up a couple months, because we ended up, the initial orders were not good.
Not
the initial
good.
orders.
True.
Oh no. I remember when the initial order for issue #1 came out. I remember the email. I was on the email with Eric, with Stevenson. Yeah. And all I remember Eric saying is, well, that's disappointing.
Yeah.
I remember that. It was like, that's not good. Like, issue 1 is supposed to be the one that's high. And then you go down, because everyone wants an issue #1. Nobody wanted an issue #1. Like, no one thought it was going to be good. And then it came out. And then I just remember the day it came out. It came out the day after my birthday. It came out on June 3rd, 2009. And I just remember there being this warm kind of like buzz going on. And I was getting emails from people at different shops. They're like, man, like your book is really good, and we're sold out. And we weren't really impressed at the sellout, because it's like, well, there's only like 5,000 copies.
Yeah, there's only 5,000 up there.
Right. I'm like, like, of course it's sold out. No one wanted it. But then I think the first review came in the day it came out. Like, I remember waking up and seeing this review, and it was from IGN. Back when, I don't know if IGN still does reviews, but it did back then. And it was just, we got like a 9.9 out of 10 or something, some crazy score. And it said, I will never forget the tagline. The tagline was, Image releases its most brilliant release in years. And I was like, really? It's like, well, that's nice. And then it just opened up from there. Like, everything just blew up within the span of days. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was a wild period of time, because it was the numbers were the ones that were like, it was fine, nice having a book where the numbers were going up and up and up and up and up. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, that was a good period of time. So are you okay to go a little long? Like, we're coming towards time, and we got to chew. So I'm kind of, if it works for you, I want to go a little longer.
Let's do it.
Because I don't want to skip over too much. Actually, a well-timed question just came in from on the chat, which is Rob. You said something about having to figure out how to get to 20 pages a month from 12.
Mhm.
Can you curious, like, what did you actually do to up that production? Because it's an easy thing to say, but really hard to do.
Yeah. Well, before Chew came out, I had a bunch of side gigs because Chew didn't pay well, and I just needed more money. So like I had some design gigs. I was doing like a couple of like kids books for local people, that sort of thing. So part of that was letting all that stuff go. Like I let all that stuff go. On top of that, I hired a color assistant who was basically like doing a lot of the flats and that sort of thing for my guides. So like I had a bunch of little things that I did that just kind of like helped out. I learned how to just streamline and just figure out, okay, like where is my time best served and where am I most valuable? I'm most valuable behind the drawing desk. Like I need to be here chopping through this stuff. I don't need to be like, doing the flats and like basically coloring my number. I don't need to be doing that. So I basically just dropped all this stuff off the side and just focused on where I was most valuable. And it helped. It helped a lot. So eventually we ended up not quite at a monthly thing. Like ended up doing, I think I could finish an issue in about 5.5 weeks. But what also shifted. So again, this is all pre-saga. And I wanted to take a break between arcs. And I told Eric this from the beginning. I'm like, look, I can do 5 issues, monthly, but after that, I need a break. I need a breather. I need to like recharge to do the next arc because the plan at some point after we saw the numbers and people showed up, we realized I think we'll actually be able to go 60 issues, because 60 was, we wanted to do what Why the Last Man did or what Transmetropolitan did, our Preacher. Like 60 was the number we were always going for. If we didn't actually think we'd get there, honestly. We thought 5 issues would be it, but it showed up. So we went to 60. So I told Eric, I can't do this for 60 issues without a break. They kind of balked at it. Kurtman had some good feedback. Kurtman actually, I've never said this before. The first Comic-Con we did for Chew, which was unbelievable. That's a whole other story we should dig into later. But I'm at the first Comic-Con for Chew. It's been an amazing show. At that point, two comics are out, 2 issues of Chew are out, and I'm just on cloud 9. I'm like, this is amazing. I'm leaving Comic-Con with money in my pocket, which had never happened before. So I'm leaving. I'm walking down the center aisle of Comic-Con, and I end up coming up upon Robert Kirkman. And Kirkman had been one of our biggest champions. There's more there. I don't want to get into. I decided not to get into. I'm calling it an audible not to get into it. But
all right, we're going to continue this call after this because I want to hear it.
Yes. But I walked into Kirkman because Kirkman had been our most vocal advocate. Kirkman was a guy that said, this book, people need to be reading this book. And he was calling it the next Walking Dead. He was calling it that. And I was like, wow, that's pretty crazy. I liked Kirkman. So I walk up to him, and he was in the middle of talking to a guy, and he sees me. He like tells the guy, hey, excuse me for a minute. And he comes alongside me, and he puts his arm around me, and he starts saying, hey, look, you know how I know you're talking about taking a break between issue 5 and 6. And I know you're like, gonna be tired. I understand that. And he starts explaining to me all the reasons why I should not take that break. He's like, look, and he starts talking about just the financial aspect of it. And he's just like, look, when you're like dead, tired at the end of this, what I want you to do is I want you to think about the fact that the reason Ryan Otley works for me and not in Marvel is because Marvel can't pay him what I pay him. And he just starts saying like, trust me, like stay with, like, just go through it, because his philosophy was, you have to be regular. Like you, at least for the first year, you have to be monthly. And then after that, if you want to take a break, that's fine. So he talked me into it, and he ended up doing the whole Godfather thing. I was like, well, thanks for the feedback. He's like, oh, just so you know, I may call upon you down the road to do a favor or something like that. It was a great moment. And he was right. So for the first year, I did 10 monthly issues. I just plowed through the first 2 arcs, and it did really well. But I was dead tired by the end of that. I was burnt out.
Yeah. Didn't he also run a Chew preview or like even the first issue? I don't know. This is my vague memory. What was
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, shit. I'll tell the story. I'll tell the story.
There we go.
I've never told it publicly. I hope it doesn't get me in trouble. So basically, as I said, Layman told me, "Hey, look, if Eric Stevens doesn't approve you, we're gonna go somewhere else." I said, I'm flattered by that, whatever.
Yeah.
And Layman sent in the pitch, and Eric's a good dude. The problem is that Eric's not always the best at email. So time starts going by, and I'm still making pages, but we haven't been approved that image yet. So eventually, I told Layman. Layman doesn't know what to do, and I said, "Well, why don't you just email Kirkman? Like email Kirkman, because Kirkman had just become a partner, and I knew Kirkman from years before. So I said, like, just email Kirkman. Like, if Eric is not replying to you, go to someone who has power." So he went to Kirkman, and Kirkman looked at it. He saw Chew, the pitch, and he said, "This is phenomenal. We're definitely doing this." And so he kind of like approved it. And then we ended up getting an email later from Eric, who was he was unhappy we went around him. But it's like, what else could we do, So that's basically how Chew got approved. And that's also how Kirkman learned about Chew. Like he saw it and fell in love with it and decided that this is a great book. Like, there's something special here. So before the book came out, he ran like a 5-page preview in The Walking Dead. And it was just black. It was a black and white thing. And then after that, when it finally did come out and it blew up, Kirkman circles back around and he's like, "Hey, let's print the entire first issue of Chew on the other side of The Walking Dead," which we did, it's just crazy. I mean, I think back to it, I'm like, this is crazy, man. So Kirkman ended up being like a huge supporter of us, and I thanked him at the following Comic-Cons. Like, look, thank you for coming along, for like believing in what we were doing. And he was so non-arrogant about it. And he said, all I did was I just gave you a spotlight. Like, you guys did it. Like, I didn't do this.
It's true though.
Like he was, even Eric was that way as well. Like, the first time I met Eric was on Comic-Con the last day in 2009. And I was like, "Dude, thank you for giving us a shot." And he was like, "We didn't do anything." Image really is just a platform, but like the work is you. So they really don't look at it as like, Image really doesn't look at it like we made it happen. They look at it as, you guys put in the work, you guys showed up, you guys kept pumping it out, we just published it. So they're good people.
Yeah. I mean, Kirkman, especially, man, like, I've seen him, and like guys like Jim Valentino is another one who I always like to mention. Like, those guys have done so much for comics that no one will ever know. A lot of those periods, and like that Chew stuff is pretty public facing. But I think it's because, I mean, especially like, with Robert, he only predated you by a short period of time. We're talking like a few years, because even Stevenson, he was doing comics. I mean, he was involved in Brigade back in the day, he was there. And so, I think Kirkman could see what you guys were doing, that you're hustling hard. And that was, that hard work is, not even so much directly by them, but just sort of the process, or divinely, like, that is rewarded,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And Kirkman, I mean, just to say one more thing about Kirkman.
Yes, go.
Kirkman has been, I first met him at a small show in Austin, like 2005 or 2006 or something.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Like he was the Walking Dead guy, but he was not the Walking Dead guy, obviously. But we ended up kind of bumping into each other because we were all staying in the same hotel. So he ended up riding back with us from the convention to the hotel. And at the end of the night, at the end of the show, the organizer took us all out for dinner. So we all ended up sitting down for tacos. And Kirkman ended up sitting across from me at the table. And we all had a really, really great conversation just about the business. And from that moment on, there's been numerous times in my career where I needed some kind of wisdom. And I've always been the kind of guy to just reach out to people. Like even way before I was in comics, I would just email professionals and ask the question. And more times than not, people got back to me. So Kurtman was the guy that, and he has been the guy my entire career, where I can count on at least, at least a couple hands where I've emailed him and said, hey, what do you think about this? And this guy freaking always replies. And he always replies with just the right thing. He says, and it's not, a lot of times he doesn't answer the question. He just gives his wisdom on it. But I actually did this last year, or no, I take this back 2 years ago when we optioned Farmhand at AMC and I started working at AMC. I was looking for wisdom about AMC. Kurtman had been working at AMC for Walking Dead. Of course, so I said, cool, hey, I'll see if I can reach out to him. I don't know if he'll still answer my emails. He's the Walking Dead guy now, and I hadn't seen him in years. So I emailed him cold and said, hey, I got this thing going on at AMC. Curious if we could talk. And so I emailed him, and then later that day, my phone rings, and I look at my phone. It just says Robert Kirkman. I was like, how did he get my phone number? Like, I don't even know how he got my phone number. And I was just blown away by that. It's like, this guy is still the same guy he was before he became Robert Kirkman of The Walking Dead on AMC. Like, the guy hasn't changed at all. So, I'm a pretty big fan of that guy. Like, he's a good guy.
Yeah, Kirkman, let's talk about this actually. So Kirkman's, I have a very similar experience with him, and I think it speaks to a larger lesson that was good for me to learn in my career and some of to model myself around. But I met Robert, well, it depends what you count. So I met Robert way early on. I don't think he even remembers any of this, but we were all big fans of this comic book called Savage Dragon, and there was an online Savage Dragon fan club, and then there was a message board. And that was back in the day when Robert would post on there and be like, hey, I'm going to do this wrestling comic. It's called Between the Ropes. Check it out. And the book never even came out. But he would keep posting. It'd be like, oh, now I got Tech Jack coming out. Everyone check it out. Now it's Cloudfall. And so my buddy,
I love your Kirkman impression. It's fantastic.
I can't not do it. And I will say my claim to fame is there's a great guy named Jonathan Chan, who was like the production head at Image. And one day, Kirkman had come in to like his first ever, I don't think he was a partner, I think he was just in town or whatever for a meeting. And Jonathan thought I was doing my Kirkman impression in Stevenson's office, but it was Robert Kirkman. So that's my claim to fame. Jonathan's a very smart man. So the fact that he thought that was, but anyway, point is, so I know Robert early on, and we'd talk, and he would email, like I would ask questions like, you're a person who really makes comics, and I'm interested in making comics, and I'm this broke kid living in like the suburbs outside of Portland in this town called Gresham. Like, and he would answer my questions, blah, 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 blah. And he offered me a box of Funkatron books, which he never sent. But anyway, point is, years later, my friend Mark is working for him at San Diego Comic-Con on a book called Capes. My friend Mark Engler has gone on. And has great prints and colorists and everything. And, I remember I was, a couple years ago, I had volunteered to run Larson's booth through the Savage Dragon fan club, and Kirkman was like, man, I don't want to be running this booth. And it was like, back then the booth was like a table. This was 2004 at San Diego Comic-Con, and it was like Image used to have like a shanty town sort of like different creators, and there would be like one Image booth. It was I actually thought it was awesome, I gotta say. I missed them. So anyway, a bazaar maybe is a better term than shanty town, but anyway, point is, there was a collection of different creators all in the central area. And Mark was like, well, Joe volunteered to run Larson's booth a couple times. Like, you just hire him to do it. So I did it. And I could be wrong because it's been 20 years now, but I believe we made like $3,000 through the course of that Comic-Con. And Kirkman was like, this is the most amount of money I've ever seen. Like, like, I will fly you out to any show and we'll go and blah, 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 blah. And so anyway, he didn't fly me out to every show, but what he did was Larson was becoming publisher, and they were going to move to San Francisco, and he knew I lived in San Francisco. Or they're moving to Berkeley, and he knew I lived in San Francisco. And he actually said, you should hire Joe. And so it changed my life. And in fact, I remember that afternoon, Steve Larson came up to me, was like, "Hey man, how's life going?" And I kind of knew him for a little bit, so I was open with him. I was like, "My girlfriend and I just broke up. I work at Hollywood Video till like 1 a.m, and then I color flat comics, blah blah blah." He's like, "So how do you like all that?" And I was like, "Dude, it sucks." He goes, "Why don't you come work for me? Changed my life."
Wow. Wow.
Years later, and this is ultimately what I'm getting to. This is the more important thing than my personal interaction with Kirkman. Was years later, Kirkman and I were actually going to co-write a book together, and it just didn't work out. We just didn't see eye to eye. It wasn't nothing, no drama or anything. It just didn't happen, right? There's a million stuff like people have projects that don't work out.
Yeah.
So we had an agreement and whatever. I signed it and I got my money, blah blah blah. And then I was bummed out because I love Robert, I love his work, and I'd love to do something with him. But then I see the email that I'm copied on. It's not to me. Robert wrote an email to Tom Brevoort at Marvel Comics, a company that Robert very publicly did not work for anymore. And he was like, "Hey man, I've always wondered like what's going on with Joe Keating there, and we'd love to have you should have him do more stuff there." And got to me and Tom talking.
Wow.
He didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
And this is post Walking Dead TV show. This is post. I mean, I don't know how rich he was, but he was very, very rich.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to do that.
Right.
And there's a million different stories like that. I mean, I don't think you and I are uniquely the two guys on earth who happen to be on a Zoom call talking about the generosity of it, right? And I think that's a good lesson was I even asked him on one of the during one of the writers' rooms we had for that book. I was like, "You've never changed. You're like the same guy who made $3,000 and was stoked." And then, and he's like, "I don't think money changes people. I think it just makes you more of what you have eternally." So it's like the important, I guess, this kind of thing that I'm ultimately getting at is like having that sort of those core values, and for you were a 6, 7, 8-year-old, cleaning dentist's office to make money, to make comics. And now you've applied these things to now you've finished Chew. You're writing and drawing farmhand. I know you're writing stuff. You wrote the Mosley at Boom. You've got some other stuff carrying on. So it's just like I think we can easily lose sight of making sure to have those sort of core values and ethics. So anyway, I don't know, man. I know we're talking a lot about Robert Kirkman here, but I think ultimately what we're talking about is it's really impressive to hear all that. And how it relates to what you've done. So, I feel like we can talk another 3 hours. And I did get Curtis to go a little long. I do kind of want to get a little bit, if you're cool with it, about kind of what you're up to now. To the extent you're able to talk about it, because I know some stuff you can't talk about. And then I'd also kind of like to get into, I kind of talked with Nick about this too. You guys are part of Vast Vision in the sense that your own labels are part of our Discord and our community. So I'm curious, how does that? I don't know. What are you working on? What's your vision for participation in Vast Vision?
Well, I mean, I think there's certain things that I know that I think post Chew, I knew that there was some expansion and some shifting that was going to be happening. That I wouldn't stay where I was in terms of being an artist on other people's work. My ambition was always to expand and to kind of make my own work, to write my own thing. I always looked at myself as a writer first. So post Chew, farmhand was a natural evolution. Writing and drawing my own thing, and not just doing that, but project managing the entire thing. Which has been hard, easily the hardest thing I've ever done, the hardest project I've ever done. But I think from there, I think the next step is probably some form of self-publishing. I think I've always sort of been built. I feel like that same kid that used to just make the little, pink construction paper comics for myself has always self-publishing seems like the perfect place for that kid. And I mean, so I think self-publishing is next for me. So a lot of what I'm doing right now is sort of tying up loose ends, finishing farmhand, finishing up some work for hire stuff here and there. But 2025, I think is going to be the year that I kind of make the jump into something completely new, self-publishing. I think I've been feeling like I'm in a season of sort of reconnecting with my audience. I think I had this weird thing happen post Chew in the middle of Farmhand. You know, COVID happened, all that stuff happened, but also I got really burned out, flat out. I think I had been pushing. I mean, you know, the monthly comic grind over 60 plus issues, and just to travel. I was at a convention almost every month. I wasn't taking care of myself. On top of that, we had 3 kids in the middle of all that craziness, you know. And I think I crashed at some point in 2020, and I think I needed to recalibrate and kind of reground. So it feels like now all the kind of smoke is clearing up. And it feels like I'm kind of coming out of my hole. I think in COVID and in the middle of that burnout, I kind of like pulled back from everything. I mean, even before COVID happened, I decided I think I'm done with Comic Cons for a while because I was just so tired, and I wanted to be more present at home. Like I said, I think the other side of being at every show is you're not home, and when you do come home, you're basically making up for lost time, and you're trying to make up on the work that you didn't do while you were gone. So I just decided to just take some time, reconnect at home, find a new. I think I've come to a place of realizing work-life balance doesn't exist, but finding a new work-life balance, because my old work-life balance while I was on Chew, I think was very unhealthy. You know, I think it was so grind, crazy long days. I think I had too much division between my home, my family, and my work. So I think now the new thing is bringing things together in a healthier way. So I feel physically and really just as a person all around way more mature and grounded and balanced than I was back when I was doing Chew. Chew, I was just so myopic. Chew, I was just like, I just got to do this. I got to do this thing. And I'm glad I did it. But I don't think that I can't do that now. You know, I'm 15 years older than I was then. I have more responsibility. I have more people who look to me, and I am responsible for. So now it feels like I'm in a new phase of reconnecting. You know, my YouTube channel is a big part of that as well.
Yeah.
You know, that's me. I mean, that single act of doing the YouTube channel, something I said I would never do, I think is the biggest act of opening things up and saying, hey, here I am. You know, because all of Chew, I've always wanted to be the guy that you didn't see my face, you just saw the work. Mm-hmm. And I think I've realized for the first time that's not how this works. Not now. This isn't how this is going to be. And I think my value is bigger than what I make at the desk. You know, I think I have other things from my experiences in the industry. I think I've learned a lot. I mean, when you're sitting behind a drawing desk for, you know, by yourself, minimum 8 hours per day, you have a lot of time to think, and you have a lot of time to just kind of work through some things. So I think I have a lot more to give, and the YouTube is part of it. And I think I've just had a lot of affirmation and confirmation for the past year that that I've always had sort of a division between me and my audience, you know, whether it's a publisher, which I've worked for some great publishers. They've been good to me. But I think I'm better when I'm directly connected to my people and connected to the people that I'm serving in a way. And I think my audience responds to that as well. So yeah, I think that's what's next for me in terms of the self-publishing and that sort of thing. And there's some other things. I have some other stuff planned. I have a book deal at Abrams that hasn't necessarily been announced yet, but that's for down the road. And I think in regards to Vast Vision, I think I'm sort of entering a phase in my life. I'm still a young guy. I'll be 42 this year, but I do think, like I said, I've always been old for my age. And I think I'm entering a phase of legacy planning and sort of kind of starting to give back more than I have in the past. So I think Vast Vision is part of that. I think, and I don't exactly know what it looks like, to be honest. But I do think, I think what is being crafted here and what's been crafted over the weekend, especially over this weekend, I think we were all really frustrated with the culture we were seeing online and just the general what comic culture had become. We all came up in the early 2000s, social media. The 2010s were fantastic for Twitter. Like the environment was great. It's like, oh, this is like a comic renaissance.
Yeah.
And then things got really not fun and really ugly. It really just like I kept telling myself, I just got into this to draw comics. Like I just came here to draw comics. I don't want all this other crap, all this infighting and the politics and all this stuff. I just love the medium. And I just want to tell and enjoy cool stories. So I think people are tired of the drama. I think we're tired of the YouTube fighting. I think we're tired of the outrage stuff. At least I am. And I talk to a lot of people.
100%.
Yeah.
Enough.
I talk to a lot of people. Yes. I talk to a lot of people from a lot of different political leanings and everything. And we're all having the same conversation. This is stupid. I'm tired. Let's stop yelling at each other and let's just enjoy the freaking craft. Because I think this is the best craft there is. So
100%.
So I think this was an important weekend, and I'm still figuring out what my role in it is going to be, but I do think I have a role in it. So
I know you do, and I'm so happy to see you come out and talk on YouTube and share. Like you're it's not just, hey, watch me draw. That's an element of it, but it's also like, here's the honesty. Like I agree with you. I 100% designing not even just a positivity, but also just like, let's just be honest here, and like you talk a lot about your YouTube channel about the artistic life and the artistic pursuit, and it's not just, hey, buy my thing, and I know it's really easy to be like, hey, here's a thing that makes you angry, you should buy my thing instead of the angry thing. I'll talk about this angry thing ad nauseum. And I think people are burnt out on it. And it's too bad, because there's a lot of books that those guys who put out like, I'm the angry guy, they actually do cool comics. And I was like, we've just talked about your comic. I would be 100% all about this. And, I've been shown grace. Well, you and I have been shown grace. I think we are called to show grace to other people. If any of those guys are like, I'm ready to put this away and move on, doors open, dude. So yeah, man, I'm pumped. I'm excited for this next phase of Rob Guillory, and just phase for comics. I think I know people want good stuff, and they want cool comics, and they want to be part of it. And what you do on YouTube, and what Nick does, and what we're doing through Vast Vision, like that's it, man. Enough horsing around, folks. Let's get to work and make cool stuff and get to Rob, beyond Vast Vision, where can people find you on the internet?
RobGuillory.com is my official online home, but I'm also on Instagram, Rob_Guillory, Facebook at Rob Guillory Art, and the YouTube channel is also at Rob Guillory Art, and that's pretty much it for me because too much social media is just, I can't handle it. So I try to keep it to a minimum and try to make the most impact wherever I am.
Well said. All right, dude. I feel like we do this for 3 more hours. I'm sure we could keep going on. We should just get on here again, get talking.
Absolutely.
Swap more Kirkman stories. All right, Curtis, the floor is yours again. Thank you, everybody, for watching. It's been a fun weekend. We'll be doing more of this. Cool stuff is coming up.
Cool. Bye, guys.